Hello everyone and welcome to my most difficult challenge yet, and what in my opinion is the ultimate DeathWorld challenge. Curious about those nuclear tests in the background? Check out my Menu Simulations Gone Wrong playlist. So you might be wondering, what makes this one the ultimate DeathWorld challenge? Well, we're going to make it much harder for ourselves without making it easier for ourselves by cheesing other settings. So yes, this is going to be one of those they are billions of biters maps, but with a twist. Or actually, without a twist. We're going to try this challenge in its purest form possible, with maximum biters, no starting area, and everything else will be the standard DeathWorld preset. So standard crappy starting resources, standard terrain generation, enemy expansion on, and no changes to the other DeathWorld presets. Just launching a fish-filled rocket will not suffice as our win condition this time. To truly beat the spirit of the map, we will have to utterly dominate the map, and ultimately we will have to achieve world peace in the easiest way possible, to be the only life form left on this planet. Now, especially in the early game, time is going to be of the essence, so let's play now and explain later. It seems we have no rocks nearby the crash site, but there are 2 rocks visible on the left side of the map. But can we even get over there? The problem is we have to squeeze ourselves through a passageway which might not even exist. So let's try and find the optimal horizontal line to keep the most distance from the 2 biter nests in the north and the south, and then you just hope for the best. If we manage to squeeze through, I foresee us wanting to use this path more often in the future, so let's cut a clear horizontal path through the forest. But if we trigger a biter attack, that will probably mean game over right now. Fortunately, they didn't see us behind the dense trees, so all the dramatic zooming and tense music was absolutely unnecessary, Mr. Editor. So yes, let's locate those rocks. It's pretty easy to do from the map view. You just hover over the rock, zoom in, and there it is. Now that's a cool party trick to use on parties where they play Factorio, I guess. Anyway, this forest contains a metric imperial full of wood, but no more rocks. Well, there are a few rocks on this side, but that's a little too close to the biter nests for us to be able to mine them. So let's head back. The most dangerous part of the trip is actually skirting this water corner over here. Once we're on our conveniently chopped out forest trail, I already feel much safer. But was it really worth taking this trip just to get 1 coal rock and 1 normal rock? Well, yes, because it will greatly increase the rate at which we can expand our first burner miners. Each miner and each furnace takes 5 stone, so we can now focus on quick iron production without worrying where we'll get the initial stone from. We also try to slightly postpone biter attacks by placing our miners in the chunk furthest away from the biter nests, but with the biters this close, they will start attacking us with overwhelming numbers almost immediately once we start producing pollution anyway. The second miner is very quick to make, because it needs only 1 extra iron plate thanks to the 8 iron plates found in the spaceship. It takes a while though to produce enough iron for the 3rd miner, so we use this extra time to snag 1 more very risky rock right from the belly of the beast. We converted stone into a few more furnaces, which again means we can expand our first mining operation slightly faster, and time really is of the essence. Ideally we would have found more rocks and especially coal rocks, so we could focus solely on iron production. But there just aren't any more rocks close by. This unfortunately means we'll have to divert a substantial share of our miners to provide us with coal, a little more stone, and we will also need some copper plates for our first science project. And indeed, only 2 or 3 minutes after placing the first burner miner, our pollution is already starting to annoy the nearby biter nests and they have started to form an attack group. While there are still only a few biters, we attract their attention, and rather than wasting our expensive ammo, we just opt to beat them to death with the handle of our pistol. But with our self-imposed challenge of not eating any omega-3 health potions, hey! Even a small group of just 10 to 15 biters is going to be sufficient to kill us easily. pollution absorption by the enemy nests is increasing at an alarming rate, which means the numbers of biters they send to attack us is also increasing at that same alarming rate. Fortunately, Factorio guy has no problem beating single biters to death while simultaneously operating heavy mining equipment. But they won't remain just a few. Just a couple seconds of tending to our iron and coal and suddenly a sizable group assembled. And during the time it takes to kill them, another small group assembled. And now we're almost dead. So, with our miners spread out over all 4 ore patches and without any way to defend either the miners or ourselves, let's introduce the master plan. We want to produce a little copper and as much iron as we can, as quickly as we can. Then, once the biter attack group size starts to grow out of control, we just take all that we can carry and run for dear life, hopefully before they send in the attack. And to be honest, right now seems to be a pretty good moment to execute that plan, so we deconstruct everything as quickly as possible and run away! Yeah, that's our grand master plan to beat the ultimate DeathWorld challenge. To run away like a little baby. Anyway, the biter attack group now consists of over 25 biters, and even after deconstructing our miners, the lingering pollution will continue to spread and further increase their numbers. But here's the secret ace up our sleeve. You see, the biters need a target to attack. A military target or a polluting target. And by deconstructing all miners and furnaces, we've just taken away any valid attack target for the biters. This means, once they do decide to attack, they won't be able to find what to attack, and they just don't. They will stop being an attack group and become peacefully roaming biters tending to their little biter farms around their nests, or whatever it is that biters do in their daily lives. Anyway, it means they will leave us alone, at least for now. In the meantime, while we are waiting for the dangerous attack group to break up, we can explore the left side of the map a bit more thoroughly, while we handcraft 30 red science packs and the required researching infrastructure. And we decide that this forest is so massive they probably won't miss a handful of trees. After all, we're going to need a lot of wooden power poles later. Pretty soon though, we reach the end of what we can physically explore in this section of the map, so let's go back and choose a nice lakeside location to start our initial research project. Now, while the lab and the steam engine are pollution free, the coal burning boiler is not, so we again create a valid attack target. But we assume the attack group has broken up by now, a possibly dangerous assumption. Our first research priorities are military to upgrade our crappy pistol to a slightly less crappy machine gun, as well as unlocking the ability to make a few turrets and assembly machines. While the research is ongoing, we head back out with the intention to explore the area south of the crash site, but then to our horror discover that the attack group is still existent, and with the polluting boiler running, they now possibly have a valid attack target. So we quickly head back and improvise a plan B. Let's use some pipes to store extra steam for the steam engine, so we can deconstruct the polluting boiler. As the lab and steam engine don't produce pollution, the biters hopefully won't be able to select this location to attack. By the time we are back at the crash site, the enemy attack group has indeed broken up, so we may or may not have managed to narrowly escape another early end to this run. Now you may think I'm being overly dramatic, but a major setback in the early game is likely to be hard to impossible to recover from. Anyway, we finally start to explore the southern area and we make ourselves a rock finder deconstruction planner. Factorio only has 3 types of rocks, so it's easy to make one, and it greatly helps us in spotting rocks hidden behind trees in the dense forest. Although what not greatly helps is that the rocks mostly seem to be located very close to the biter nests. But I guess the real problem is more related to that there are just massive biter nests everywhere due to the maximum biter settings, so everything is close to a biter nest. Still, mining rocks this close to giant biter nests while wearing just a cotton t-shirt for protection probably does not qualify as safe work practice, should we be inspected by one of those safety organizations. Anyway, we are taking our sweet time to mine all the rocks we can find, even as our research project finishes. It's pollution-free production of stone and coal, and our secondary goal is to let the pollution in the starting area dissipate for as long as we can stay productive elsewhere. So we continue down south to explore the final section of land we can get to unnoticed. And we utilize our hidden rock finder to locate a couple more gifts hidden in the forests. The extra coal and stone will help us during our soon-to-be second burner miner phase. And that concludes all the possible exploration we can do for a while. This trip netted us over 300 coal and 500 stone to start off the second burner phase. Not bad. This time our goal is much more substantial though. We'll try to get enough resources to unlock the military 2 tech. This tech will unlock grenades, which will be essential to defend a more definitive base. More on that later. We will basically use the same strategy as the first time, except we'll ramp it up massively. And we are not expecting to save all the mining infrastructure this time though, but hopefully we can manage to get away with enough iron and copper to complete the military 2 tech and its prerequisites. After we start up the miners, it won't take much time before giant biter attacks will form, so in order to maximize production in the shortest time possible, we carefully lay out all infrastructure first without producing pollution, and only then switch everything on in quick succession. Once we switch on the miners, the nests start absorbing pollution almost immediately, but, and this is a key concept, while the biters from the first attack group are still roaming around, they are no longer qualified as attackers. The nests will need to absorb pollution once more in order to remobilize them. So by doing these quick bursts of massive production and pollution, but then fleeing before the massive attack strike, you basically gather materials without paying the resources it normally takes to take care of the biter attacks. You see, at heart, this is an economic minigame. On normal settings, you have to spend a small fraction of your resources on killing biters triggered by the pollution your factory creates to produce those very resources. But on extreme settings like these, the cost to build, defend and maintain your base can be higher than the total resource output of your entire base. So you'll get overrun and die, even if you devote all of your resources to defense and none to science and automation. At least that is if you play fair. We are basically cheating the system by producing the resources and then not paying for the defense costs by running away like a little chicken. But hey, at least this chicken survives to see another day. This economic concept is also why grenades will be so important. You see, killing biters with turrets and ammo is slow and expensive. Without even taking into account the cost of building turrets and replacing destroyed infrastructure, you will need hundreds of iron just for the ammo to kill a few hundred biters. And all the while during the time it takes to kill them, they are destroying expensive infrastructure. Now let's compare this to a single grenade, which, with its area of effect attack, is able to kill those same hundreds of biters instantly in a preemptive strike somewhere outside of your base. And instead of costing hundreds of resources, they cost a measly 10 coal and 5 iron apiece. Now that is the killing efficiency we'll need before we can set up a non-temporary base, which is meant to stay up and be properly defended. For example, here a still reasonably small group of biters takes out a sizable chunk of my base. It is the highest time to grab what we can and run away once more. We get a small glimpse at the truly massive group of biters preparing to attack, which shows it's the right decision to bail. We wouldn't stand a chance against the group even a quarter that size. So we escape back to our lakeside lab area once more and prepare the stuff we need to research military too. This time though, we are careful to not switch on any polluting structure before we make sure the biter attack group has dissolved. So we first head back to take a quick peek, and the attack group is still there and has grown even bigger. Even after deconstructing the miners, it takes a few minutes for the remaining pollution to spread out, so the nests keep absorbing more pollution and keep sending biters to the attack group. A little later, the massive attack group has broken up and returned to their nests, so we are relatively safe to start up our mini science facility once more to research the path to Military 2. Although we are not producing pollution anymore, the lingering pollution could still be lightly spreading and cause a small biter group to form an attack. And even a small group will destroy an undefended base if the player is not present. So, as a precaution, we leave a couple turrets to handle a possible small attack while we are away. And yes, when we do go back to check for any such attack groups, we indeed find one out there, and it's quite sizable too, bigger than I expected. But I'm curious, as the pollution cloud from our science factory is not connected to the lingering pollution cloud of our mining factory, will they still be able to select the science factory as a target? It seems not, though of course a statistical sample size of one event is not really a proof for anything. Actually, now that the last big attack group has broken up, we can perhaps do a quick third burn around in order to collect some more resources to start off our real base. Our real base will be far more expensive than what we have right now, so we'll need to produce the resources for it as we build it. So it would certainly help to have some extra resources to start it off and defend it. I would like to clarify that at this point in the game we are not bothered at all about the extra pollution output of burner miners compared to electric miners. First, we are not paying the resource cost to defend against the attacks caused by that pollution anyway. And second, in the beginning, until medium biters and spitters have entered the scene, the driving force behind enemy evolution is time, not pollution. Well, apparently I do trust my statistical sample size of 1, as my mini science factory does contain valid attack targets. While the labs grind away at the research for Military 2, we start creating some of the infrastructure we'll use to start off the real base. Most notably, we'll switch to electric miners. They are faster and less polluting, but they are expensive and more cumbersome to set up. But with the real base, we will start paying the resource cost to defend our base, so cutting the pollution per ore mined in half will start to matter a lot. Military 2 completes, and we immediately make some holy hand grenades in case some of those killer bunnies show up uninvited. Also, it will take a long while before we'll have the labs set up again in the real base, so we opt to research the cheap tech of stone walls after Military 2 completes. But don't worry, I will still adhere to my reputation of being a pipe wall boy. I am so excited about having grenades, I immediately want to show you its power, and in the process I barely survive. Before we unlock the heavy armor, we are still quite vulnerable to small biters, let alone taking our own grenades to the face. Anyway, you may have seen me designing a little defensive turret structure at our late mini-science base. This structure is going to be the core of our defense, and our whole base is going to be built within reach of those turret centers. Suddenly I'm interrupted by some biters which decided to relocate from southeast nest to northeast nest, but we quickly take care of them. Only then we see their real intent, to attract our attention to the arrival of an old friend. It is little Johnny from our Factorio tightrope series. Of course we welcome him with open arms. Under the watchful eye of little Johnny we continue our design process. I foresee we are going to be quite busy with juggling grenades and building the base, so we primitively automate the whole process of supplying the turrets with ammo. The miners mine directly into the furnaces, which then directly insert the plates into an ammo assembler. The ammo assembler then outputs the ammo into the central turret, which in turn provides the 7 outlying turrets with ammo. We will fully design every aspect of the starter base before actually building it, because once we start producing pollution again, we will be far too busy building and defending the base in order to fiddle around with design choices. The iron coal patch will be the center of the base, which will also have the power plant, the assembly area and the laboratories. This will be our home for the foreseeable time. And as we are still way too poor to afford real walls, we will again start out with my trademark, the fragile pipe walls. They are easily destroyed, but they function in the same way to mess with enemy pathing, and hopefully most of our lost infrastructure will be pipes instead of expensive labs, miners and assemblers. We must be very careful to design the whole base within reach of the turrets, so we design our power plant and our coal miners out in a circular fashion from the turret center. I'm also leaving small gaps in my pipe wall, instead of fully blocking the base off. This will hopefully cause a large portion of the attacking biters to try to path towards the turrets instead of attacking the nearest structure. Nice, that completes the main base. Of course, we will also need some copper and stone, so we designed small outposts defended by similar turret centers. Although these turrets will have to be provided with ammo by hand, we only need to dump large amounts of ammo in the center turret from time to time, which will then automatically distribute ammo outwards to the border turrets. Adding a radar to the setup will not only grant us nearby visibility as well as exploration of the land beyond the biter nests, it will also serve as a nice distraction for attacking biters. Radars are classed as military structures, so biters will have a high chance to try and destroy the radar instead of deleting, say, my furnace is full of plates. With the addition of the stone outpost, our starter base design is now complete. But will we be able to build and defend it while being under massive pressure from these giant biter nests on the brutal DeathWorld settings? Not only do we need to hold the fortress, but somehow we have to simultaneously start doing science towards some far away useful technologies. Who knows? Well, here goes nothing. I wonder how long it will be until we find the first design flaw in this base. Anyway, we just set up the few miners that we have, and then we find out we are too poor to afford the pipes needed to bring water to the power plant. But you know what they say, if you can bring water to your power plant, why not bring the power plant to the water instead? The depressing side effect is though that it will stay here completely undefended while we are busy at the iron patch. And because the biter nests are literally right next to my base, they start to form attack groups again immediately. So we set up a radar so that we can see biters approaching from slightly further away. The miners produce faster than stone furnaces can keep up with, so we can take and smell the extra ore elsewhere. Nevertheless, instead of spending that iron on miners, turrets or general progress, we are forced to spend our iron to make a pipe wall to protect the little that we have because of the biter attack threat. Luckily, the first attack happens just as we are there, so we can intercept it with a juicy grenade. Biters are trickling in from the north too now, so let's close off this side. No entry for you, my friend. Our main military strategy is that instead of waiting for the attacks to come to us, we shall preemptively strike whenever we can. You see, a biter attack group keeps building up until a randomly set timer reaches 0, and the timer is not affected by the biter group interacting with the player. So, taking out a large blob of biters with a preemptive strike means that the attack group will be much smaller once the timer reaches 0, making it more likely that our turrets can take them out before they do major damage. It is also way cheaper to insta-kill a biter group with a grenade compared to producing ammo for the turrets. Power runs out already. I wasn't planning on refilling those boilers, but we still don't have underground pipes. Anyway, we have spent almost all of the copper that we still had from the burner phase, so it's time to start up the copper outpost. If you are wondering, the small holes in the pipe wall function to hopefully seduce a portion of the biters to part towards the turrets directly, instead of chewing on the first thing in sight. We try, but we are just too late to intercept the next attack group. But hey, it's nothing you can't remedy by throwing a few grenades on your own base. And now we're almost dead again, but fortunately we can do repairs in the shadow of our turrets. Yeah, anyway, it's time to start up the left side of the iron base. Hey biter, how about a nice pipe wall in your face? Anyway, it's not really going according to plan. It looks like the biter attack group gather point is too close to the turrets, so instead of growing the group and killing them efficiently with a single grenade, they keep getting drawn to the turrets in a never-ending stream of biters, draining their ammo and putting a heavy burden on my iron production to keep the turrets fed. I try a small tactic to lure them away from their gather point, but it doesn't really seem to have any effect. Power runs out again and we still don't have underground pipes. Well, another manual refill it is. I'm trying to set up something productive amidst this biter chaos hell, but the turrets keep getting fully drained, and I can't even hear myself think due to the biters chewing on my base everywhere. But then suddenly the biters just don't care anymore. They just stand there right at the edge of the turret's range, getting picked off one by one. Anyway, I still don't trust them. I think as soon as I'll turn my back, they're up to no good. Slowly we're getting a few more turrets up, but we'll have to chip in manually to keep them fed with ammo. The map shows a giant attack group forming northeast behind the nest. I want to go and take them out, but there's no way to reach them, so let's reinforce this pipe wall instead. The steady stream of turret draining biters still continues, night and day. Just as we plan to make more pipes to finally bring the power plant inside the base, power runs out a third time. Miraculously though, so far the biters have left the undefended power plant alone. But this had better be the last manual refill. So we start to work on that immediately. And suddenly, it is all quiet. The biters no longer trickle into our base. It seems like they finally decided to gather somewhere further away from the base. Like right here next to the stone patch. Anyway, we are not pushing our luck any further and we finally integrate the power plant into our base. And we finally complete the 2 turret clusters on the iron coal patch. We take a quick stroll outside of the base to take care of the 2 attack groups building up. And then even manage to craft some labs. It almost feels like we're getting somewhere. But we quickly get a reminder of that it can all end in one moment of inattentiveness. The gaps in the pipe wall are working as intended though. Fortunately, this was a smaller group from further away and we managed to grenade them at the last moment. But if we fail to intercept just one big attack, it can all be over instantly. Science can wait, we need more ammo. A lot more ammo. And here comes the attack group we just grenaded a minute or two ago. Look at how many biters there are again. Without our grenade interception, that group would be at least twice its size. Still, without our personal assistance, it really takes the turrets a long time to take out all those biters. And all the while they could be destroying precious infrastructure. So it is critically important that, until we have completed our goals for this base, we either weaken attack groups before they strike, or intercept them personally before they reach the base. We finally managed to place the labs and some red science assemblers, but before we have a chance to switch them on, we are distracted again by, you guessed it, the biters. Now at some point I imagine also having green science running, hopefully, so we prepare lots of copper wire to reduce handcrafting time for inserters. But for now we can research the red tags. Most notably I'd like to upgrade to the heavy armor before the biters, or my own grenades, overwhelm me. As you can see by my remaining health, with just light armor it will soon be impossible to deal with 2 biter groups in quick succession. We turn the copper wire into green circuits for the inserters. I don't mind handcrafting and I do it a lot, but I like the crafting queue to be tidy so it's easy to make quick changes. Handcrafting stuff without having the intermediates on you severely clutters that up. There are 3 big attack groups visible on the map. The problem with that is, once we walk away to take out one group, one of the other groups may decide to attack. We need to keep a good eye on the minimap and abort the interception if we spot enemy movement towards the base. Yeah, we really need that heavy armor, but we still didn't manage to find the time to start up science. All that's needed to start them off is insert a few copper plates, but there's just so much important stuff to do, like service these Okay, I just forgot about it, okay? This playthrough is just a little bit, let's call it, unorganized. The last of those 3 attack groups finally decides to show up. I want to save as many trees as possible. They can however survive 1 grenade shot and they'll slowly grow back to full health over time. If we get so far, the trees will play an important role later during the planned world peace stage. They'll help to keep control over the quantum state of the biters, as they will be both there and not there at the same time. Anyway, saving those trees would go a lot smoother without being in constant danger of dying. We need that heavy armor. Thank you. Another attack threatens the copper mine. It is small though, and before we arrive the turrets have already dealt with it, so grenades are not necessary. Alright, goals. Somebody mentioned something about goals. We actually have some. You see, this base design just ain't gonna cut it in the long run. We're 2 hours in and we are rapidly approaching the medium biter era at 20% evolution, and those guys will rip this thing apart no problem. There will be no recovering from that. So the purpose of this base is to gather the right materials to build a better base. Anyway, more on that later. Now let's test out this heavy armor thing. Ah, juicy, that feels good. 100 biters down with a single grenade shot, and we have barely a scratch on our armor. We start preparing the ingredients for green signs, belts and inserters. Because we made the green circuits already, the crafting queue stays small and organized, so should the need arise to quickly craft something, we can easily cancel and restart the queue to get it. Another attack approaches through the forests, but now we're rocking our heavy armor, it's much easier to avoid blowing up trees and not dying at the same time. We are now immune to small biters in much the same way that medium biters will be immune to our yellow ammo, each dealing the minimum of 1 damage per hit. That's also the reason we need to complete our 4 goals before we hit medium biters at 20% evolution. But we've just created a handful of steel and we haven't even started yet on the last 3 goals. And while we are immune to small biters now, the base absolutely is not, as you may be able to hear in the background. Well, I guess thank you for illustrating my point. Something tells me it's going to get much harder still, and all these repairs take a long time to do, diverging our attention from possible attacks elsewhere in the base. Anyway, we are finally able to start producing the first green science packs, hooray! The plan was to do this much earlier, but hey, we are finally building the stone mine. And won't you know, there's another one of those goals. Ideally, we would like to produce 1000 stone walls, but that requires a whopping 10,000 stone. By the way, did you ever paint yourself into a corner? This feels kinda like that. We are distributing the first green signs to our labs, but the biters have researched green signs too. Not only do they target the vital water supply, they have also learned that split hotkey from RTS games like Age of Empires 2. Now that may be the most dangerous kind of evolution, intelligent biters. We're going to drop by here every once in a while to pick up all the stone bricks and... Wait, we interrupt this program for one of the most satisfying moments in Factorio. A giant grenade to the face, killing hundreds of biters instantly. Ah, nice. Anyway, we'll turn those stone bricks into walls. All of them, every time. Walls, walls, walls. Walls, walls, no balls. Anyway, by this point in time, biters are literally everywhere, running from left to right, north to south, south to north, crisscross. It's just crazy. We don't have space to automate science distribution, but fortunately it's not too hard to do manually, when your lab count is 2 to the power of X. And by this point in time we no longer repair individual parts, we just wave the magic repair wand up and down over all damaged sections. Will we be able to hold on until we've reached all 4 of our goals? We haven't even had the time yet to talk about the last 2 goals in this absolute mayhem. Anyway, Goal 3 is researching the flamethrower tech, which still feels miles away in technology. The biters running around everywhere is again putting a severe strain on my ammo usage. The turrets are our last line of defense, and slowly but surely more and more of them are left empty. Why did I start this playthrough?
Perhaps, Michaelson, the ultimate challenge is the one you cannot defeat. Perhaps, Michaelson, the ultimate challenge is the one you cannot defeat. Perhaps, Michaelson.
Yeah, perhaps, Michaelson. Let's get on with it, shall we? The good news is we are doing decently well on our first two goals, which are to collect a lot of steel and a lot of stone walls. The bad news is the biter pressure is getting insane and we still have a long way to go. Many of the biters looking to join an attack group are still passing through my base in a never-ending stream, so we need to spend most of our total iron production on hundreds of extra ammo to try and keep the biters under control. I even take all my personal ammo out of my gun, and we all know how well that went on Biter Island. But we can't allow the biters to fully stall our progress. The biter evolution factor is inevitably creeping up on 20%, which is the single biggest cause of failed DeathWorld runs. Medium biters showing up before you are ready. A secret nightly attack occurs on the copper mine, and again we can see most biters trying to fit through the narrow gaps in my pipe wall, instead of, well, biting on stuff, I guess. Instead of destroyed miners and resource-filled furnaces, they only managed to take out a raider and a few pipes. Easy fix. So, regarding the impending doom that approaches with the soon-to-appear medium biters, our third goal is researching the flamethrower technology, which requires researching through quite a few red-green techs. Now, compared to the earlier techs, they require a lot of science packs per technology, and the research speed per science pack is much slower. So even if we manage to keep the labs supplied, it will still take quite some time before all of the research projects are done. Meanwhile, we keep going out often to weaken large biter attack groups before they slam into the base, but leaving the base is not without risk. While you're out on one side, another biter group may meanwhile attack from the other side, as you can see happening right now on the minimap. Oh god, why is Factorio guy so slow? Now, the turrets are great for small attacks and picking off biters who survived my poorly aimed grenades, but they do need the preemptive grenade strike support. They simply don't do enough DPS to take out massive biter groups by themselves. Now, because I'm editing down hours of footage to minutes of video, it may be quite hard for you to get an impression of the actual gameplay. So here's a full unedited section of sped up gameplay where I alter between doodling around the base, throwing around grenades to weaken future biter attacks, as well as popping a few of them here and there on my own base to deal with attacks and to produce that damaged, rustic look on my machinery. Design master Little Johnny would approve. And here's why it's so important to go out and grenade the biter attack groups to reduce their size. 3 attacks at the same time, though all of them are small thanks to our grenade interventions. Now, if you imagine each group to be a couple hundred biters larger, you can see why it's so essential that we unlocked those grenades before attempting to actually build and defend the base. We are actually progressing through science at a decent pace. We are only one tag away from flamethrowers now. The flamethrower tag itself though additionally requires 50 military science, for which we need red ammo, grenade— Hey! Stop that right now! Can't you see I'm trying to work here? Jeez! Sorry about that. Kinda rude to interrupt like that, don't you think? Anyway, I was saying we need to sacrifice 25 grenades, 25 red ammo and 50 walls to create the military science packs we need. Meanwhile, we keep an eye on our other goals of stone walls, explosions and steel. And bam, the flammable stack is finished. Only one tech remaining now. Man, I can smell the napalm victory already. Hey dude, no, what are you doing? Don't research that. Flamethrowers, yeah, flamethrowers dude. Oh my god, you're so close and now you're gonna frick it up like that? Yeah, I get it, not all military science packs are ready, but that is a slow tech dude, and it's not all that useful. What is useful though are all these stone walls and steel, which we will need for the next step of our grand master plan. If we ever get that far, that is when you start researching useless garbage like that. Anyway, meanwhile 3 large biter attack groups have amassed in different locations around the base again, but this time we catch a lucky break. The North Biter group decides to attack just as we walk under there, so we can just let them surround us while taking some good old grenades to the face. We escape through the passage in our base, and then we even intercept the South group as they attack. Convenient. Even though we use grenades in the recommended safest way by science, throwing them down cliffs, we still end up almost dead from this encounter, so we have to escape back to the base and cower under the blanket of turret fire. I said cower under the blanket of turret fire, what you don't understand? You're almost dead dude, you can't eat fish to will, remember? Up a little more, that's better. So yeah, here's my point. All military science has finished producing and you're stuck only 1/3 in researching this useless tech. It's not too late to realize your mistake and switch techs now. No? Not? Okay then, suit yourself. Anyway, we do have a little extra time because we still haven't started the 4th goal yet. Engines. The problem with engines is that they cannot be crafted by hand. You need to do it in an assembly machine. So we need to do it now while we still have a base. They also take... What's that there? Nothing? Okay, where was I? They also take a long time to assemble. This assembly machine would take over 15 minutes to finish a full stack of... It's getting pretty hard to get a point across with all these interruptions. Anyway, we may not have 15 minutes to live anymore, so the moral of the story is we divide the resources over 8 assemblers instead of 4. That's all I wanted to say. Meanwhile, the entire base gets taken down single-handedly again by one smart biter. Yes, I have read your comments about armored and rampant biters, and while this is an unmodded playthrough, I promise I will try to repeat this map with both those mods if we manage to beat this playthrough. So basically all of our goals are being worked on. Now we just need to hold on and wait for those processes to finish, including that stupid useless tech you're researching right now. Finally, that unneeded shooting speed tech finishes and we can start on the flamethrower tech. We collect all science packs and use some smart half stacking to equally distribute all science over the 8 labs to ensure research speed stays maximized until the end. But can we still safely leave the base undefended to go take out some biters? There are again 3 big attack groups building up on 3 different sides. What was this episode called again? It somehow seems important. It's finally nice and quiet again. Well, this episode is called The End, so let's no longer keep you in tension. Yes, it's going to happen. This will be the end of Factorio, guy. Space. he's not gonna try to maintain this base any longer. It's time to end the existence of our base once again. So we start by deconstructing the core of our production. The miners go first. As the flamethrower tech completes, we have succeeded in our first 3 goals, but we cannot relax just yet. After deconstructing most of the base, pollution output stops, but local pollution is so high, vast amounts continue to spread out to the biter nests for a while, so the attacks won't slow down just yet. After the copper and stone mine, the lab area is next. They have finished their job. We should not be congratulating ourselves just yet though, or we'll end up in one of those celebrating too early compilations. We need to keep our routine of grenading biter attack groups ongoing, or we could still fail this phase of the game. In the early game, there is no such thing as having too much iron, especially in a hostile game like this one. So we kept the iron mines going as long as possible, but alas, ultimately they have to go as well. Meanwhile, also our 4th goal of 4 stacks of engines is finished, which means they won't be the limiting factor in how many flamethrower turrets we can make. Ultimately, that will be the amount of steel we will have left over after making the required elements for the next phase of our game. Ideally, I would like to pack my bags and run away again, but we have way much stuff to carry this time, and there's nowhere nearby to run to. So instead we will have to keep defending this center spot right here from the remaining biter attacks and bring all our stuff here. Now, let's go out and collect all our booty and see what we have to work with to somehow continue this playthrough. Let's take a look at the pollution graph. We stopped the miners like 5 minutes ago and the biter nests already have stopped absorbing pollution completely. In a normal game that takes about half an hour or more. The biter nests are absolute pollution vacuum cleaners, sucking in all pollution spread to them almost instantly and converting it into attacks. On the other hand, terrain is a slow but steady pollution absorber, allowing pollution to keep spreading back and forth for a while. The difference here is we don't really have any terrain for pollution to linger around. Biter nests are literally even touching our base's game chunks, and the spreading out of pollution has already stopped completely. So here we are, after almost 3 hours of game time and evolution entering the medium biter era. Our base is... well, we have no base. We have a couple of chests defended by crappy yellow ammo gun turrets and a whole bunch of pipes littered around on the ground. But hey, it's not the looks of the chest that counts, it is what is inside. But then again, will our game plan be good enough? Will we be able to convert these chests of stuff into a functional base while starting from what is practically nothing? While being literally surrounded by giant biter nests, which are now even protected by medium biters? And did I mention they will soon be joined by the ranged spitter enemies, who can destroy you and your stuff from a distance with deadly armor penetrating acid? But even before that, flamethrowers are nice and such, but they require oil to work, and we have no access to oil as of yet. The nearest oil is down southwest, and it has a not insignificant biter nest right on top of it. You may have noticed we haven't even attempted yet to destroy even just one enemy base. That is because destroying enemy nests significantly bumps up the evolution factor. That evolution increase is of course balanced around normal sized nests and much more spaced out ones as well. This means that any nest we destroy will push up the evolution factor even further. But to claim the oil we must do just that. And evolution is already past the point where medium biters start to appear, and at 25% they will be joined by the small spitters. So will we be able to claim the oil, and if we do, will we be able to build a real base? Is there even enough space to attempt that? Well, those are the 99 problems we need to deal with next time. But hey, we may have 99 problems, but the bit's looking great. At least we can finally have some peace and quiet without all those biters running amok. So the next part of our game plan is all about claiming some stuff for ourselves. First up, we are preparing to claim the oil field. We can't fill our flamethrower turrets with water after all. And second, we somehow need to create a reasonably safe space where we can build an actual base without non-stop distractions. But these chests, they must not be destroyed or it's all over. So let's proceed with some caution and not leave it completely undefended while we head out to the oil fields. What? The oil fields? You didn't even have a base! I know, normal people build a base first and only then proceed to expand out to claim oil. But not us. We are just a little... special. Anyway, now we're gonna need to take out these defenders here. So let's arrange our hotbar and attack the southern section first. That should be easy enough as it has only 4 nests and 1 worm. We're gonna try to conserve some resources by placing the gun turrets just outside of the nest range and use the very resource efficient shotgun to take down the nests instead. See? It's gonna be super easy, barely an inconvenience. Just 2 more nests to go. Okay, retreat, retreat. No biggie, we'll be right back. Now we just need to evade the worm spit and... ouch, ouch, okay, retreat, retreat. Okay, let's just use this gun turret to finish off the worm then. We'll give it exactly not enough ammo. Let's reclaim these gun turrets while we heal up. Hey, what? He survived? Let's magically grab the gun turret from under their claws from 10 meters away to save it. Okay then, I give in. Let's use the turrets to kill the final nest before the biters eat me alive. Well, that was embarrassing. Okay, out with the resource conservation approach. That's clearly not working. We need to use all the power we've got to take out their main base. Because it's a forest base, it consists of a lot of dangerous worms, but relatively few nests. Let's create a turret fallback point if things go south and go in. While we walk in, we place some empty distraction turrets ahead of us for the worms. They will keep shooting at the first thing in the range, so that gives the next line of turrets some time to shoot before they are targeted and destroyed. We help out personally with some grenades. Okay, first strike complete, time to retreat. That went pretty well for the first strike, I must say. Before we go in for the kill, we create a new fallback point more close by, trying to limit the chances that any of the other nearby nests are called to help their neighbors out. We use kind of a similar strategy but without grenade support this time. Not trying to be stingy with resources again, but we want to preserve as much forest as we can. It will help just a little bit in the short term, but it is even more important for the very late game I have theorized to one day happen. Alright, all nests down. There are still a significant number of worms left though, but let's throw caution in the wind and fight them fair and square. Mano y wormo. Okay, off to a great start, at least for the part where you throw caution in the wind. Now that was more like it. Actually, let's take out this last one and call it a day. All of the other worms are far enough out that they may be those who remain. Now, the area around the oil sources is pretty forested, which is good in one way, because it will reduce the number of attacking enemies by absorbing some pollution, and also we won't be here personally to help out with the defense, but the forest is bad in another way though. It's gonna be hell to build and connect all the pipes while simultaneously trying to preserve most of the trees. I will spare you from it though, but I'm gonna start handcrafting some flamethrower turrets while we build it. Okay, I think all the pump jacks are connected, but trying to build and memorize where I put pipes was horrible. Just look at this hidden pipe corner behind just a few trees, and now extrapolate that to the dense forest below, and I sincerely hope you don't get what I mean. But how are they gonna work, you ask? Well, we brought a special micro power plant just for the oil outpost. Okay, now we can actually check if it's all connected by checking the total oil in the system at various points. It should be increasing linearly as we click on random pipes in the system, and any jumps in fluid count mean something is disconnected. But it looks like we're good. Of course, that means pollution will start spreading immediately as well, so we will temporarily defend this outpost with the old base's gun turrets and yellow ammo. After we set up the main base, we can come back to properly reinforce it with walls and flamethrowers. Some good old pipe walls later, and it's time to pipe the oil out to our main base's location, I guess. It's a bit of a stretch to call a handful of chests next to a crashed spaceship a base. Experts agree that there is more base in our outpost than in our actual base. To be honest, if this were a private playthrough, I wouldn't place a raider here now. We don't need the extra pollution, and we don't even have enough spare electricity for it. But alas, we are making a movie. Not placing the radar would be similar to filming with the lens cap still on. I want to turn north around here, but an enemy expansion is blocking my way to walk around the cliff. Also, the first medium biter has appeared. So let's go north here and adjust later, I guess. Maybe here? No, there's some Johnnies in the forest shooting at me. I'll spare you the rest of the trip through this jungle. Actually, while playing, Mike surely is having lots of fun navigating through that forest. Let's demonstrate yellow ammo versus medium biter, and why I was so anxious about it. Okay, so that's about 20 small biters mowed down in about 5 seconds. Now let's try one medium biter. Yeah, well, that also took 5 seconds of continuous shooting. At this point in the game, those armored bastards have the effective health of over 20 small biters, plus they do serious damage, and they are the fastest dudes until very late into the game, outrunning even big biters. Now, that's quite a sudden power increase for the enemy, and the main reason why we were in such a hurry while gathering resources from our previous base. Alright, we made it back to the bay. Wait, what's this blockade? Let's lure them away so they don't allure the nest while I We put down a couple tanks to siphon the oil to our base. There's already 18k oil in the system and we're gaining about 100 oil per second. Awesome! But despite the dense forest, the oil field pollution is already spreading onto the biter nest. Hopefully it will survive. Okay, so after careful evaluation, the planning council decided there is really no space for a base, and we will have to kindly ask the citizens of South Bytefield to move out. But just as the demolition crew arrives, it appears they have signed a protest, and bureaucracy demands the demolition to be delayed. So we are forced to take another journey to review the protest, and once we have satisfactorily rebuilt over their complaints, take the journey back while night falls. All these small delays add up though, and during the fixing of this one small issue, the passage of time alone caused the evolution factor to increase by a whopping 0.3%. And now we have to take out this giant nest somehow. Judging by my combat performance and trying to claim the oil field, there is really no way I'm going to be able to do that with grenades and gun turrets. But we don't need to. Now we've got
Flamethrower turret.
Wow, that was awesome. And it went pretty well, I must say. Well, although that may have looked fairly easy, there is not much more useful ground that we can claim right now. And in general, we won't really be able to claim that much more ground like this. The flamethrowers are great in long distance area of effect attack, but they need some form of support. Their minimum range means they are defenseless against the fast and strong medium biters breaking through. Also, we went from 20 to 28% evolution between claiming the oil and this ground. The medium biter density becomes ever larger, and if we keep going, they'll even evolve to big biters, who will be ready to ruin our day any moment. We won't try to claim more ground as for now, that will have to wait until we're strong enough to not give an F anymore. That moment, if we get there at all, will be far in the future, I guess. For now, we have claimed our 4 starter resources and a small patch of ground to build on. It will have to do. We asked the help of Feng Shui master and base design expert Little Johnny in designing a defense. He immediately disagrees with our choices. The choice of elements is good, he says, but it's the color that's wrong. I prefer a more barf green type of color. And the indefatigable Johnny immediately gets to work on achieving just that. Anyway, I just told you about the flamethrower's weakness, enemies reaching its base. Well, that's why we collected 1000 walls in the previous phase. Ideally, we want to place the walls far enough out so that the spitters cannot attack the flamethrowers. The flamethrowers are super durable with their 1400 hit points, but it's the flimsy supply pipes I'm worried about. They get blown up constantly through the splash damage and leave the flamethrowers without oil. This must be prevented. Now, a small spitter has 13 range, whereas the medium, large and behemoth have 14, 15 and 16 range respectively. But if behemoths show up before we're out of this base, it's over anyway, so the maximum enemy range we have to deal with is 15. So by placing the outermost wall 15 tiles in front of the flamethrower turret's nozzle, the flamethrowers can barbecue anything outside of the wall, while no spitter has the range to attack anything inside of our walls. And that will be the essence of our defense for the foreseeable future. And to achieve that same effect in a corner in the wall, we use the visual representation of a gun turret's 18 range to decide where the walls should be. Okay, corner design complete, so let's blueprint that, as we will need 4 of them to encircle a square, or something. And let's also make a blueprint for the straight section with the same flamethrower spacing. By strictly using these 2 blueprints as building blocks, we should be able to make a neat square which will end up exactly where it started. Meanwhile, a single small biter goes into pipe attack mode, possibly a bad omen. The 4 oil tanks are already almost full, so before we start building we optimistically add another 4. And let's start building with a clean slate. Oh no, I already know what that sound means, but hey, at least we get to watch it because of the radar. Yep, bad omen indeed. These guys also go in full destruct mode, ignoring our turrets and annihilating everything inside. Oh well, we gathered 128k oil, which should be plenty to start off the base. It's time to lay out the shell, our base perimeter, which will function as sort of a defensive prison really, locking us inside, but hopefully protecting us for long enough until we can break free again. We'd like to have the copper and coal fully within the defensive structure, so... Oh wow, these guys are pretty close by, aren't they? They are not gonna be good neighbors, are they? For the western wall, we just stay west of the stone mine and connect up the corner. And that is gonna be the full width of our base, less than a single screen wide. Anyway, our perimeter has to be large enough to fit all of our base, including miners, smelters, assemblers, oil processing, research, everything really. On the other hand, a smaller perimeter is easier to defend and maintain, especially since Factorio guy is still walking very slow and will need to do everything by hand, including repairing our defenses. So, what is the optimum size? Well, I don't know, but let's caution a little bit on the larger side, just in case we'll be locked up in here for a bit longer than we envision. Anyway, the area until recently known as South Biterville is fully integrated into our base now, so we didn't kick up the evolution factor in vain. The evolution is already nearing 30% by the way, and our base still is just a couple of chests and a broken down, half destroyed oil outpost. It is time for the final act of aggression for a while. Let's create some no man's land between us and that northeast corner biters. And that pushed the evolution to 32%, still without a base. So with that out of the way, let's try to build the rest of the shell and find out if we gathered enough materials during our previous game phase base. Well, it looks like we need 50 flamethrowers to fulfill our full design, but we don't even have half the resources for that. I actually have a moment of brightness and I figure this cliff will be super annoying to keep walking around later. So let's extend the southern border one more turret distance. I said earlier I want to preserve as much forest as I can, so why am I blowing them up? Well, it's simple really, it's like those anti-wildfire ditches. We remove everything flammable from our flamethrowers range and then some, so we don't accidentally start wildfires that can spread who knows how far. Not only do we need the forest for the late game, but burning them also causes a lot of pollution resulting in attacks, possibly before we are ready for them. We said we would save little Johnny, but he'll be within range of the flamethrowers. Sorry guys, but this can only mean one thing. Of course we're not gonna barbecue him, what did you think? This is still an easy solution compared to what I had to go through in my Factorio tightrope series. Okay, so we don't have 50 flamethrowers to complete our design, but for now we can just place the corners and then every third flamethrower. It's not ideal, but at least they still have a small overlap, so all of the wall can be reached by at least one turret. And that's the base encased. We used up 20 of our 22 flamethrowers for this minimal defense. Of course we will try to save the spaceship, it won't fare well against either fire or being in the way of biters. They will chew through it if it's in their way. We then finalize the shell by blowing up the rest of the forest in range of the flamethrower turret, while the ever playful Johnny starts a game of tag. But he can get me, he got me. And that is the whole shell of our base completed. Now it's time to turtle up, and perhaps we'll need some divine intervention later. So let's put all of this collected wood in this chest to be sacrificed to a future entity who will surely help us out to beat this insane challenge. Now, a smart player would leave the backup defense intact given that we've only built a single wall and the absolute minimum amount of flamethrowers. It's by no means fail proof and we still have all of our belongings in these chests. I planned to set up the power plant next to the coal patch, which is why we pushed the east wall out a little beyond the edge of the coal patch. Really, I'd like to claim back the oil outpost first, before the biter attacks ramp up again, but we are broke. We don't have enough walls nor flamethrowers to properly protect it. So we first have to set up camp here and gather some more materials. It will be a great test to see if the defense system works. Anyway, we do have a mixed iron coal patch, which is always a fun exercise to set up. Before building a full smelting setup, we need to do some base planning, which will take some time. So for now we set up yet another semi-temporary setup to quickly amass some much needed iron. And to make the future mining area a little more compact, to save a little space for the rest of our builds, we start by trimming off the edges of the iron patch. We also make a coal buffer. Now we don't need that much coal, but we need to be able to collect some large amounts for whenever the furnaces run out. And because flamethrower turrets require a lot of steel, we even set up a small but dedicated steel mine. That's enough iron and coal for now, but we also need lots of stone walls again. You still need to build a second wall of the shell, as well collect walls to protect the oil outpost. But the attacks shall commence soon again. Pollution is already being absorbed by biter bases on 3 sides. And meanwhile the spawn chances of the dangerous medium biters and small spitters are much higher than back when we were claiming the oil outpost and space for the base. And at 40% evolution, medium spitters will mix in, and shortly after that at 50% evolution, the party really starts with both big biters and big spitters making their entree. Now all the important elements are running again, but it will take some time to gather enough resources. So let's give ourselves some extra eyes around the base and set up 4 raiders in the corner. Aha! My moment of brightness while planning the shell pays off, and now we don't need to walk all the way around this cliff. And I foresee we will need to make many trips here. Actually, the oil outpost may be broken, but the raider there is still operating. It also won't be attacked again, because the surrounding forest fully absorbed the 10 pollution per minute created by the boiler to power the raider. Also, by encircling the square-angled rectangular base with power lines, we can draw power from everywhere and reduce the chance of accidental power cuts to part of the base. Enough with the handcrafting, let's set up some assembly machines to help us convert the raw materials into shiny goodies. Meanwhile, the first real attack occurs. How will the single flamethrower turret fare against over 100 enemies, including 5 medium biters and dozens of small spitters? Pretty damn well actually. Now that is the power of area of effect attacks. They will slowly wear down the walls however, and once they break through at any point, hundreds of enemies are free to flood into my base against the then defenseless turrets. We will need to remain careful. As we keep the focus on completing our defenses first, we convert our iron into pipes and gears in order to make more flamethrower turrets. And we can even utilize the assemblers to make the walls and the flamethrower turrets themselves. We can simply control click the resources in and out of the assembler to quickly craft a single flamethrower per assembler. Yeah, flamethrowers are strong. Anyway, more flamethrower ingredients and we may as well make a bunch load of green circuits from our stored copper. Let's check out some attacks in detail. The wall setup is working great. Walls have high resistance to acid, so spitters are weak against walls. Small spitters can still reach the flamethrowers over the inner wall though. In retrospect, both walls could have been placed one tile further out. Then the small spitters can no longer reach over the inner wall, and much later I will have to update the design anyway to make it behemoth spitter proof. Oh well. The biter enemies however are not weak against walls, and while the whole attack is destroyed by a single flamethrower turret, they have already almost broken through. The wall is kinda like a chain, and once the weakest link breaks, its function is void, as it allows the biters to stream into the base through the opening. So let's go for our first, of I'm afraid many, repair loops. Man oh man, those repairs are going to take quite some time, and they will start to take more and more time as the game progresses. Hopefully it won't start to take too much time though, as then progress will stall and the base will fall. At least the small spitters only reach the front of the flamethrower turrets and the supply pipes remain undamaged. Perhaps I should have gone for a smaller perimeter. Well, only time will tell. Anyway, I think we have enough materials now to go reclaim the oil, so with the wall fully repaired, let's hope we can leave the main base unsupervised while we make a quick dash out to reclaim the oil outpost. I'll again spare you the Factorio forest fun. Let's just zoom in and bam, it's done. Now that was quick, wasn't it? Actually, we have found the first useful cliff in Factorio. We could align the walls with the cliff edges and the fully continuous cliff stays far enough out to prevent spitter attacks. We even incorporated some of the worms inside of our cliff wall. Now, that was quick, wasn't it? Actually, no, it took me over half an hour to build this. And meanwhile the biters have fully breached the wall in the main base. It even was in the small section of the base which was double walled. You can actually see 2 medium biter corpses inside of the walls. Fortunately they died from still being on fire when they broke through the wall, but the next attack is free to outrun the initial fire stream and rush into the base. We gotta go fix that quickly. But I'm too stingy to power the oil outpost with oil, so on the way back we will drag a power line behind us to connect the 2 bases. Okay, now we made it back, so let's go fix that gap in the wall, which could mean the end of this run any second now. Come on, hurry up, we don't have time for this. Yeah, that's the right direction, let's go fix this wall. No, what are you doing? Don't get distracted now. No, really? This is the time to empty these furnaces, you think? My god. Yeah, okay, eventually we will need that second wall, but there is already a wall here. Go fix that east wall, you idiot! Yeah, playing with biters is fun and all, but there's an urgent problem you need to fix right now. Priorities man, priorities. Sometimes I don't know how I survive these playthroughs. Anyway, those biters destroyed a pristine, undamaged wall in just a single attack. Maybe we're not as safe under our flamethrowers as I was hoping for. Luckily, my stupidity goes unpunished again and we fix the hole in the wall before the next attack strikes. Oh well, another lesson not learned again. Anyway, after 6 hours and 15 minutes with evolution pushing up to 40% and medium spitters, we finally managed to complete the full double wall. And the oil outpost is triple walled even, because we won't be able to go there often to fix and replace stuff. We finally managed to repair the full double wall once more. My furnaces here have run out of coal, but that also means they produced a ton of resources while we were gone. Meanwhile, it seems the entire base is running on the single boiler at the oil outpost. What happened? Did the flamethrower burn down both pipes? Well, I guess a slight redesign should fix that. Also, these annoying ore outcrops have run out, so more space for our future builds. Where was I? Ah yes, a ton of produced resources. Which we can turn into more flamethrower turrets. Now we can fill in all the gaps, starting with the corners seemingly under the most pressure. Meanwhile, also the oil outpost starts to attract bigger attack groups. But should it break down again, we have 8 tanks filled with oil right here in our main base. Another 8 flamethrowers done, another 12 in the making. But I still underestimated the amount of steel needed, so let's give it a quick boost. Eventually we place the last flamethrower and the entire plant defense for our base for the foreseeable future is completed. Now that there are more flamethrowers to create a sea of flames, hopefully it will take less time to barbecue an enemy attack, so that the amount of damage done to the walls per attack is reduced. So let's do one more quick repair round to tidy up and prepare for a round of building, because now that we have double walls we no longer need to be afraid of biters breaking through at any moment, and we can stop monitoring the damage to the walls manually. Only once the enemy fully breaches the outer wall and we hear the alert sound of something breaking, we need to undertake action and repair the damage. In a certain way you can say that we automated the process of monitoring the walls for damage. Anyway, that means we can finally fully focus on the process of building a real, actual, definitive base. So, let's get building. Man oh man, if you look at the sheer size of those attack groups, you think we have a full late game base up already, instead of only a couple temporary miners. I don't even want to think about how those attacks will ramp up massively once we set up some real production. Anyway, so there's plenty of action going on at the walls, but we're gonna ignore— wait, why am I taking damage? Oh. Finally we are ready to fully focus on building an actual base. And to keep the oil flowing in, we first drastically increase the oil buffer tank size. No more distractions there either. It is time to finally turn the resources we've been gathering into the elements you'd see around most normal bases after an hour or so of playtime. We make some large batches so we can keep building for a good while without running out. Anyway, we still have so many science packs left, I think I'll research steel furnaces and steel power poles, so I can immediately build the definitive furnace area without needing to upgrade it later. We just need a few extra science packs. Labs passing science without a delivery point. It looks a little weird, but it'll do I guess. Speaking of labs, 8 are not gonna cut it for the real base, so let's make some more. And let's make 200 steel furnaces. Or 100. Or yeah, we're short on steel again. 66 for now it is. And before we even start the so-called focus building a base phase, the first wall is already breached. Actually, it's looking like it's getting pretty busy everywhere again. And actually that power line is broken with the local boiler about to run out. Oil production must continue, so we grab a chest full of coal and sneak through the forest past a large spitter attack group to go repair the oil. And the walls. And the walls of our base. Will we ever get to building something? With the oil outpost and the base fully repaired, let's give that focus building stuff another try. To avoid getting distracted by more shiny researchable techs, we get rid of the temporary lab setup. I lay out my favorite furnace design, increase it to a stack of 12 and then 24 high, and let's see where it fits best. I managed to fit a yellow belt of copper and a red belt of iron in between the ore patches. Now, do we actually need that? For a short while, yes, we can do slightly better than a yellow belt of iron, but getting a full red belt will be a utopian dream for quite a while. We will only have the starter iron patch to work with for a long time, and in fact, the need to claim another iron patch before this one runs dry is probably the next big challenge. Well, given that we survive the enemy attacks until then, of course. The evolution will venture far into the territory of big biters and big spitters, before we can possibly be ready to expand. The oil pipe gets sabotaged again, and like I said earlier, good luck trying to fix broken underground pipes in the forest. Okay, back to building. Hey, what? No! Another Viper immediately destroys another pipe again. But it's not just the pipes which are in their way, also the trees are going down. Well, let's try something different then. Let's cut away the forest so the biter pathfinding will hopefully become easier, so they won't feel the need to destroy our stuff on their travel. Okay, back to Another wall breaks already. Again, there are spitters in full destruct mode, but fortunately the flamethrower can just barely reach them. Perhaps the walls are at the right distance after all. Hey, building stuff. I found a nice alcove to fit the lab area in. And I bet you we can fit the red and green science manufacturing right here on this cliff edge. And we did. Let's switch it on and see if it works. What, do you think I'm trying to spaghettify as much as possible? Perhaps. But for now I'll claim it's just a side effect of trying to fit purpose-built setups on a small enough area. It's not like we have the space or resources to set up a neat giant 4x4 bus yet, or any other organized system for that matter. Ain't that great? We are 8 hours in, with evolution just 4.5% away from big biters, and we have finally fully automated red and green science. Wonderful. And we even have a basic mall. But on the plus side, the oil area is holding up well now. There were no more breaches or destroyed pipes or power lines. The bad news is the starter iron patch is already down to 200k, starting from 307, and we've just only automated the red-green signs. Will it be enough to progress to the point where we can attempt to break out of our prison and claim the next oil? That is gonna be the next big question. Anyway, that's the reason the first tech we aim for is mining productivity. But is it still worth it? Yes, definitely. It will increase the ore yield from our remaining iron by 10%, giving us 20,000 iron extra for free. Well worth the science cost, as it takes just 2,500 plates to make the required 250 red-green signs. We have plenty of red-green text to plow through, but let's also set up military signs right here. The assemblers are easy enough, but supplying them will take a while, as we need to automate steel, stone bricks and bring coal over as well. But will we have peace and focus while we build that?
No.
Not before long, a single attack breaks 2 walls, fortunately both from the outer wall. Not long after though, the biters break through both walls. Fortunately again, the medium biter reaching the turret already was on fire, but again, we need to drop everything and patch that now. But just before we can patch it, another attack streams in. Oh boy, now that could have ended completely different if they weren't stupid enough to somehow ignore the gaping hole in the wall. So, another full repair round it is. Through editing it might not be obvious, but to illustrate just how long all of this takes, do you remember we placed like 20 extra oil tanks? Yeah, they're all full now, so let's connect yet another batch of 20 tanks. We did manage to set up most of the stuff for military science though. A steel line has been set up on top of the cliffs of science, and we're just finishing off the stone brick smelting over here. Let's meanwhile look at the oil outpost, and we can see that the forest saving strat is working beautifully. All that napalm dead just beside the forest, without a single tree getting burned. Then, finally, 40 full minutes after we place the military science assemblers, everything is set up and we can see if this even worse spaghetti works. Nice! There are not that many useful military science projects that don't additionally require the blue chemical science, but we'll start off by researching 2 levels of extra fire damage for our flamethrower turrets. With just 2% to go to big biters and spitters, I have a feeling we're gonna need it. The demand for iron is growing, so we finally fill in the mixed ore part of the iron mine and priority split it accordingly so that hopefully nothing will back up. Well, not only the iron demand is growing, also the power demand. It was already insufficient before we switched on military science, so expanding power is long overdue. Now, we can't connect 2 steam engines as in our usual setup, but we can build a second line between the turrets and the walls and then bridge the gap with underground pipes. And now we've got 30 megawatts available. It's not a full 40 steam engine setup, because we would need cliff explosives for that, but it doesn't really matter anyway, as long as you keep the 1 boiler for 2 steam engines ratio and don't exceed 20 boilers on a single water line, it's fine. Somehow though, most players seem to be very worried about using the full capacity of their offshore pump, which is one of the cheapest producers in the game, costing about the same as a single segment of underground pipes. Yes, not a pair, a single segment. Meanwhile, we are blasting through the red-green techs, including the modular armor. We do want to be careful not to research techs we don't really need though. If the iron patch runs out before we can escape, well then that's it, the run is over. One of those techs is logistics too. Nice to have? Yes, very. Essential? Well, probably, but not yet. At the cost of just 1 furnace, which we can't keep fed anyway, We can manipulate the yellow belts to essentially behave like red belts by snaking in a second iron ore line and changing the output lines to both output on both sides. We get notified by another breach in the wall. And while we pan around to see the state of affairs in the Foreign Relations Department, we see that the oil patch is out again too. Yet another wooden power pole, probably burned down by our own flamethrowers. Well, here we go again. But this time we are armed with steel power poles, easily placed outside of the range of our flamethrower turrets. Yes, I do have a dark feeling that playing around like this someday is not going to end well for me. Anyway, we decided not to clean up the wooden power poles. Not only could they turn out to be a valuable backup, but we ain't got time for that stuff. Since we're in the relative safety of our shell, I start to forget that we're still under massive pressure to get out of here. Meanwhile, after my smug I don't need red belts tirade, I forget that my macaroni setup relies on iron being only on one side of the belt. Fortunately, it's an easy fix, that could have been much worse. And yes, we really need bots to repair our walls sooner rather than later. Because after yet another repair round, we enter the Big Biter era. Oh no. After 9 hours of playing, the time factor is still the largest contributor to the evolution factor, which has just entered the Biter big boy territory. It seems like once the outer wall is breached, the inner wall will fall much faster, as it takes the flamethrowers a good bit longer to target the inner wall attackers. Good to keep in mind. Anyway, meanwhile we've built 10 oil refineries against the western flamethrower wall. And not long after, we fit plastics against the back of the stone mine. We'll switch on oil refining now, but we will keep production to a minimum on an as-needed basis. That means we won't use buffer tanks until after we've unlocked the much more efficient advanced oil processing technology. Sure, it may seem like we have a lot of oil now, but with our sole oil source dwindling rapidly, we will quickly chew through our supply once we start some real production. Also, until we understand just how strong the new Big Biters actually are, we have temporarily stopped researching. This will slow down production and thus pollution output, resulting in smaller biter attacks. This will hopefully reduce the chance of breaches, as well as give us some valuable extra time to try and set up the complicated blue signs. So let's check out the first attack with just a single Big Biter in the group. He walks easily through lingering ground fire, reaches and gnaws on the wall, but still dies quickly to the direct stream of burning oil, which does much more damage than ground fire. The Big Biters are more dangerous in another way though. While a breakthrough of some medium biters still can be dealt with some grenades, we currently do not have any backup to kill a Big Biter. So, besides regular time-costly interruptions to fully repair the wall, we could really use some help to make sure the walls stay up. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, you are. I think we finally found the help we needed. Him, the Holy Tree of Wisdom. He whose roots reach out to all four walls and with his binding strength will keep this base together. What, you are thinking about bots to automatically repair the walls? Oh ye of little faith, what a heathen and materialist mindset. You should have some faith in the divine powers of the tree. but I guess even divine entities perhaps wouldn't mind some assistance from repair bots. Then the tree immediately helps us design this blue sign setup from hell. Ah! I sure hope we have not awoken an ancient sleeping power we cannot even begin to understand. Actually, it may look like a tangled mess of belts and inserters, but it's really not that bad. The output belt goes down the middle, while the upper and lower belt will supply the blue sign's ingredients. And it actually saves 3 tiles of space to have all belts on the inside. Not insignificant. So, while we first fitted the blue signs assemblers in a convenient location near the lab area, we are still far from actually having blue signs, as we still need to set up all 3 ingredients: sulfur, engines and red chips. Let's start with the simple one. Water and petroleum gas make sulfur, and for future use we also set up sulfuric acid. Then it took me like 20 minutes of puzzling on how to cram these engines in here. This spaghetti is getting out of hand, isn't it? Anyway, we split off iron here to make gears and pipes for the engines, which snake down under this inconveniently placed random tree here in the middle of the base. Then we draw down steel in such a cursed way that even Truppen would reject this material for his cursed Factorio video. The steel ends up on the wrong side of the belt, however, so we abuse a filter splitter to magically switch sides. Then somehow it all ends up at the engines, and there's even space to output the engines on the same belt. That's actually all 4 of the ingredients for flamethrower turrets, so we can automate them right here in the military section of the base too. But for now we want to prioritize the engines going to blue signs, so we use a filter inserter to prevent it from drawing engines off the belt. We can later hand feed engines in this chest to control both when and how many flamethrowers are produced. Since we have an iron crisis upon us, we definitely don't want to overproduce these iron-hungry turrets. All in all, it takes a whopping 1000 iron to produce just 4 of these bad boys. Our iron patch is rapidly dwindling and down to 140k already, and we haven't even produced a single blue sign spec yet. Meanwhile, the first 2 walls of the oil outpost have been breached, and the final wall is down to just a couple hit points. Anyway, after setting up all of that, we decided there is enough space for a 4th pair of green chip assemblers. And we're ready to connect the sulfur and the engines to blue signs. Now we just need to set up red chips in order to start it all up. Really? I specifically designed this wall to be as smooth as possible, to prevent you guys from getting stuck. How can you not find your way past this? Anyway, as also the main base could be breached by the next attack again, the red chips will have to wait as we first fix the walls of our base. And then take another beautiful nature hike to go out and fully repair the oil outpost. Hopefully it's the last time we will have to do that manually. Huh? He changed target? What? Okay then, after you destroy that wall, will you please move on? No? Okay then, let's go deal with that rascal ourselves. Wait, what's this? An unexpected obstacle blocks our way and it has 2 big worms in it. Those guys are incredibly dangerous for us at the moment, so let's try and give them a wide berth. If we can still fit through. Damn, it's getting crowded down here. Okay, under loud disapproval of the local Johnnies, the wall is fully repaired nevertheless. Now let's go deal with that pump sabotaging rascal. Wait, huh? Where'd he go? Strange stuff going on here, man. Strange stuff. But anyway, it solves the problem one way or another. Finally, we have some time to build again, and we can set up the last blue science ingredient, red chips. Actually, we can just copy the blue science design and adapt it for red chips. But despite our recent repair effort, the next wall is already breached. We decide to ignore it for now and just finish blue science first. Advanced oil processing will be the first priority. Then we double the red chip setup, but the alert sounds again. Hopefully it's not that breached wall we ignored. Fortunately, it's not. So we finish the double red chip setup and merge both belts into one. We won't have enough resources to keep them all fed all the time, but at the moment it's running great. It's about time we fix that wall, but man, there's a giant biter attack group just waiting to be triggered into attacking by my presence. Anyway, to get there I first need to walk around this massive cliff. Let's start doing something about that, by the way. But if I don't fix the wall, they will breach the wall when they attack anyway. Carefully we inch closer, and perhaps we can place an extra wall to protect the gap. Phew, fortunately that worked. And here's a visualization of the damage of the direct stream of burning flamethrower oil. Pretty hefty compared to ground fire. Okay, the blue science belt is beginning to fill up, so let's start researching again towards construction bots, so we can automate the repair of our walls. And now that the most important science projects are running, we can start producing some more flamethrower turrets for our future expansion plans. Now, if I had more oil I wouldn't be so worried, but our single and very limited oil source is the sole reason to switch to advanced oil processing immediately. It more than doubles the refining efficiency. Not only does it give you 10 more petroleum gas for the same 100 oil, on top of that it gives you light and heavy oil for free, which we can crack into even more petroleum gas. But now that we started researching again after being idle for a good while, pollution output just exploded again. Now we'll begin the true test of our defenses versus big biters. Now that we no longer use the wasteful basic oil processing, we can refine as much oil as we want, so we can finally add some buffer tanks in the system. We carefully organized 3 petroleum gas tanks to function as a passive fluid splitter between sulfur and plastics. Heavy oil is made into lubricant, which we will need for producing construction bots. And then we set up a very quick and dirty oil cracking. Please turn away your eyes. We will certainly never upgrade it in the future. Meanwhile, the enemy attack groups start to look quite fearsome. Now, should we research mining productivity 2? Unlike the cheap mining productivity 1, the next level is much more expensive, and all in all it will cost about as many resources as that the mines will gain from productivity, so a net 0 result. Instead, let's get that second level of fire damage I forgot and then unlock the personal roboports and faster bots. Mining productivity 2, we're going to skip it for now to not waste our time. Then the first big attack strikes. For a moment it looks they will leap over the walls from the cliff edge, but fortunately they decide against it and awkwardly try to run around it. They still manage to break through an undamaged wall though. Now, we won't fully automate much more for now. We just don't have the resources and we need to carefully control the production of expensive items like blue chips. We need 2 more ingredients for bot frames, so we set up some hand-fed electric engines and bot frame assemblers over here. The last ingredient is batteries. Now, we need batteries for a lot more things than bot frames, so let's make a lot. Let's start off with a full chest of copper and iron each for 3200 batteries. But the iron mine is really starting to struggle now. Only the core miners are still operational and the iron plates belts have slowed down to a trickle. I mean, just look at my pathetic green chip production. We haven't even achieved automated defense yet and still need to start on our offensive capabilities. We will need much more iron still before we can break free. But yep, it is the highest time to go fix that wall again. Okay, so you may be declaring me insane now with all my chock full oil tanks, but I really want to keep oil production going. So, let's reveal the great prison break plan. Laser turrets it is. They do need some expensive upgrades to work well though, and while we took out 2 isolated nests with flamethrowers, there's just no way we can break out with the directional flamethrowers against omnidirectional attacks against continuous biter nest clusters. Especially because we ourselves are not immune to the napalm death, unlike with gun or laser turrets. Also, any big spitter slipping through could kill us from distance in seconds. We need a less dangerous approach for this. Ah yes, we finally set up cliff explosives, but for some reason the assemblers are hogging the petroleum gas tanks. Okay, now that we have some batteries, we can finally start assembling some robot frames. Automated repairs feel within reach now. Of course, our bots will need somewhere to live and some tools to repair things with. Soon, walls, soon. Just hold out a little longer. Meanwhile, we give our future bots access to the walls through a passive provider chest. And we use a super simple circuit condition which tells the inserter to stop taking walls from the chest if there are less than 1500 walls in the chest. But we are down to less than a single yellow belt of iron. And while the defense plan may be nearing completion, we still haven't even begun yet with the offensive plan. Will there be enough iron to make all the stuff we need to even attempt to break out of our prison? Nothing else to do but to push on, and we'll find out later. Let's set up the roboports. Ideally we keep them as far from the walls as possible. This will allow the biter attack and the flamethrower fire to finish before the bots reach the wall to repair them. bots are not fireproof, so this tactic should hopefully limit the amount of bots we lose in this never-ending war. Or, well, never-ending may not be the right word now, is it? I did promise the war will end and we will achieve world peace someday. But hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? There, a little awkwardly placed I admit, but all robots are connected and even the whole... the whole spaceship area is covered. I guess it's also a good idea to give the bots access to the repair packs, as well as an assorted storage chest with various bits and pieces. And finally, oh yes, we can make some actual construction bots. The big moment has arrived. To work, my minions, to work! And not only do we have the repair bots now, we also have cliff explosives. Well, we have finally achieved an automated base defense, but we're still stuck in this rectangular prison. And the iron is running out faster than you can say pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Okay then, so we're not running out of iron any minute now, but the situation is bad. A quick recap. We started off with 300k iron. By the time we set up red and green signs, we were down to 200k. Now that we finally managed to automate our defenses, we are down to just 80k. No, 79k already. So the question is, do we still have enough oomph in our base left to scramble together an offense? Well, it does seem like we can stop worrying about defenses for a while, so we can start worrying about improving our offensive capabilities in order to claim the next source of iron. But the next nearest iron source is located behind several gigantic and connected biter bases, and the squishy small biters of the early game are a distant memory of the past, as the nests are meanwhile populated by lots of tough big biters and big spitters. Allow me to quickly explain why the other resources are still plentiful, but iron is such a big problem. So all 4 of the ore patches start out with about 300k of ore in them, but basically the whole base and defense is built almost fully with iron. Belts, iron. Pipes, iron. Tanks and chests, iron. Power plant, iron. Flamethrowers, iron. Okay, but what about the machines that use electronics, like miners, assemblers, inserters? Why yes, they use some copper for the circuits, but they are still over 80% iron. Okay then, but what about the science packs? Surely they are better balanced? Nope. Red, green and military science all are about 70% iron. Ah, but I heard late game you need more copper, so fortunately at least the blue science uses more copper than iron, right? 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 Nope, still over 60% iron. This is why I've been careful not to research techs which are nice to have, but which we don't really need yet, like logistics 2. We now have less than 80k iron ore remaining, and the average tech costs us between 1 and 4k of iron. And if we have to choose between logistics 2 or 10 more laser turrets, I'll take the laser turrets please. Still, we are far from being done with research. In order to even have a chance of breaking out of here, we need several stacks of laser turrets, a filled up power armor, a field of accumulators and so on. All of those stacks are expensive, and I haven't even talked about the cost to build the stuff unlocked by those stacks yet. So while we may better understand the iron problem now, it doesn't actually solve the problem. There's nothing else to do but to get on with it and see how far we can get before the iron runs out. Well, both the aforementioned laser turrets as well as the accumulators require lots of batteries, so we need at least one more batch. Another 3k iron down the drain. We also need to research the power armor, which requires blue chips as well. 500 blue science, that's another 10,000 iron, just to get the required technology. And I haven't even mentioned the several other technologies we still need to fill up the armor with gadgets. We make another 100 construction bots, we still need them for the oil outpost, our soon to be personal roboports, and hopefully for the future iron outpost. As these things all have a long assembling time, we prepare another 200 electric engines as well. Not only do we need them for bots, they are also needed for the exoskeleton equipment and the power armor itself. So yeah, the oil outpost also needs a roboport with repair bots. But it's getting quite dangerous to try to walk down there. Now that the place is managed by bots though, hopefully it will be the last time we have to come down here ourselves. Back at the base, we set up some temporary blue chips. Not automated because they are expensive, we only need them for a few things involving the power armor. Then we get notified that a bot has died, the second one already. If their fatality rate increases, we may also still be in a defensive pickle. That's yet another thing to keep an eye on. Even though it will cost us an additional 4k iron, we opted to go for the Mark II batteries and Mark II shields. They each require 10 of the Mark I versions, so we prepare them in assemblers. Oh, right, and to research those Mark II elements we need another 700 blue signs, which means another 14,000 iron. I can already feel 100 blue chips are not gonna be enough, so we're gonna make several more batches. We are still rocking our early game heavy armor, but now we are finally ready to make the power armor. And since we skipped the basic modular armor, we can enjoy an extra 20 inventory slots. The power armor also has much better acid and fire resistance. While there's no notable extra physical defense against big biters, the real benefit from the power armor lies in its 7x7 inventory grid, which we will fully utilize. The stuff in the power armor's inventory grid requires electricity to run, so to start off we make 15 portable solar panels. And for a better chance to outrun the biters, we prepare not 1 but 3 exoskeletons. One personal robot can support 10 construction bots, so by making 3 we can have 30 bots out there building stuff at any time. While we are still waiting for the Mark II components, we can already start using our new shinies. We can switch elements in the armor based on our current needs, and right now we need more power. Let's give it a quick test. Ah, nice. Reaching personal bots is always a great moment. Meanwhile, we have obtained a boatload of batteries. 2000 of them are going to be turned into 400 accumulators. What? Accumulators? Are you mad? Where exactly do you plan to set up a giant solar farm then? Ah, my friend, accumulators can be useful without solar power too. More on that later. Oh man, now we're getting to the truly expensive step of our plan, creating the laser turrets. We're there. Oh, perhaps we actually need to research the tech first. Instead of only the shooting speed and damage upgrades we researched earlier. The plan is to make 200 laser turrets. That requires 4000 steel, 4000 green chips and 2400 batteries, costing us a truly massive amount of iron. Now 200 turrets may sound a lot, but trust me, once we start we'll burn through them faster than you can say Besides, we spent an equal amount of iron for the research and upgrade cost. That cost would be obscene if we made only 50 turrets. Still, they are expensive. In fact, so expensive that we have insufficient resources, despite emptying our entire stockpile. So now we start to chip into our iron plates buffer to give several quick boosts to both steel and green chips. Because our true iron production barely feeds anything now. It's almost down to half a yellow belt. Well, we are power capped again, but now that we exploded the cliffs with our cliff explosives, we finally expand the power plant to the usual 20 boiler setup. So for the Mark II armor components, we also need a handful of low density structures. So I guess you get the point, it's just like owning a boat. For just about every step we make from here, we will need to bring out another few thousand iron. Whoa, we just lost 3 bots at the same time. Did I overestimate how OP repair bots are? Well, who's to say? The facts are that we lost 6 bots in total so far, 4 at the main base and 2 at the oil outpost. The first low density structures are ready, so we grab them and some blue chips to make our fancy schmancy Mark II shields and Mark II batteries. Especially the batteries are very useful, if not essential. That's because personal robots are very power hungry and they drain the Mark I batteries extremely fast. The Mark II batteries have 5 times the capacity of the Mark I, so it's as if we have now 15 Mark I batteries in our armor, instead of only 3. That's going to make a huge difference in our struggle to break out of here, mark my words. Because we're a long way off from having enough resources for 200 laser turrets, we decide to produce them in 2 batches, and this chest is the first batch of 100 laser turrets. And now that the first 8 laser turrets are ready, I know just the place to go take a small field test. Now, a smart guy would have inserted his shields into his armor before going into battle. Especially since we're going up against the dangerous big worms, and I'm planning to personally be the bait for all enemy attacks to keep my bots from getting targeted and destroyed. Well, let's see how it goes. Wonderful! Of course, it's just a handful of enemies instead of the hundreds we'll face later, but a positive result nevertheless. Oh, by the way, you want to see just how dangerous the big worms are? This is how much big worm spit hurts. No, not this much. This much. And the power armor we're wearing now has double the acid resistance compared to the heavy armor which we had last time. Nice, the accumulators are ready. I'll research 2 more techs, one offensive, one defensive. Which is which? Well, substations is the offensive tech, believe it or not. Rocketry will give us a way to defend against any stray big biters we may encounter, as our machine gun could as well be loaded with paper, it wouldn't make a difference. Alright, we cleaned up the temporary stuff a little, and actually the substation also can help us set up the accumulators more satisfactorily, I guess. Exactly 80 accumulators fit around one substation. Now let's find a place to fit them. But dude, we're relying on steam power, not solar power, so we don't need accumulators to help us through the night. Why exactly are we placing accumulators then? Well, our steam engines alone are massively insufficient to power our planned laser turret assault. They will cause huge power spikes, demanding several times more electricity than our steam engine's 36 megawatts capacity can supply. Those power spikes are exactly the moment the accumulators will activate. They will facilitate the temporary 100 plus megawatts of power that the laser turrets will demand. So yes, while our maximum long-term average power output is still the steam engine's 36 megawatts, the steam engines will work harder in the off times to charge the accumulators. And the accumulators will make sure we have uninterrupted power supply to the laser turrets in peak times, instead of them running out of power, failing to shoot and succumb to the biters. At least that's the theory, we'll have to see. Not only are we running out of iron, we're also running out of space. Our small base is starting to look pretty full now. The first 100 laser turrets are done, but it's just not enough to attempt a full breakout. We will simply run out of turrets too fast. That means we need another 2000 steel for the second batch, but we have truly reached the bottom of our lunchbox. Next to our absolute iron problem, additionally the rate at which we can extract the iron is severely hampering our progress. Only a dozen or so miners are still operational. So while we wait for more production, let's just look at this fun dance between the Johnnies and the bots. And let's spend our last iron reserves on boosting our steel production. We meanwhile gathered the required green chips and batteries, we are just waiting for the steel. Well, at least we've got mining productivity 1, which is not only creating 10% extra ore out of thin air due to its productivity bonus, it simultaneously grants that extra ore as a 10% rate of production bonus on top of the regular mining speed. So that's something, I guess. Finally, I have rambled on for long enough, and while having depleted over 90% of the iron ore patch, we managed to get our hands on another 2000 steel, and we can start the final production batch of 100 laser turrets. And to prevent our last iron ore from slowly getting turned into steel, we delete the buffer chest and cut off the iron supply after the 6th furnace. Iron can be turned into steel, but steel cannot be turned back into iron. Oh right, we also shouldn't forget to make some rockets and the rocket launcher. With an abysmal shooting speed of 1 rocket per second though, it still won't save us from major screw-ups, but at least it gives us a chance to save our life against a handful of enemies. 200 explosion damage instead of 8 physical damage, which is fully blocked by big biter armor anyway. Now that is something we can work with in the current fauna. Then we check the building blocks of the evolution one last time, because we are ready. With 200 laser turrets at our disposal and the promise of 3.5 million iron, we are ready to do whatever it takes in order to claim that iron for ourselves. Between us and that iron lies this. Large interconnected biter bases, with small but high evolution biter expansions sprinkled in between. These expansions contain the dangerous big worms, whose high damage acid attacks outrange our laser turrets by over 50%. Even the medium worm, which we'll encounter in the large biter bases near the iron, have slightly more range than our laser turrets, meaning they can shoot at us before we can shoot them. Well, victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. Following the advice of the legendary Sun Tzu himself, we have been meticulously planning every detail during every moment of this playthrough. It has all been leading up to this very moment. Have we already won the war before we go into battle? Or are we, forced by our iron deficit, going into battle too early, already being defeated, and then seek to win? It will all become clear. So, if you thought that I was just gonna rush into battle like a madman, then you didn't take Sun Tzu's advice to heart. We are going to win first and then go into battle. Now, a good preparation is half the battle, so we take great care in designing our offense blueprint, taking in mind several key concepts. First, our personal roboports support 30 bots only, so the blueprint should consist of no more than 30 elements. That means the whole blueprint can be placed simultaneously by the 30 bots. This is important because, let's face it, bots don't like you. If they need 2 trips to place the blueprint, you can bet on it that they'll decide not to place the substation on the first trip, leaving your shiny laser turrets unpowered. And by the time they'll get back there with the substation, your laser turrets are dead, and so will be your bots. And if we lose our turrets, it's over. We don't have enough resources to keep replacing them. The second key concept is to make our blueprint tileable, both horizontally and vertically. This will make sure every new placement is protected by the previous placement and automatically connected to the power network. For the vertical distance we choose the maximum substation connection distance, in order to make more progress with each step. The third concept is to space the turrets 1 tile apart, which will prevent splash damage from damaging multiple turrets at once. Fourth, we remove the corner turrets. They have the highest likelihood to be targeted by many enemies, most of which will not be among our turrets' first targets if they even are in range of the other turrets at all. Fifth, we make sure some of the turrets overlap between each blueprint placement. And finally, for situations where we'll face heavy resistance too large for our vertical connection distance, we counterintuitively remove 1 turret. This allows us to vertically fit another blueprint placement more close by, with a new substation taking the spot of that removed turret. Then we check the building blocks of the evolution one last time, because we are ready. Now, the first nest should be very easy. It's small, lies fairly isolated, and we've still got the protection of our base in the back. Also, the nearby lake even took a bite out of their base, changing its shape from a dangerous circular blob to a long and thin banana, so it's easy enough to just keep chipping away at the front. We can even use some grenades and rockets to help out. Even the accumulators were not impressed by that biter base. They haven't even broken a sweat yet. A small retreat to reassemble the troops, and let's tackle the next one. which goes down without a problem. Now we need to take on the small expansions, which contain worms outranging us. But we can actually use the rocket launcher to help out with that. Another small expansion with only one medium worm protecting it. Let's just fully overpower them and place a blueprint right in their face. But the biters actually are smart. Even though the bot tries to place the substation to power the lasers, the spitters physically block the placement, leaving our turrets without power. Once the substation is finally placed though, the lasers quickly overpower the small biter base. Anyway, we lost 4 bots due to this smart enemy tactic. Now, before we continue any further, we already placed the belts which will bring back the iron ore from the future iron outpost. And in our case, while both setups can carry 30 ore per second, 2 yellow belts are better than 1 red belt. Not only are 2 yellow belts cheaper than 1 red belt, it also requires us to place twice as many belts. This is a good thing, because every belt we place reduces the nearby enemy expansion chance. That enemy expansion demotivation is actually the main reason we already placed those belts now. Without those belts, the enemy will likely settle several expansions right behind our back as we push further out. At the next base we place the initial laser turrets quite badly inside the range of a big worm who resides outside the range of our laser turrets. Big worms are so powerful they easily one-shot construction bots. So we quickly stash our repair packs in a chest so no more bots fly out trying to repair damaged turrets or fellow damaged bots, and again use the rocket launcher to solve the problem. Maybe I was wrong about classifying the rocket launcher as a defensive tech. There are still several other big worms present, so we use the in-your-face technique again. But we still lose a couple more bots in the process. This technique we're using is probably the main reason the higher bot speeds are hidden behind the yellow high-tech signs, and rightly so. Anyway, denying the bots access to the repair packs is an important element of our strategy, so hopefully I won't forget to do that just about every time from now on. Not only will that keep them from dying while trying to repair stuff, it will also keep them available for new construction, making sure the laser turrets get powered. Bots not being available for construction due to trying to repair stuff is exactly what happens during the next attack. And like predicted, of all the things, they skip placing the substation, leaving our laser turrets as sitting ducks. After I spent so much effort outlining all of the finer details of my blueprint design, I am not using it accordingly, with these embarrassing small disasters happening as a result. Let's hope that when we start taking out the real biter bases, we will step up our game, because if we frick up there, it can all be over in an instant. Then we sneak in the forest by midnight to place some more illegal belts, destroying whatever rainforests and scenic cliff formations which may be on our way. Meanwhile, our base is mostly idle, using only 8 megawatts. This is great actually, as it gives us a large power margin to keep the accumulators from running out too quickly once we assault the big nests. Next up are 2 big connected biter bases, smartly located inside the forest, making it more difficult for us to place our blueprints. This is the first real test, which we should not screw up. So naturally we forget to stash our repair packs in a chest outside of the bot's reach. So we lose another 3 bots quickly. Again leading to an unplaced substation. But hey, at least we're using our blueprint as intended this time. I can't say we're doing great, but we're making progress nonetheless. I tried to help out personally with some grenades. A foolish move, because the enemy has grown far too powerful for me to attack in person, even while wearing the Mark I power armor. Once the different acid attacks reduce your mobility enough, you become too slow to move out of the way for new acid attacks. Then the damage can stack up very fast and it can be hard to impossible to retreat at that point. And then, yes, a true miracle, I finally start to use my blueprint correctly as I intended with the design. I even put my repair packs away this time. And as you can see, once we use the blueprint correctly, it is indeed very powerful. Stand back, place, wait for the bots to build it while holding down shift to keep the blueprint grid position, and once the bots return, swipe left, right or up for the next placement. Rinse and repeat. With this method we actually managed to plow through the 2 connected biter bases with relative ease, while keeping both ourselves and our bots mostly out of the line of fire. The key to this method is to keep pushing forward as quickly as possible, so any worms outranging the current laser turrets don't have enough time to destroy them. Needless to say, this method does quickly eat up our available laser turrets, which is the main reason I insisted on 200 turrets before starting the attack. Running out in the middle of a push like this would be pretty bad. While we did clear a walking path towards the iron ore patch, we are not done yet. The most difficult part is yet to come. There's one more giant biter nest located way too close to the iron patch. But first, as we reach the edge of our explored terrain, let's place a whole bunch of raiders to quickly reveal a lot of land. So now let me show you how not to turret creep. Pro tip: when using the turret creep method, first place a protected fallback point, so you don't die like an idiot while the bots take all the time in the world to place the turrets. I have showcased so many forms of bad combat during this playthrough, it is truly a miracle I'm still alive. We must have been blessed by an overwatching entity or something, I don't know. Anyway, before we take on the final boss biter base of the iron mine, we first need a moment of zen. So let's change our flamethrower defense to be behemoth spitter proof, which basically means placing the flamethrowers one tile further back. And once we try to fit the blueprint around the iron mine, we can clearly see there's no way around it. This giant nest needs to go. Meanwhile, the raiders revealed a lot of new terrain, and you can clearly see the open land between the giant biter bases has already been settled with new biter expansions during the course of the game. To meet my endgame promise of world peace though, somehow I will have to find a way to kill all enemies and bases, even in the unrevealed map. How the heck is that even possible? Anyway, let's focus on the order of the day for now. Taking out the final boss. Oh shit, forgot about the repair packs again, oh no. Oh, stowed them away just in time. Okay, let's be smart with the blueprints this time. Nice progress, nice progress. The accumulators are 2/3 drained though. Should we retreat? Nah, I think we can finish this nest off before they run out. Push forward. Alright, that'll do. Let's retreat. I think we can truthfully say we've conquered the iron mine now. Huzzah! Let's compare the evolution building blocks before and after destroying just a couple of these massive biter bases. Before we started on our rampage, the enemy destroy factor contributed a measly 1/14 to the evolution factor. Now it has grown to a whopping 1/4. But let's not waste too much time, let's build that iron mine before the enemy expands back right on top of it. We start by outlining the defensive perimeter with our blueprints. Then we can use the copy tool to see exactly how much stuff we need to go collect from the main base, most notably 700 walls and 22 flamethrower turrets. As well as roughly 125 miners. I hope we still have some iron left at the main base to actually make those miners though. Some of the stuff we already have on us. But before we allow the bots to build the belts, we make sure to deny them access to our miners and flamethrowers, as those could trigger biter attacks before we are ready to handle them. Fortunately, yes, we do have enough iron to make the iron miners for my iron mine. But with only 5 iron miners still operational and 8k iron ore remaining, it sure was a close call. Let's already connect the new iron ore belts to the furnace array, so it'll automatically start up once the new iron mine is built. So let's head back to the outpost. Oh, some biters. No problem, I will just escape through my walls again like before, with my fake deconstruction hack. No bots, don't take down the walls! Are you mad? Man oh man, I'm telling you, bots really do hate your guts. Okay, so that trick we can't use anymore, Lemau. Anyway, we hopefully protect the belts from the flamethrower fire as long as the biters will cooperate by not attacking the walls out of reach of the flamethrowers. We are not going to construct 700 walls with our 30 personal bots though. I'd almost forget you can use construction robots to actually construct things instead of only keeping the walls repaired. So while the bots will slowly but surely construct the full wall, we will need to get some oil over here for the flamethrowers. So we need to barrel some. We go with 400 barrels, which is equal to about 80% of a fluid storage tank. Finally, we take some repair packs, the first half of the oil barrels, and I think we're ready to finalize the setup and switch it on. A new biter expansion has already settled in the now vacated lands. Anyway, we can't keep them out, so let's not worry about it. Only now that we have the flamethrower fuel on location, we will allow the bots to place the flamethrowers. Defensive perimeter complete. Lastly, we allow the bots to place the mines. And before 2 minutes have gone, pollution is already spreading out on biter bases on all sides, and we can see the first attack group forming. Oh, looks like they were already not the first. Anyway, the bots should be able to run the show without our help now, so let's head back to the main base where we can now have all the things. And only after using over 99% of our starter iron mine, we finally managed to get a new source of iron flowing into the base. Full bells, baby. With 3.5 million iron under our control now, we can treat ourselves to all things iron again. A steel buffer, red chips. Actually, frick you, iron chests. Let's upgrade the whole base to steel chests. Away with those crappy iron chests. Next to the wooden chests you go. Let's not forget to bring over the other half of the oil barrels to the iron outpost. There, I think that's gonna be enough oil for a long time. And also, we're gonna tech all the things. So, what's next? Have we won the game? Well, no actually. While iron was surely the most pressing issue due to the whole base being made out of iron, soon we will need more of all other resources as well. In fact, coal is already struggling right now, and we have no long-term solution for oil, and we're entering the stage where the emphasis shifts over from iron to copper, which will become an issue very soon. Basically, while it may not be apparent immediately, we still have the same problem as with the iron before, except it's now 3 times the problem. Thanks to the huge forest in between us and the iron, we had to clear relatively few biter bases to get over there, but I don't see easy solutions for the other resources. And with biter evolution further increased since the iron assault, the ever-growing ratio of big biters and big spitters will cause more and more problems. Will we prevail? Find out, you guessed it, next time. By the end of the last movie, we overcame impossible odds to settle down, and then, after a fierce race with our rapidly dwindling starter iron mine, we finally managed to break free and claim a second iron patch, taking the first steps outside of our protected starter area. Now we have solved our iron problem, but soon we will have 3 times the problem to overcome, with coal, copper and oil running out simultaneously, and it doesn't seem all that obvious how to overcome that. Our struggle is far from over. First, we need to do something about the most pressing matter. while we still have 180k coal remaining, it's all concentrated under just 20 or so miners, and the rate of production is becoming insufficient. We've set the priority output to the steam engines, so we will keep power, but soon the furnaces will start running out. So, after solving the iron problem, but with all other resources starting to struggle, it'd be a great time to finally get mining productivity too, as besides making your ore patch yield 10% more, it also boosts the miner's rate of production by another 10%. Also now we're just gonna research all of the red-green techs and get them out of our sight. I was afraid to invest in these before we secured the new iron mine, but now we can make a boatload of efficiency modules to reduce power consumption. Not only will it directly help with the coal problem by reducing the power plant's consumption, it will also strongly decrease pollution output of our most dirty machinery. Because currently, with the new iron mine operational, pollution output and thus byte attacks are starting to shoot through the roof. Well, we need to start prospecting for new sources of copper, coal and oil, and preferably also stone and uranium. Actually, one patch of all of those resources are located roughly in the general direction of the iron mine, except for oil. And while you are distracted by these beautiful flaming bastards fending off yet another biter attack, I've designed this very awkwardly looking wall plan, which indeed contains one patch of all the different resources, except for oil. The only viable source of oil which I can see lies isolated in the far south, and I'm not ready to venture that far out just for a single resource just yet. So, to solve the oil problem at least for the short term, we're going to need to go with coal liquefaction. In the meantime, we produced over 500 efficiency modules ready to be deployed. And we are done living like a scrub. Let's get some true gates in the wall instead of abusing the deconstruction planner, especially after the most recent fiasco. The miners are by far the worst polluters of the base. Miners can take 3 efficiency modules, however, reducing their pollution output by a whopping 80%. This alone will have great effect in reducing the number of biters per attack. After placing efficiency modules in all the miners, including those at the main base, you can see we went from 1100 to just 225 pollution per minute, and instead of being in the lead by a 200% margin, the miners have now dropped to the 3rd place behind the boilers and steel furnaces. Now, oil refineries are not that polluting, but they are very power hungry, and efficiency modules also help by cutting the power consumption by 80%. And while pump jacks are not that big of a deal in the overall picture, their isolated location means that efficiency modulating them still helps a lot with the local pollution around the oil fields. We won't stop there though, we're gonna efficiency module the heck out of this base to further reduce power consumption, and thus coal consumption. After efficiency moduling absolutely everything, we decrease power consumption to just 15 megawatts again, and in the process solve the immediate coal crisis. The coal belts are slowly backing up again. And in the meantime, our starter iron mine is fully depleted now. We really just barely made it in time. And new enemy expansions are popping up dangerously nearby again. Now, before the quest for the new iron patch, I chose to forgo the last accessible level of laser speed and damage, as they'd cost another 12k iron in research, but now we can get them. Even though we put efficiency modules in every polluting machine out there, they are not the only module we need. So, a batch of productivity modules and speed modules are in the making. And yes, after calculating just how much iron researching techs actually costs, I probably should have done this hours ago, but better late than never. 8% less science consumption for the low cost of 48 productivity modules. As the labs don't directly produce pollution themselves, The only additional cost is the increased power usage. This is compensated for manifold though by the decrease in number of science packs needed. Now we're going to properly automate some of the stuff we had temporary setups for before. Sulfuric acid, batteries, blue chips, low density structures, why? Well, compared to getting to the iron, gaining access to all the other resources inside our planned future walls is going to be much harder. Not only are the biter bases more dense and better interconnected, also the evolution factor is significantly higher now. So we are going to need some level ups as well. Most notably, we want the Mark II Roboports inserted in the Mark II power armor with its double inventory grid size. And 2 more upgrades to the bot's flight speed will make all the difference in keeping both us and them out of trouble. For all of this though, we will need a whopping 1200 high-tech science packs, which is actually comparable to the minimum amount required to launch a rocket. That means finally we will start to need loads of copper, but guess what? Now the copper mine isn't able to keep up, and it's producing less than a yellow belt of copper. And while the efficiency modules postponed the coal problem, we still need to do something about the situation. I'm not happy about using my poor and only oil source for this, but we're out of options. If we run out of coal, we can't make plastics, which means no red chips, no low density structures and no science. I will need to feed the power plant with solid fuel. To make ourselves feel better, let's stare into our full chests of steel, oh glorious steel! Well, that helps. We're going to go the extra mile to make the productivity module 2 for the yellow science project. Using them in both the yellow science assemblers as in the labs will yield a total productivity bonus of just over 25%. Reducing the required amount of the yellow science pack ingredients by 20%. We are still too poor to give all of our labs the expensive productivity module 2 though, so we'll just restrict the yellow science belt to reach only the 8 labs that do have them. We also make another batch of 200 laser turrets for our next expansion project. As well as a bigger accumulator buffer. The next offense is gonna be a lot more serious. Our tech pace is very slow though, and instead of waiting around, we can start off by clearing the relatively safe south part. The south contains mostly small isolated expansions, and the big nests are located isolated as well, so they won't be able to draw help from adjacent nests. The northern section looks far more dangerous. Actually, this may be a mistake. A strong argument can be made for clearing the difficult section first, as with every nest destroyed, we push the evolution factor higher, making the next attack ever more difficult. Anyway, for the first time this game I didn't even break a sweat. That was a total pushover. Then we go in full disrespect mode while planning our walls. The relocated former South Biterville inhabitants will have to be asked to move once again. But we want to welcome little Johnny inside of our walls. What bots, what? You don't have underground belts? I don't have time to come over, you can collect them here yourselves. We expanded the accumulators from 4 2/2 sloppy clusters to 8 neatly organized clusters. Oh boy, those expanding biters are not wasting any time, I tell you. But it's like the 5 minutes rule, right? If it lays on the ground for less than 5 minutes, the dirt has no time to settle on your food. So if we quickly clear those biters, nobody will have known they were there. Well, we won't let that happen again. But a smart player would start building flamethrowers from the other side, where they would be connected to the fuel. Anyway, since flamethrowers only fire to the front, we need to protect their back with some laser turrets, for as long as the other walls are not in place yet. But as we extend the wall north, we had to change our mind about including little Johnny in our base. We would need to burn down too much forest to place the wall up there. We'll align it with the existing wall south of Johnny instead. Something we could have done actually from the very beginning instead of making that weird squiggle. Anyway, after severely stomping several small southern expansions, we can start the southern wall. Which will eventually connect to the oil outpost. For that we will need to push back this large nest a little. Which is not that hard, but a little awkward because I forgot to take cliff explosives. But eventually we connect with the oil outpost. Finally, all desired yellow tags have completed, but we don't have enough advanced materials yet to be able to make the power armor Mark II, let alone fill it up with inventory. We need to turn 250 blue chips into level 2 modules though. This is a slow process, so we can start off by making those. Another rascal, a bit bigger this time. Let's tickle him a bit with 1 damage red bullets before we take him out with 2 simple rockets. Whoa, stylish. As we extend the oil outpost walls north, we get unexpected visitors through the back, demonstrating the flamethrower's weakness as well. I am kind of forced into a corner here, but this is exactly the kind of pickle we can now easily get out of thanks to the extra precaution of researching the rocket launcher earlier. As a temporary solution, we'll give each flamethrower a partner to watch its back. Yes, we can finally make the power armor Mark II, the second strongest armor in the game. And no matter how clumsily I place my existing gear inside its huge grid, it still looks empty in there. But all of our resources are very low now, especially the important copper has slowed down to a trickle. Hopefully we can get enough to make our required gear. We also have researched logistics robots, but not for the logistics robots, if that makes any sense. We are not planning to make any logistics robots for a while. Instead, the real benefit is gaining access to the logistics trash slots, which are basically 30 free inventory slots before you actually make logistics robots. A nice place to store stuff you might need, but which clutters up your main inventory like crazy. So, while we wait for the copper, we are generously gonna give back some terrain to the biters. We finally get the Mark II Roboports and my power armor is filled up. Let's check the effect under the watchful eye of little Johnny. And while we head out there braver than the brave Sir Robin, the base bots are tasked with deconstructing these now obsolete walls. And those busy boys have made like 6 biter expansions here. It's not too hard to clean up, especially with our new gear, but the long range big worms cause quite some damage. But do you remember what I said about the logistic trash slots? They're also a nice and handy place to hide your repair packs away from the construction bots during combat, so that the bots don't try and kill themselves too hard. With the 6 expansions gone, we can block off the last southern nest so they don't attack us in the back while we push forward. We actually continue this idea out west with a lightly defended anti-biter expansion wall. There is no pollution there yet, so except for the small expansion parties, there should be no big attacks over there. And while the real plan is to turn the wall north here, we temporarily continue west. The placed entities in general perhaps will function as even stronger biter expansion deterrent than the flamethrowers themselves. I'm starting to run out of laser turrets though. I've got over 150 laser turrets tied up to defend the southern flamethrowers from biter backstabbing, so it would really help to be able to reclaim them before we attack the north. But with the north properly defended from new enemy expansions, we can focus on the southern nest first. Well, surprisingly I've learned from my mistakes during the iron expansion era, so I've adjusted the grid of the laser turret blueprint to fit more tightly together, so it forms a nice uninterrupted grid of laser turrets. And my deconstruction planner only deconstructs laser turrets now, so there should be no accidental power cuts. And with no medium or big worms to outrange our turrets, this should be a laid-back stomp fest. We keep running out of laser turrets though, which reinforces my last point about needing to reclaim them. But with the inner area fully secured now, we can collect all the southern laser turrets. And we also extend the main base's Roboports network out south, to protect the wall which is under pressure from pollution triggered attacks. And now that we command over 350 laser turrets again, we are ready to go to war on the heavily defended northern biter bases. And our resource deficit is actually helping us. The base is mostly idle again, which gives the steam engines 25 to 30 megawatts of available power to feed the laser turrets and keep the accumulators topped off. The accumulators have been doing work already, as is visible in the left graph. Now let's see if the power generation can keep up during our first serious attack. But first, since the flamethrower defense now needs an inside corner anyway, I spent some additional time to redo the outside corner and straight section blueprints properly. Biters, please excuse me while I brutally lay out my blueprints over your city to illustrate that, no matter which turns you need to make, the blueprint will end up exactly overlapping itself. So let's find the right location on the map to lay down the first inside corner. Of course I forget to stow away my repair packs, which could be a costly mistake if there were any medium or big worms present. Fortunately, also this nest is so close to spawn that it contains only small worms. We keep a keen eye on our accumulators. If they run out, our laser's DPS will be decimated and the biter spawn rate from the nest will quickly overpower and destroy us. So with 1 gigajoule in the accumulators left, we make a timely retreat in order to allow the steam engines to recharge the accumulators again. We don't need to stand around waiting though, so let's get to work on the wall. It's a long way around to... Wait, those biters have settled right on top of the uranium patch? I sure hope they don't turn into the highly explosive nuclear biters. After building the wall as far up north as we dare, we continue on our Stompfest. And let's introduce another hotkey which we can use in an overpowered way. You can use Ctrl-Z as a highly efficient deconstruction tool. It cancels your last build or blueprint action one at a time, so we can use it to strategically retreat our laser turret advance in reverse order. A certain pattern starts to emerge. We wall to recharge the accumulators. Then we stomp to make space for more wall. Wall and stomp. 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 This time I didn't forget about the repair packs, and actually let's keep them away from the bots by default. That sounds much safer, yes? Okay, I give in. I wanted the trees to survive one grenade hit early on, but at this point we've stopped using grenades other than to destroy trees, so let's finally get the tree insta-kill upgrade. After some more walling and stomping around the coal outcrop, we figure out the next inside corner to include the copper patch within our area. And then get ready to take out the last big nest inside of our future base. And finally, a proper display of offense. This is how to absolutely no-diff physically bulldoze through biter nests. Even though the evolution is terrifyingly high at 80%, without long-range worms which can outrange the laser turrets, there's just no counterplay for them. But that also means the difficult fights are still to come. To celebrate my small victory, I enjoy my new 3 insta-killing grenades alone in the dark. And here you can clearly see the limits of the strategy. Even a relatively small nest protected by some actual beefy worms can do a lot of damage and even score a kill. It would be very difficult to pull the strategy off against big nests with dozens of long-range worms. We decided to wall on straight instead of the planned extreme zigzagging. Meanwhile, the uranium biters wake up, but fortunately they don't cause nuclear explosions. At least not yet. I killed the uranium biters off camp to hide the evidence. No, just kidding. Settling on the uranium has no effect on the biters. Really. I promise. What? There's no need to look it up on the wiki. Come on, let's continue. Now, the next fight looks deceivingly trivial, doesn't it? But it's not. We are now in medium worm territory and these guys outrange our laser turrets. So we strategically deal with the easier south section first to reduce enemy spawns rushing in. Anyway, the resistance is crazy high. Bots and turrets are falling left and right and the laser turrets shooting like crazy while the accumulators are draining rapidly. But before the accumulators ran out, while we did suffer some losses, we came out victoriously. And now we can complete the wall while retaining the required social distance from the biters. Then it's time for the final push. We enthusiastically get started. And promptly run out of substations. Abort mission, abort mission. Instead of returning to the base to make some more, we scavenge nearby whatever we can find and change up the blueprint a little. Let's go! And it's again a stompfest, but what did you expect? You can actually see the small worms idly waiting for the next line of laser turrets to come kill them. We finish the wall, but the wall ends in kind of an unfortunate position, where biters can easily approach from the side to put much pressure on the lightly defended corner. So we push out the wall just a little more, so we can find a more right angle junction between the wall and the lake. And with that, we gained access to another instance of all the resources. Even to oil through coal liquefaction, although the coal patch is by far the smallest of the lot, and it will have to double duty as coal and oil. But hey, we have some resources, we have some space, and although we still have a lot of work to do before we can declare world peace, the future is looking bright. Very bright. Extremely bright.
It's been exactly 200 days since I crash landed on this god-forsaken planet. 200 days of hiding in the forests, running for my life from these hive mind-like creatures. They seem to know. Ugh. Their intelligence is low, but their number seem near unlimited, and their empire reaches as far as my radars can see, and beyond. It is only after fighting the fiercest of battles I finally managed to secure enough of a foothold from where there seems hope. Hope, along with access to all of the vital resources I need to grow bigger, stronger, and set up a bigger base, one which is not solely focused on pure survival, but at least partly focused on production and revenge. Don't forget about revenge.
Yes, after 200 days on this planet, we are finally no longer at the point where every decision is vital to our immediate survival. This heavily spaghettified base was designed and built with a single purpose, and that purpose has been fulfilled. Now, there's no meaningful way to expand this base any further. That's just one of the consequences of building a spaghetti base. But this base has done its job, and it's done so excellently. We won't tear this base down, we leave it up as our legacy. A reminder to stay humble, as our power and influence will surely grow further and further with time. We'll come visit from time to time. Thank you, base, for carrying me, and thank you, the viewer, for the incredible support and motivation you've given me throughout this series. Thank you for all the nice comments, as well as the honest feedback, and thank you for your monetary support through super thanks, PayPal, and joining my Patreon to support me in this journey and the next. Well, it's been an incredible journey, but yet here we are. It seems like we have finally passed the point where we can fail this challenge at any moment now. Due to the former meticulous importance of every small detail, we've spent the first 10 episodes covering just 16 hours of game time. Now we can speed up. Because after our conquest of the new resources, all those small decisions simply don't affect the overall outcome of the game anymore. So we're gonna skip over those as much as we can and focus solely on the larger picture and big decisions. That will hopefully make sure the rest of this playthrough will remain as interesting as up until this point, while maintaining a high pace. So stop rambling already and get to work. That new factory ain't gonna build itself. So as you may have noticed, I like to keep relics around. Stuff to remind me about what got us through the game up to this point. So while we reclaim the modules, we leave these old defunct miners to rust away in peace. Now in the new base, yellow belts shall not pass as adequate. So we finally set up some red belts, leeching straight off the source like some tacked-on parasite. Well, the most pressing issue is our trickling copper supply, so we'll set that up first. It fits 60 miners, which is plenty for one red belt. Of course, that means we need to double the copper furnace setup then too, as the current setup is suited for just one yellow belt. The new copper source will finally ensure some more decent chip production in all the three colors of the Factorio rainbow. I upgrade my armor with double the roboports, placing me in command of 100 bots at once. This will greatly speed up the building time of new projects, and we have a lot of new projects. We are not planning to set up automated yellow and purple signs in this base, but it's gonna be a long while before we have signs running again, and to properly set up our new base we need a few more elements. The means to set up a logistics network, the ability to build beacons, some Mark III assembly machines for selected projects, and not to forget coal liquefaction, so we can produce oil from coal. And perhaps the productivity module 3 will come in handy as well. We are not fully safe yet though. All of our new walls are undefended and will fall within just a couple attacks. So let's take down the backup defense now? Isn't that the wrong order? Ah, okay, that's what I was referring to. Let's set up roboports to defend our new walls. And then I witnessed the strangest robo-split I've ever seen. It took me a good while to figure out what happened. Do you remember I hide away my repair packs in the logistic trash slots to prevent my personal construction bots from taking them? Yes? Well, it turns out the roboport bound bots have unionized and have been granted extra rights, as apparently they treat my logistic trash slots in the same way as a physical yellow storage chest, and they just came over to pick up some of the available repair packs I hide away in there. But Michael, you may say, fellow, dude, good old man, your base is not exactly rectangular now, is it? Won't the repair bots constantly fly over the enemy nests and get utterly obliterated on their way to repair the walls? Yes. Yes, they will, at least if we make one large roboport network. That is why we are going to make several smaller, independent roboport networks instead, to prevent that from happening. We will basically divide my awkwardly shaped base into rectangles. That will hopefully completely prevent bots from flying outside of our walls at all. We kinda need to get this done fast though, as here a single attack destroys 4 wall pieces, and most of our walls are still undefended. With the former severe copper bottleneck solved, production and thus pollution is growing rapidly again. It is now Factorio day 221 and I finally managed to get provisionary bot coverage on all the walls, keeping the robopods as far from the walls as possible, as well as separating the bots into 5 different robopod networks should keep them out of trouble. The disadvantage is I will need to keep a keen eye on making sure none of the 5 individual networks run out of supplies. Speaking of supplies, we've gathered enough of them to upgrade to fusion reactors. Though I have to admit, the solar panels, which have been buffed up to 3 times the power output since the olden days, were keeping up quite well. Still, the fusion reactors are about twice as powerful on average. Not only do they have over 50% more power output during the day, they also don't shut down completely during the night. However, it may just be the case that those solar panels may make an unexpected return later. The 2 desired yellow tags have completed. Now we need to set up temporary purple production signs in the same way as we set up the yellow high-tech signs. But we cannot, because we're out of stone. So it's time to cover the next resource patch with a blanket of stinking dirty miners. Ah, just look at that perfectly symmetric setup. Pure satisfaction. Now we are ready for purple signs. Let's get to work on the ingredients. So here's a whole bunch of electric furnaces worth of resources. And a whole bunch of productivity modules. And, contrarily to the previous two fully automated rail assemblers. And that's everything basically. That was quick, wasn't it? Not much later we can start up our temporary production signs production. We stole the productivity module 2s from the idle yellow signs assemblers and it's actually set up exactly the same way, with 2 ingredients inserted directly into the assemblers and the 3rd ingredient divided over the supply chests. Again, 4 walls are destroyed in a single attack, and we're not even up against the 10 times more beefy behemoth biters yet. But as we take a look at the pollution spreading like crazy, the fierce attacks shouldn't come as a surprise. Alright, with production signs out of the way, we can start thinking about the next step. The best power is green power. Eyeballing that shiny uranium patch we prepare by barreling some sulfuric acid. The clock is ticking though, as we have already fully mined up the coal patch into chests and our oil buffer tanks are dwindling rapidly. We need to get the show on the road before any of those run out. So let's start by building and connecting the coal mine to our base. We prioritize the starter coal patch, ensuring that the new coal patch only chips in when the starter supply is insufficient. You cannot think about uranium processing and nuclear power without thinking about concrete, so we leach some water of the oil refineries to produce a couple of chests full. But do you know what's also needed for uranium processing and nuclear power? No, what? Actually researching the techs of uranium processing and nuclear power. Alright. After a quick sanitary pit stop at the spaceship, let's head over to build the mines to supply our future mean, lean, green machine. Yet another very symmetric mine. It just pleases the eye. Of course, we need to have the green modules in here as well. Now we just need to go fetch those barrels of sulfuric acid we prepared earlier. As well as an inventory full of resources to craft 24 uranium centrifuges. Again, super handy these logistic trash slots. We won't be able to use this method for much longer anymore though. But until then, we're gonna abuse the heck out of our 33 inventory slots. We set up the uranium processing and get to work on extracting shiny green rocks from the raw uranium ore. The next morning we wake up to two of the highly desired extra shiny uranium-235 already. You know what, controlling 100 bots just is not enough. Now we have the portable fusion reactors, let's double up again to control 200 bots, shall we? Meanwhile, we bring a second batch of 800 barrels to the uranium mine. From the first batch it has produced about 3000 uranium-238 and 24 uranium-235. Pretty close to the expected ratio of 0.7%. That means, statistically speaking, this next batch of sulfuric acid should push us past the point where we could start up the uranium enrichment process. That requires you to save up at least 40 of these extra shiny light green rocks, which you can then use to turn the common dark green rocks into the shiny rare light green rocks at will. Contrary to popular belief, there's absolutely no need to set aside your first 40 light green rocks for some later late game reason. That's one of the most stubborn myths in Factorio and it seems to be impossible to get rid of. So we just take most of our shiny rocks and turn them into 200 fuel cells for our first nuclear reactor. Like mentioned before, our oil reserves are dwindling rapidly, but we can go and increase the production rate somewhat. Walking down to the oil field is such an easy stroll compared to trying to sneak past the nest like before our expansion. Let's go say hi to Johnny's cousins. Now, oil is a little different than the other resources in Factorio. Oil is the only infinite resource and after 20 hours of operating with a linear decline in production, a pump jack reaches its minimum capacity, which it will then proceed to produce for the rest of the game. So we can increase that minimum capacity with some simple speed modules by a whopping 40%. Now an extra 40% of not much still equals not much, but hey, it's free real estate, we're not gonna turn it down. The modules we produce for the remaining labs are ready, so let's go and put them in. Oh right, we can actually connect that belt then. Now then, we are ready to go build a nuclear power plant. I'm gonna handcraft it all, just so I can say I handcrafted a complete 4-core nuclear power plant by myself. Next to the 4 nuclear reactors, we need 48 heat exchangers. And yes, I did especially clear the dedicated bot and equipment slots for my inventory just for this occasion. 96 steam turbines. Finally, we need 230 heat pipes, because that's just how many heat pipes my design requires. And then, yes, this is the first time I'm using a pre-made blueprint, but it is my own design. Some things in Factorio are only fun to puzzle out once, and designing a nice looking, symmetrically hand-wired, non-fluid mechanically bottlenecked, 100% fuel efficient 4-core nuclear plant with perfectly timed circuit condition delayed fuel distribution is just one of those things. And it's done already. It barely took my bots 20 seconds to build the full thing. Now we prime each reactor with 3 fuel cells and wait for the thing to get up to temperature. So I said my nuclear plant is 100% fuel efficient. Now what do I mean by that? Fair warning, in the next minutes I'm going to explain exactly why and how this reactor is 100% fuel efficient. So if you're only here for the beer and the explosions, keep watching anyway, because there's gonna be explosions. So what do I mean? Isn't all power in Factorio 100% fuel efficient? Like, take the regular old steam power. It consumes only as much coal as the current power draw, regardless of its maximum capacity. Not so with nuclear power. Nuclear reactors consume 100% of the fuel 100% of the time, regardless of if they need to power one light or one megabase. Before I continue, I must disclose that in the Factorio universe there is no such thing as heat loss. If you pump 500 degree hot steam into a fluid tank, it will stay in there being 500 degrees for forever. Now, the reactors consume nuclear fuel and turn it into heat. Once a temperature of 500 degrees is reached, the heat exchangers start converting that heat into steam. That steam is pumped through my steam buffer tanks to the steam turbines, which consume the steam and turn it into the end product, electricity. Now, the steam turbines do consume the steam on an as-needed basis, which means that, given our current power need is less than 10% of this reactor's capacity, only a little bit of the produced heat is transformed into steam. Now, what do you think happens with all that excess heat? No, not yet. The excess heat gets stored in the system. The reactors and the heat pipes together form what is basically a giant buffer tank for storing heat. And like I mentioned, there is no heat loss in Factorio. All good so far. No energy wasted yet, no explosions. But here's the problem. The heat buffer is not infinite. The whole system can reach a maximum temperature of 1000 degrees. Now you ask, what happens when the temperature wants to exceed 1000 degrees? Well, believe it or not, in the early days of nuclear power the devs did actually have this plan to balance out how OP nuclear power actually is. Fortunately they dropped that idea and the temperature is just kept at 1000 degrees, with any excess heat production just going to waste. However, that doesn't mean our 4 reactors stop consuming 4 fuel cells every 200 seconds. Oh no, those things are hungry and keep eating whatever you feed them, with any excess heat production going to waste. So we need to feed them less. But how to achieve that? Like with bots, inserters only pretend to be your friends. Once you turn your back on them, they will insert up to 5 fuel cells in each reactor before they switch off. This again means wasted fuel. That's where this long belt and some circuit conditions come in. The explosions are finished by the way, so for the beer guys you can safely skip ahead now. Now we can't directly read temperature nor the amount of fuel cells in the reactor, so instead we hook up the fuel inserters to this steam tank. For as long as this steam buffer is full, the inserters are switched off. The nuclear reactors will run out of fuel and stop adding heat to the system. So then the question is, when does this steam buffer empty out? Well, not for as long as the excess energy in the heat buffer is ever so slowly being converted into steam. At some point though, the temperature of the heat buffer drops down all the way to 500 degrees, at which point the heat exchangers cannot operate anymore. They will stop producing steam and the steam tank will empty out. That sends a signal down the green wire, which enables the fuel inserters at the nuclear reactors again. The inserters insert any available fuel cells again into the reactors, and the reactors start adding heat to the system once again. Now obviously there is quite some delay between the moment the inserters feed fuel to the reactors and the heat building up through the system enough to reactivate the heat exchangers and fill up the measured steam tank once again. That is why we have the big steam buffers between the steam turbines. Those keep the steam turbines from running out of steam for long enough to overcome that delay, and the reactor's heat overproduction will quickly compensate for the downtime. So that whole thing regulates the inserters switching on and off at the right time, but how do we keep them from inserting 6 fuel cells in the reactor when we want them to feed only 1? Well, I tried to tell them directly, but they won't listen to me, or at least I haven't found a way to get them to listen. So instead of telling them directly, we need to regulate the amount of fuel cells they have access to. That's where the delayed part of the setup comes in the form of this long, slow yellow belt. The chests near the reactor contain only 1 fuel cell each. The fuel master chest on top contains all the fuel, and only deploys fuel when these inserters insert the fuel into the reactors. Now, for as long as these inserters still are enabled, they want to insert up to 5 more fuel cells in the reactor, but too bad for them, the chests are empty. And keeping those chests empty for long enough is the task of this belt. Once the fuel finally reaches the chest, that measured steam buffer tank is long full again, and the treachery yellow inserters have been switched off again by the circuit network. Once the fuel passes by the chests, the blue inserters insert 1 and only 1 fuel into each chest, after which the remaining fuel is transported back into the fuel master chest. And while the nuclear reactors burn through their fuel cells with a passion, the produced heat energy from those single fuel cells can be fully stored into the system, no matter how low our current power demand is, and that is the key concept behind this 100% fuel efficient setup. Now, there are some things to take into account. The higher the actual power demand is, the higher the actual steam consumption is, and the longer it will take for the buffer steam tank to fill up again and switch off the inserters. If you supply the chest with bots, or if you make a short belt, the yellow inserters can still be active when the fuel reaches the chests, and they'll start bulk inserting fuel into the reactors. Basically, the longer you make this belt, the higher the power demand can be before the system loses its fuel cell saving ability. Now, this specific belt design not only looks cool, but it also delays the fuel delivery by my non-scientifically determined self-proclaimed optimum of about 90 seconds, which in practice turns out to save fuel until we're using about 80% of this reactor's capacity. After that, the insert only 1 fuel cell mechanism breaks, and the reactors gain access to more fuel. This is intended though to ensure full fuel availability once the accordingly high demand is there, to prevent possible power spirals of death. Anyway, the potential fuel cell savings when operating at 80% capacity are insignificant. For every 8 useful fuel cells consumed, 2 extra would be wasted. Compare that to the current power draw of 10%. For every 10 useful fuel cells consumed, 90 would be wasted, for a total wasted fuel cell rate of 900%. To summarize, this setup is especially useful now when the power demand is low, as that's when the fuel saving effect is the greatest. Our reactor can supply 480 megawatts, but as long as we're only using a tenth of that, or 48 megawatts, our fuel cells will last 10 times longer than in a regular setup. Once we're up to a fifth of the reactor's capacity, or 96 megawatts, that drops to a 5 times longer fuel cell lifetime. At 240 megawatts, which is half the capacity of the power plant, we still stretch double the lifespan out of our fuel cells. And finally, at 400 megawatts, which is about 80% capacity, it's down to just 1.25 times longer, barely noticeable anymore. By that time, we should be thinking about expanding power rather than saving fuel cells. Phew. I hope that was somewhat easy to follow, but if you skipped ahead to this point, I don't blame you. Anyway, now we switch to practically pollution-free nuclear power. It means we can phase out the polluting steam power plant. And we can finally get rid of this rectangular eyesore. Thanks to our completely electricity independent flamethrower defense, I can place complete faith in the nuclear power plant. So bye bye backup steam power plant. And bye bye old base. With the latest acquired technologies, we're gonna build a brand new base from scratch over here. But first we need to bless the Holy Lands. Let's cleanse the full base of cliffs with our chest full of cliff explosives. These cliffs, those cliffs, the cliffs at the coal mine. Oh right, there are no cliffs at the coal mine. Then we go full guerrilla style and take out these cliffs in the forest. I destroyed these cliffs to aid the biters, and this is my thanks. Alright, let's not forget these formerly forgotten cliffs. And another forest. We have quite some range thanks to our whopping 8 roboports. And that was it, we are all done. We take some stacks of electric furnaces with us, as well as a boatload of other building materials, and yet another boatload of stuff hidden in the crafting queue. It is time to build our new base. In case you were worried about my shiny green rocks, we took a third sulfuric acid delivery trip off cam and have already amassed more than 40 uranium-235 again, as well as 2 full chests of uranium-238. We won't need any of that for a long time though. Anyway, out with the coal burning steel furnaces and in with the shiny new electric furnaces. And while you're looking at this quick temporary setup to produce 50 beacons for later, I've laid out this full furnace setup. Well, full? You might think this is a quite small furnace setup for a real base, and that's because it is. The cold hard reality is we don't even have enough resources to feed even this small furnace array, let alone a normal sized one. We barely have enough miners to supply 2 yellow lines of copper and 3 yellow lines of iron. Yes, yellow belts. While I did use the double speed red belts with a vision for the future, each of these 12 high furnace stacks are only enough to fill up a yellow belt. But indeed, this setup is expandable in the future. We will need to expand out once more though, both for the required space and in order to gain access to more ore patches. This expansion will get the northern wall out of the way to make space, and only then we will make the furnace stacks twice as tall to suit red belts, or even thrice as tall for blue belts if we choose so. For the foreseeable time though, unfortunately this setup is large enough. Okay, so please don't look at the elapsed time between this clip and the last. I totally did not spend way too much time thinking and tinkering with the base layout to finally decide on this awesomely neat buffer area. I am quite proud of it though, so there. Then, after questioning whether to use efficiency modules or productivity modules for the base and furnaces, I've decided to go full dirty productivity modules to extract the most out of every last piece of ore that we can. This decision comes at the price of massive pollution output, fiercer attacks and faster progress towards behemoth biters though. I have also determined the starting place for the boss and designed this weird looking but somehow still modular setup, which can be supported by a few speed beacons here and there. Those speed beacons will offset the production speed penalty of productivity modules and thus reduce the number of assemblers needed for each product. So let's switch on both setups and see them in action. Nice! Actually, let's also switch on some lights so you can see the actual buffer chests. Now, you may be thinking I'm also building my main bus the small size it is now to match our current small furnace array, but this is not the case though. My main bus will have 2 lines for copper, 2 lines for iron and 2 lines for green chips, and all of the other resources will do with just one single belt for the entire game. Now, with logistics bots already being available, I'm not sure yet how many products I'm gonna add to the bus, but we made sure to leave plenty of space between the current bus and the walking path. Now, if you've watched any of those main bus tutorials, this small setup may surprise you, but I like to keep it compact, and I have a different strategy to supply the late game requirements. Late game, I intend to outsource the mass production of steel and green chips to elsewhere in the base, which frees up the full 2 belts of iron and copper for all the other purposes. By going for productivity modules instead of efficiency modules, after switching on all of this, our power consumption has seriously spiked up and we are using about a quarter of our nuclear reactor's capacity right now. At the moment, the reactor is not consuming fuel as you see, which is a good indicator that the idea behind the 100% fuel efficient reactor is working. It won't get any new fuel until all of the buffered heat is fully transformed into steam on an as needed basis. If you're thinking, dude, but still, 2 belts only, there's just no way that that's enough. Well, perhaps you're right, perhaps you're wrong. Let's play on and see how it plays out. Alright, ready for the next concept. I understand many folks hate the mess that the yellow storage chests make, but are not quite sure how to get the best performance out of the green buffer chests. So I'm going to go through the concept of how I use them to basically make a fully automated sorting system in Factorio. Now don't worry, this explanation is going to be much simpler than the nuclear plant one. The short version is to think of them as passive provider chests with an attitude, as they will request back the stuff you tried to take from them. This is actually pretty easy to set up, but there's a decent amount of fiddly work involved to get it all done. The core concept is to connect a wire from the inserter to the chest and telling the inserter to stop filling the chest at a certain point. Here we go with 4000 copper plates, which leaves 800 copper plates worth of space empty. Now the inserter stops after inserting 4000 plates by itself. We can delete the chest limiter, which formerly had the same function, and then we set the request for the bots to fill the chest up to 4800 copper plates. This means should copper plates become available anywhere else in the base, the bots will automatically bring them to this chest here instead of some random storage chest. Only when all the green buffer chests are full, they will bring it to a random yellow storage chest. But, and here's another key element, once the buffer chests start distributing plates and emptying out, the plates in those yellow storage chests will automatically be transferred back to the buffer chests again. And only when the storage chests are empty and the buffer chest drops below 4000 plates, the inserter will activate again. The key point is to avoid using yellow and red chests at any production site which is producing items we have the green buffer chest set up for, as buffer chests will request their stuff. The green buffer chests do not request from other green buffer chests though. Now, we'll not only use this concept on the plates buffer, but also on the intermediates buffer. And indeed, we are going to do so on just about everything. And here's our first manufacturing block, indeed again using the green buffer chests. When using the system, you want to check the request from buffer chest tick mark on the blue requester chest to ensure your items get made. To illustrate this, let's start simple with the yellow transport belt. You simply shift right click the assembler, then shift left click the requester chest, which causes the requester chest to automatically request the required ingredients. Handy. We then limit the output inserter to stop inserting yellow belts in the chest whenever there are more than 2000 yellow belts in the chest. This will stop yellow belt production before the chest is even half full, so that the bots have plenty of space to bring back obsolete yellow belts to this very buffer chest here. The next assembler will make underground belts. Again, we copy and paste the recipe from the assembler to the requester chest and behold, it requests the yellow belt we've just set up. This is why you need to check that checkmark, by the way, so that the bots can grab belts from the yellow belt buffer chest below to provide to the underground belts. Now we set the request for the buffer chest so that all obsolete yellow underground belts will be brought back to this very chest, for example when the bots deconstruct them or when I move them from my inventory into the logistic trash slots. Okay, now we just need to set up about 100 more of these guys. Right. It will be a lot of work, but it's worth it hands down, as we'll greatly benefit from it for all the rest of the game without giving it any thought. By using the system everywhere in the base, every single bot transported entity is going to be automatically sorted, all the way from the hyper expensive nuclear reactor down to the very last belt and green chip. As the bots return the machinery to the same chest they'll take them from, not only will it prevent our storage from becoming a complete mess, it will also prevent severe overproduction of any said machinery. Anyway, now is not quite yet the time to set it all up, so let's reset those two examples I just made until we're ready to set up the full block. There's a few more things to take care of first before we enable the logistics network. Now we may want access to some rocket fuel soon, so let's quickly set it up in the old base before the oil runs out, believe it or not. We are starting to see the bottom of the oil tanks. At the height of oil storage we had over a cool million of oil. Well, our oil buffer has been decimated since. This is why we've been trying our hardest to keep oil production going all game long, even though it meant adding ridiculous amounts of buffer tanks everywhere. In the meantime, we have finished all blue technologies except for braking speed. There's just something too epic about a specific type of train grinding down to a halt ever so slowly. So we'll save this for last. With all blue technologies completed, that means the old base has stopped producing almost completely now, as also all of the buffer chests are nice and filled up. This is great news, as we can use all of this stuff to kickstart the new base. And now that the old base is fully idle, the full resource flow of the copper and iron mine go to the new base. That means we need a second iron belt to bring ore to the furnaces here. Now that I've got like 6 legs in my armor and I can outrun anything, let's finally make a car. Indeed, we don't need the car for the speed bonus, but it's nice to have a second inventory to reduce the number of trips for the upcoming work of transferring all the highly valuable buffers over from the old base to the new base. I bet you thought I made the rocket fuel for a soon-to-be train network. Yeah, something about hitting the one single object in an otherwise empty parking lot. Anyway, we're going to gather all expensive stuff from the old base and bring it over here. I want to get all the transferring done now because this is the last time we can use our logistics trash slots as free inventory space. Logistic bots are coming soon. Let's drive more carefully this time. Good, avoided the roboport. Would you believe me if I told you I was once a professional truck driver in real life? Yeah, me neither. Finally, we brought over all the stuff. That took a fair few trips, I tell ya. Anyway, we're gonna give the future bots access to all of those, except the expensive things in limited supply. most notably the red and blue chips, given that we aren't producing any new ones at the moment. I'll supervise the distribution of those myself to prevent that we end up consuming all red chips, making 800 substations or something stupid like that. Then at last, it is finally time to say hello to our logistics network. Now let's test it out. We put some gears in this chest, and indeed they are returned to their proper location. Now let's put these green chips in our logistic trash slots. Divided equally over the 8 green chip buffer chests. Nice. Now I am standing right here and I could transfer those thousands of gears and green chips in mere moments myself. But why would I? Let's add some construction bots to the network and give them a test as well. Awesome. Of course, they don't have access to the machinery just yet. We add a couple more manufacturing blocks, but before we start setting them up, not all of the end products are best located in the manufacturing block. So we set up concrete at the iron mine, as it's the only item in the game requiring raw iron ore. And it would be a little silly to have bots fly over hundreds of thousands of raw stone to make landfill. So let's draw stone for landfill straight off the stone belt. Now we can use the trash slots in another way. Given that we stand near the destination chests, the bots can transfer the concrete evenly over the chests faster than we can by hand. Now we are ready to set up the manufacturing blocks. Before setting up any requester chests though, we first spend some time puzzling out to what goes where. And it's done. We've got a row with train related stuff, a row for power related stuff, a row for modules and beacons, a row for production facilities, a row for the map management section of power poles, roboports and raiders, opposed by cliff explosives and all the different chest types. The next lane contains the physical item and fluid management, including all inserter and belt types, and the last column consists of military and military science related stuff. The far right column is still empty for future needs. Let's start by setting up the walls. As soon as we dedicate this buffer chest to walls, the bots start transferring walls from the general storage area to these dedicated chests. Now we just gotta make sure the inserter doesn't fill up these chests completely, and voila! All future obsolete walls will now be brought back to these chests. Now we just gotta set up all of the other requests. Let's see, request 2400 yellow inserters, while production switches off at 2000. Switch off red inserter production after 2000, request all red inserters to this chest. Switch off blue inserter production after 2000, request all blue inserters to this chest, etc, etc. The only item we want to use a regular yellow storage chest for are the repair packs. A green buffer chest requesting repair packs here would also draw all repair packs out of the roboports, which you may want to keep available in the roboports directly at the walls. Fortunately, we can set repair packs as a filter on the storage chest, which prevents any other items than repair packs being delivered to this chest. Alternatively, you could instead, or additionally, feed repair packs straight into a roboport. Remember at the old base we had to keep an eye on the number of robots in the network as they were getting killed by literally friendly fire? Well, we can automate that too now. We can automatically manage the amount of robots in the network by simply connecting a wire from the inserter to the roboport. Then select Read Robot Statistics and you'll see that the signal Y carries the total number of logistics bots in the network. So, when we set the inserter to insert logistics bots only when I equals less than 1000, the inserter will automatically keep adding logistics robots until there are 1000 in the system. It's that easy. We repeat that for the construction bots, which are represented by the letter T. And now the Roboport network will automatically top up construction robots back to 1000. You know, just in case some construction robots decide to explore the path less traveled, and subsequently are reported missing. Now, there is one big issue with late game enemy expansions. Their big worms easily outrange any turret we can put up. So when one spawns exactly in the sweet spot, yeah. So we need to make an appearance on the scene ourselves. Luckily I'm carrying some extra legs just for these kind of long distance occasions. So it's more of an annoyance than a really big problem, but still. Something to think about automating in the future. On the way back we happen to see the delayed fuel distribution in action. The fuel passes the blue inserters, who insert exactly one fuel cell in each chest again. Eventually I did manage to set up all the requester and buffer chests in the manufacturing block, and we can watch the bots flying. And the furnaces working full steam, trying their hardest to keep up with the resource demand. And when we check back at our general storage center, we can see that the bots are sorting out all of the stuff we've set up buffer chests for. Perhaps we can also add the different turrets to the block though. We'll manually feed the laser turrets some batteries as we are not producing those yet. Now copper wire and iron sticks are a little annoying. I prefer to hide them away in the main bus somewhere. Now the automatic sorting system for all desired items is complete. Lastly we set up a general storage area with the yellow storage chests. Only the items that we have not set up buffer chests for will be brought over here. Now let's reap the fruits of our labor. Let's set up some personal logistics requests so that we never have to manually scrounge around for base building materials. The logistics bots are gonna deliver me all the things, as well as get rid of all the things I don't want anymore, which they'll deliver right back to the correct buffer chests. Yes! It was quite a chore to set up, but as we're probably looking ahead to a long game still, it was well worth the effort. And with all of that logistics fiddling out of the way, it's finally time to continue working on the main bus. Not only to work towards getting science going again, but also many of the hardware in the manufacturing block require ingredients more advanced than green chips and iron gears, like engines, red chips, plastics, basically the whole series of intermediate products. So far we have set up buffers of the 6 basic materials of iron, copper, steel, coal, stone and bricks supplied from the furnace area. We have also set up all building materials and supplies in our manufacturing block, supplied by bots. Now it is time to set up all the intermediate products down here, supplied by the main bus. We already took care of the most basic intermediates of green circuits and iron gears, and a keen eye would also discover the lesser used copper wire and iron stick buffer chests. But why are we not just making everything in a manufacturing block like above? Well, the first reason we are making the intermediate products here on the bus is that they are usually required in high quantities, so each of them will need a lot of assemblers instead of just 1 or 2. The second reason is that, unlike the end products like the ones in the manufacturing block, the intermediate products can benefit from productivity modules for a small production bonus. Applying that small productivity bonus on every single step of the way, however, stacks exponentially and can work out to be a significant reduction in total cost on the end products. The productivity bonus does come with a small speed penalty, however, so to prevent us from needing even more assemblers, we have instead sprinkled some speed beacons in between the assemblers. This is a great combo, but those gains must be paid for by a great increase in power usage and an even greater increase in pollution output. And so be it. Instead of the environmentally friendly, power conserving, local approved way of going for clean air with full efficiency modules, We are going to go with the thick, widespread, long-burning smog clouds of full speed and productivity modules, outputting 5 to 10 times more pollution, all in return for a very small decrease in resource demands. The locals may not like it, but I'm desperate enough to go through with it. We still control only a single ore patch of every resource. Anyway, we started off by adding engines, and electric engines. Now, electric engines usually are not among the first few products you'd see on the main bus, but here we are. Since they require the mechanical engines, we may as well place them next door, so we can skip putting engines on the bus altogether. Following that logic, we put the high-tech robot frames right next door to the electric engines. You may notice though that we've skipped some steps. We are missing a few ingredients like batteries, the electric engines themselves, which in turn require lubricant, and actually we are missing the whole oil industry. We have skipped so many steps that we've probably set a new long jump world record in the process. Now that we can no longer hide behind the term starter base, are we gonna fix that properly? No, at least not yet. We can kickstart the electric engine production with the lubricant from the old base. And we still have plenty of batteries to kickstart bot frames to make some more early robots. After barreling the old base's lubricant, we provide it to the electric engines via a sneaky backdoor loop insertion. Now, I'm sure there's a joke hiding in there somewhere, but I'll leave that as an exercise for the viewer. Anyway, one way or the other, it leads to the electric engines being produced. And after hand feeding some batteries to the robot frames, those also are being produced. In fact, the bot frames are immediately picked up and transported to the manufacturing block, where they'll be converted into more construction and logistics robots. Let's check how the nuclear reactor is doing. We switched to nuclear power about 8 hours ago and have been using what looks to the naked eyeball like less than 1/5 of the reactor's maximum capacity on average. Let's check. A 4-core reactor at normal consumption burns through 4 fuel cells every 200 seconds. Now 8 hours have passed, meaning normal fuel cell consumption would be 28,800 divided by 200 seconds multiplied by 4 fuel cells per time equals 576 consumed fuel cells. So if we are really 100% fuel efficient, we should have used up less than 1/5 of that, so less than 116 fuel cells. Let's check. We have used up 92 fuel cells in 8 hours instead of 576. Now that's some savings even Scrooge McDuck would be proud of. But now there's no more getting around it. We need a proper oil setup to continue. As we didn't secure a new oil source during our expansion, we are going to set up coal liquefaction first. And here are 12 beaconed refineries capable of absorbing 2 red belts of coal. Currently our coal mine produces barely half a red belt, but this setup is already built to handle future expansions. Each refinery needs 2 red inserters to keep up, and because heavy oil is required as an input, the output of heavy oil is routed around and directly passes and touches the inputs. This is enough to keep them going forever without backing up, but as I'm Dutch, I may as well go double Dutch and use a backup precaution. So I instructed the pump to only pump out heavy oil if there's at least 10k heavy oil in the tank. There. Yes, coal liquefaction is kinda annoying. Not only does it need one of its output as an input, additionally it requires steam. So we need to set up some boilers. I forgot the ratio, but these are entirely too many boilers, even for our beacon setup. But who cares, boilers are so incredibly cheap that just thinking about spending the effort to calculate the correct ratio already is more expensive than just overbuilding them. Next we need to connect the steam to the refineries. But why connect the steam to the refineries when you can just simply move the whole effing refinery to connect to the steam instead? Yes, why not? Thanks to our automatic sorting system we can just do these kind of things all day long now, without worrying where all those elements are going to end up. The whole deconstructed coal liquefaction plant will be neatly returned to their respective buffer chest every single time. Now we just need some heavy oil to prime the system. Not a lot, a stack of 10 barrels will do the job. Excellent! Since coal liquefaction barely produces petroleum gas though, we will need to set up a lot of oil cracking. First, heavy oil to light oil. As soon as the new heavy oil buffer tank hits 20k, it will send heavy oil to be cracked into light oil. And... excellent! Lastly, light oil to petroleum gas. A suspiciously similar setup will, once there's 20k light oil in this buffer tank, send light oil to be cracked into petroleum gas. Excellent! And with those 3 steps, our full, future-proof coal liquefaction plant is now complete. So you might wonder, are these the perfect ratios? No, these are not the so-called correct ratios. The cracking facilities are slightly overbuilt in order for the setup to look more awesome. Instead of worrying about the ratios, we've designed this setup to be able to consume 2 full red belts of coal instead. I have said it before and I'll say it again. For general playthroughs, correct ratios are severely overrated. Now, as this coal mine is terribly small, we set up a similar buffer chest system like in the old starter base. This will keep the miners active during low times so that the stored coal can better supply the coal liquefaction refinery for short bursts of peak production. And here is a shot of our base, which has been steadily and ever more firmly annoying biters for 328 days now. So we are not fully done with the oil stuff just yet. Now comes the hard part, balancing and correctly prioritizing between the regular oil refining and the coal liquefaction. Actually, as the refinery outputs plus the whole cracking setup including buffer tank system is the same, we can just copy-paste the coal liquefaction plant to use as a template for setting up regular oil refining. Since we stopped researching, we've stored up a sizable amount of oil again. We change up the oil buffer tank system a bit to guarantee 150k oil to the flamethrowers, which is enough to keep 15 flamethrowers continuously firing for a full hour by the way, and we divert any surplus oil to be refined by the oil refineries. It is time to switch on the oil refineries. And then first we connect the petroleum gas output to the petroleum buffer tank. Now, as explained before, our single oil source has reached its minimum infinite oil production state. So naturally we want to consume our free oil before turning our very limited coal supply into oil. So we pump the petroleum gas from the infinite oil source into the buffer tank without restriction, while coal liquefaction only chips in if the petroleum buffer level drops below 20k. Unfortunately, that will be the case most of the time though, as our speed moduled infinite oil source produces barely enough for just one of our moduled refineries. Now, this is the last complicated bit, I promise. we need to make one more adaptation to prevent the system from possibly clogging up. Since we are prioritizing petroleum gas consumption from the infinite oil source, it is possible the petroleum gas tank from the coal liquefaction plant will fill up with unused petroleum gas and clog up the coal liquefaction plant, preventing it from producing additional heavy and light oil which we might need. So we disable the cracking to petroleum gas if the single buffer tank has just 5k gas in it, which will ensure there's at least 20k of space for the little bit of petroleum gas produced by the coal liquefaction process itself. And just in case our heavy and light oil demand is going to be so high that coal liquefaction itself manages to fill the single petroleum gas buffer tank to 20k, we override the free oil priority to the big petroleum gas buffer and enable a secondary pump to pump away any petroleum gas above 20k. Theoretically, it's now near impossible for the whole system to clog up unless we're not using any petroleum gas in the whole base while still somehow requiring heaps of heavy and light oil. This could theoretically happen in rare cases when we are not researching technologies while mass producing rocket fuel or blue belts. So to prevent even that unlikely scenario from happening, we make sure to keep 30k of space in the 6 petroleum gas buffer tanks, which can only be filled by the petroleum gas overflow valve from the coal liquefaction. This makes sure that even when no petroleum gas is being consumed at all, the coal liquefaction plant is still able to produce hundreds of thousands of heavy or light oil before the system clogs up. Okay, Factorio oil masterclass dismissed. Now to do something with our oil. First we make a proper lubricant setup, so we can do away with the backdoor lube entry. Lastly, we connect the light and heavy oil outputs from the free infinite oil source, ensuring products like lubricant and rocket fuel will try to consume the free oil first as well. We don't need an elaborate pump system for this, because an excess of heavy and light oil can always be cracked down further to petroleum gas. Petroleum gas, however, is the end product, and the only way to get rid of it is to consume it, which is why we need a little bit of pump magic for that. But that's all of the oil stuff done for now. Back to working on the main bus. But first, let's see the state of affairs in the Foreign Relations Department and do a full wall scout run. Here's a new nest with a bunch of big worms nearby, but not nearby enough to shoot us. Compare it to this old settlement defended by only small and medium worms. We exactly miss a biter attack, but manage to catch the robots trying to repair each other from the fire damage. We greet our friend Little Johnny. And oh my, these guys have literally settled within centi-inches of our flamethrowers range, haven't they? Well, the nearby worm is of the medium variant, and the big worm is too far out, so we'll leave them be. If we clear this nest, the next settlement will soon replace them anyway, giving new chances to spawn annoying big worms in their attack without retaliation sweet spot. Biter evolution is just 3% away from behemoths now though, and we're still nautical kilomiles away from having the required technologies to deal with them. Perhaps we should have gone with the efficiency module approach, but even more perhaps we should probably hurry up a little. Meanwhile, back at the main bus, we have run out of our chips buffer to make things like beacons, modules, roboports. Anyway, did I mention it's easy to spot if you forgot to set up a buffer chest correctly? These oil refineries shouldn't be here. And when we go check, indeed we accidentally set the buffer chest to request chemical plants instead of oil refineries. Easy fix though. Soon the bots transfer the oil refineries to the now correctly set up buffer chests, and the general storage chests again contain only stuff we haven't set up buffer chests for. Now, while we do need red chips, that's gonna be an extra large setup. It's gonna be twice the size I laid out here, and we want to preserve the southern forests. So they have to wait a little more. The next block of intermediate is going to be all the oil related stuff, and the military one. We'll start with explosives, followed by both rocket types for a yet undisclosed purpose. Then sulfur and sulfuric acid, conveniently followed by batteries and eventually plastics, conveniently followed again by red chips. One and a half hour later and we are ready to switch all of those on. We managed to kind of follow the forest edge without destroying many trees. Nice. First we connect all the fluids, including the lubricant, which is now connected to the electric engines via the front door. That's operating smoothly. Sulfur requires only fluids, so that also has started up. That's one of the ingredients for explosives, and with water being connected, let's connect the coal. Nice! We then divert half of those explosives to our top secret military objective of explosive rockets. We need to supply iron and green chips to make normal rockets, while the explosive rockets just require more explosives, so that's easy enough. For now we will transform all normal rockets into the explosive ones. But in case we change our mind in the future, we could output normal rockets on the left side, leading to a separate set of buffer chests. Next we connect iron to make sulfuric acid. The first plant made a false start though, and it is cheating by requesting iron plates from the bots. There was no way to connect it to the iron in an acceptable, non-messy way. Anyway, you need almost 5 sulfur plants to supply 2 sulfuric acid plants, so we don't really need that one even. But man, a gap in the setup would look a lot worse than a single sneaky requester chest. Now the sulfuric acid is running, we connect copper and iron to make batteries. Very nice. Those batteries are delivered to the bot frames by yet another sneaky requester chest, which the keenest eyed of viewers probably already noticed when I set up the bot frames a while ago. Anyway, last in line is plastic, which outputs on 2 belts. But whoops, I messed up the belt side balancing. I'm not gonna refilm this whole 6-minute scene though, so while you stare with wonder and perhaps even a light fear to the fact that we've already used up 2 full million of our 3.5 million iron patch without any good replacement nearby, I've gone ahead and fixed the plastic mistake at the cost of one of the center beacons. And half an hour later we are ready to switch on the massive red chip build. And yes, technically there are 2 lanes of plastics on the main bus for about 10 meter yards or so. Only so I could stylishly connect it to the red chip setup. The red chip output belt will occupy the space of the bottom plastic belt going further. Anyway, you may have noticed we are out of beacons and productivity modules by now. So the moment the red chips start producing, they are immediately transferred to the manufacturing hub, to be divided over the many red chip-starved assemblers. Now we would like to prioritize beacon production, but can you even do prioritization with a logistics network? Well, kind of. The available red chips are divided equally-ish over all requester chests, so by just tripling the requester chests at the beacon, instead of only 1 share, they will now receive 3 shares out of the total production. We will never put complete trust in the bots though. We still remember what they did last summer. So we temporarily take control of allocating most red chips ourselves, through this for bots an accessible chest. With the increased power demand now and only 2 fuel cells per reactor left, it is finally time to bring a new batch of fuel to the reactor. I've done a couple more sulfuric acid barrel trips over the course of the last 10 hours, so meanwhile we have over 200 uranium-235, just from simple mining and centrifuging. Let's set aside 160 of them for starting up 4 simultaneous enrichment processes in the future. And convert the remaining 44 into fuel cells. That's still over twice as many fuel cells as the first fuel batch we took when building the nuclear reactor. That was on Factorio day 248, almost 16 hours of playtime ago. With all the speed beaconed, productivity enhanced assemblers and refineries though, we're running the reactor at about half capacity already. So we'll eat through these fuel cells at a much higher rate than before. Anyway, power crisis averted. Hey Johnny bro, how are you doing man? You know, it's quite amazing that despite wearing the Mark II power armor, we can still be killed fairly easy by one single worm of the very lowest weight class. I wonder if we can wear better armor still. Anyway, the oil refineries are chewing through our oil buffer at full speed now. And an unwelcome but familiar pattern starts to be visible on our iron belts. We can see a lot more belt surface than iron plates now, which is again very bad. We use some clever belt prioritizing to visualize we're down to just slightly more than 1 red belt of iron ore production now. Not good. So with the undoubtedly recognizable sensation of light panic setting in, we start to tone down some of our extravagantly large buffers, so these chests won't be filled up again as we hand distribute the excessive buffers to the green chip starved red chip production facility. Off-cam, we also adjust some of the manufacturing hub's largest iron hoggers to lower levels. Let's try to conquer the panic by calmly standing around for a nice night cycle time lapse of our new main bus assembly area. All the while the nearby trees, once lush and green and full of life, slowly transform into pale, skinny skeletons of their former selves. And while you are weeping in sadness for the trees, I've quickly built the last missing main bus parts before we can start setting up signs again. Blue chips and low density structures. For these we're even using the Mark III assembly machines, so we can fit 4 productivity modules instead of just 2, as these elements start getting really expensive. Anyway, we have tailored the blue chip setup to be able to consume 2 full belts of green chips. Someday. Anyway, even though we won't be able to supply all of these for a long time, having all these assemblers still is very handy for hand-fed burst production when we quickly need a boost. Likewise, we build the low density structures to be able to someday consume 2 full copper belts. Hey, we haven't seen an attack in a long while now, have we? Let's look at one. Heh, hardly impressive. While some walls do break from time to time, those moments are far and few between. That will all change when evolution hits 90% though. Then the 10 times tougher behemoth biters will enter the scene. Anyway, not in the last place because of the incoming behemoth biter threat, it is the highest time to start thinking about science again. After some awkward rerouting of belts, we fit the science area in this nicely visible location. The science packs will be delivered by bots once science production is set up, but to demonstrate I've brought over the leftover science packs from the old base. While I did plan for the buffer and production areas to be close by each other to reduce bot flight and recharge time, I didn't really have the labs or science production planned out in advance. Very nice. We upgraded the red chip assembler to the Mark III as well for the extra productivity bonus. While they do use 3 times the power to operate, they actually produce slightly less pollution per minute, and much less pollution per item given their higher speed and extra productivity bonus. After that discovery, we upgrade the hard hitters of green chips and iron gears in the same way. I didn't plan ahead as space for the science production, so I guess we'll fit it here under the iron mine. No, this is not a pre-made blueprint. I like to design stuff with ghost placements elsewhere in my base, where there is no Roboport coverage to build and deconstruct stuff while I tinker with the design before blueprinting it. For these requester chests we manually set the request amount to be 100 production cycles worth of materials. We used whatever modules we still had available, though we may upgrade some of those before starting research. With all the additions to the main bus though, we've gained theoretical access to all non-infinite tags by the way. A quick look around my base confirms we have enough of a resource problem that I decided to switch off the super expensive yellow and purple signs for now, and also strictly no research just yet, until we complete some productivity module trees for both the labs and the yellow and purple signs assemblers. Not before long we can upgrade the science assemblers with the new modules, from 24% to a whopping 40% productivity bonus. Now we can allow these science productions again. Soon after, the labs are upgraded as well. And now we have theoretical access to all the non-infinite tags. What oh what will we choose first? Something exciting like artillery? Or plain old boring mining productivity or bot speed? What about Spidertron perhaps? Decisions, decisions. Slowly but surely the time is coming. I thought we'd be good in here for much longer with the first expansion, but we've already burned through 2/3 of our new resource patches before we even automated yellow and purple signs. We need to expand yet again. So to give yellow and purple signs production a head start, let's first research one tech that doesn't require yellow signs and one tech that doesn't require purple signs, before choosing the very exciting tech of mining productivity 3. Yeah, we'll get to the cool stuff soon, but let's be responsible here and first get our hands on another 10% boost to our ore patch's reserves and general rate of production, including for the free infinite oil source. But why Logistics 3? Blue belts are insanely expensive in terms of iron. Indeed, I am planning to stick with red belts for most of the base, but having access to blue belts can help solve some bottlenecks here and there. Especially the underground blue belt is super useful as it has 2 extra range compared to the red one. In fact, my battery production setup has been waiting for blue underground belts since its very creation, as I couldn't neatly lead out the battery belt from down below with only red belts. Okay, we've been responsible enough now. More mining productivity requires space science and rocket launches anyway, which are still a while off. It is time to have some fun. Yes, atomic bombs! Now the biters will feel the wrath of... what? No? Alright, artillery to rain down fire from... Also no. Ah yes, uranium ammo, the heaviest of all. Oh F this, make up your mind dude already. Okay. Oh yeah, Mark III efficiency modules to swarm the biters with... What? Mark III efficiency modules? What the F dude? Ah, I see. I never doubted you, my friend. We shall rule the world together with Spidertron, the best armor in the game. But the question remains, will we ever get there with our rapidly diminishing resources? I made this overview to better estimate how much time we have left, and it's not looking great. And to make matters worse, the replacement resources are all located pretty far outside of the current base. Although after careful evaluation, maybe it's not that bad. We mainly need iron, copper, coal and oil, and while the far south does contain all of those, we decide on expanding to the nearby north section, even though it's missing oil. But as the coal patch is very rich, it will give our coal liquefaction plant an opportunity to shine and provide us with all the oil we need. So, let's start gearing up for war. First we scramble together the ingredients to make the 2 Mark III efficiency modules needed to make the Spidertron. But research has grinded to a crawl already. We are out of purple signs, because we're out of productivity modules. We already applied the triple requester chest trick, and while upgrading the assemblers to be 3 times as fast won't help solve the core problem of insufficient resources to make red chips, it does allow us to manually give production a quick boost by hand inserting a couple of stacks. And indeed, Spidertron was the reason to select rocket control units as the first stack along with Logistics 3. Naturally, the Spider requires 4 pairs of legs and comes with a factory-fitted quad rocket launcher. We also prepare some new personal equipment like 20 personal laser defenses. Where the heck are you gonna fit all of those? Then it is time for another legendary character to make its rentrée. It is Ben, the spacefaring fish, the one true legend among his peers. But Ben the fish will not go to space today. Oh no, not this time. This time Ben shall play a much more significant role as the brain of the Spidertron. In this chest we collected all of the elements needed to construct the Spidertron. The power, the legs, the rocket launchers, and of course our main star. Ben the fish starring as the brains behind the operation. Wait, where'd he go? Ben? Ben? Oh, whoops. Sorry Ben, please forgive me for automatically putting you in my personal trash bin. Let me save you from the claws of that logistic bot. Phew. Fortunately, Ben has the memory of a fish, and this incident won't invoke any feelings of revenge to come back to haunt us in the future. Anyway, it is time to meet SpiderBen. Oh yeah! Do as I say, Ben, not as I do. Now let me introduce you to the real strongest armor in the game. The Spidertron Enhanced Mark II Power Armor. Yes, those two elements now can function together as a single cooperative armor greater than the sum of its parts, with both pieces having a distinctive task. By fitting the outside shell of our armor with energy shields and extra legs for more speed, we don't need those anymore in the inside shell of our armor, freeing up all that extra inventory grid space for up to 20 personal laser defenses, which somehow still manage to flawlessly snipe biters straight from inside Spidertron's cockpit. Now that I've got the toys in front of my nose, I can't control myself any longer. I'm craving for that good old booze of catharsis. Let's go! Take this! Hand that! Eat rockets, you biter scum! Is that all you got? Give me your best shot. I won't even make evasive moves anymore. This is pure power! At least it will be for the short time until the behemoths arrive. They are gonna change everything. But until that moment arrives, we are going to enjoy the heck out of being OPSF. Yeah, baby! We can even rely solely on the Power Armor's laser offense for the smaller bases, tanking all the damage through the Spider's energy shields and massive damage resistance. Biter used Bite Attack. It's not very effective. Big Worm used Acid Death Ray. SpiderBen is too strong. Iron Patch cleared. Those are some dense nests though. Let's apply the circle strafe and wind technique. biters have the hardest time even taking down my shields, let alone make a dent in the massive hit point bank of SpiderBen himself. Yeah, get lost in the forest, you biter scum. We don't even need rockets for the small expansions. Thanks to the spider armor taking over the defensive task, our personal power armor is filled to the brim with more laser power than an aquarium full of sharks with laser beams attached to their frickin' heads. We haven't forgotten about our mission to save the trees though, and while we utilize the explosive rockets out in the open, we try to use only the lasers wherever there are forests nearby. And that's the coal source cleared. Well, that was fun while it lasted, but now the era of the behemoth biters and the behemoth spitters is starting to begin. These biters are just incredible. The bots haven't even finished repairing SpiderBen yet, and the biters have already expanded back in the just cleared territory. A giant lake intersects our planned wall, but thanks to our tileable blueprint, we can just carry over the correct spacing to the far side of the lake. But perhaps we should have prepared the power lines and oil pipeline first. These turrets are sitting ducks now. With evolution past behemoth biters and these empty lands being strongly preferred for biter expansion parties will pass by here before minutes have passed, so let's take down the turrets for now. To prevent clearing more biters and pushing the evolution factor even higher, we make the tightest of turns before the biter bases. So tight in fact that we won't even have access to the entirety of the coal patch. Anyway, after we connect the oil pipe and power lines, we can put back the turrets and start walling off our new area. But man, there are some annoying biters picking mushrooms in the forest or something. I'd like to diplomacy with them, but they could alert the whole massive nest. Let's just make the bots fly through the fire and the flames to prevent their forest fire, while I enjoy my barbecued mushrooms. Delicious. These biters are too close to our planned wall though, so we need to push them back a little more. And in doing so we encounter the first behemoths. Just look at that laser resistance compared to the other cannon fodder chasing us. We extend the wall up north and hey! Look at those bastards sneakily expanding behind my back. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm kind of changing my mind about making a corner here though. This is a giant pollution absorbing forest which could turn out to be very useful to preserve. I think I will try to enlarge my expansion plans to preserve the forest and just wall all the way up north until we hit the next lake. Now, will that turn out to be a good plan? Or am I going a little overboard in my tree saving tactics? I will need to take out so many extra behemoth bases just to save a couple of trees. Yeah, I guess we'll find out soon. Anyway, we have reached the edge of our Raider explored terrain, so let's plop down some new ones. While extending the turret wall, we take some time to examine the new behemoth species up close. It seems they have about 3 times the damage output and 8 times the health of their predecessor. 3000 health for the biter and 1500 for the spitter, as well as the behemoth biters being the fastest dudes in the game. Also, the new behemoth worms are extremely dangerous and have a whopping 48 range. Fortunately, existing nests won't upgrade their worms, but the worms outranging turrets at the walls problem just became a lot more likely to happen. Anyway, we are still able to take down the north nest fairly easy, as it lies isolated from the rest and we don't encounter too many behemoths just yet. After successfully walling off the northwest corner, we plop down some raiders and... Mike was here. I wonder what that's all about. But yeah, look at the massive amount of extra biters we need to take out just to save that stupid forest. There's a fine line between geniosity and insanity, and given the fact that geniosity probably isn't a real word, that may define the side on which I'm on. Meanwhile, the biters have expanded yet again in the furthest areas of my backyard. We are gonna need to keep this ball rolling or the entire place will soon be flooded with biter bases again. Let's skip over the next part of similar easy-ish combat to get the east wall up as well. During that combat we push the evolution factor far enough that the behemoth spawn rate has increased to 10%. That may not sound like much, but compared to the rare few we saw earlier, they now consist of like half the hit points on the battlefield. Anyway, now that plenty of behemoth spitters are mixed in, it causes a much greater slowdown effect on the spider. So if you're wondering why I'm just standing there in the crossfire, well, I just can't really move out of the way fast enough for the new attacks, slowing me down even further. Needless to say, this could have a disastrous ending, especially with the high melee attack of the behemoth biters chipping away at my health. Let's run to safety while we still can. Also, the maximum behemoth spawn chance is capped at just 37.5%, and that's at the unreachable 100% evolution, so we're almost 1/3 of the way there in that regard. Part of the problem is that we simply don't have all the weapon upgrades yet. Those can make all the difference, but they are expensive and slow to research, so for the current expansion attempt we will have to make do with what we have. So we start out by carefully nibbling away on the edges while hiding in the forest, where the biters have great trouble trying to reach us. However, once we need to take out the final central blob, there will be nowhere to hide anymore. Before battling that final boss, we install a quick unprotected radar line to keep view on expansions. After the first two attack waves went fairly well, I start to get a little overconfident. Just look at all those corpses, even the glowing uranium patch is barely visible. Anyway, it seems like we have just one more attack to go, so let's hope we don't screw up there. My overconfidence continues and it seems to be going great. But then, all of a sudden, my health starts to deplete rapidly and I'm unable to move out of the way. Until the very last moment. But that easily could have been the end if he would have been stuck for just 2 more seconds or so. I think we can safely say now Spidertron OP no longer, or at least not with our current state of technology. But for now that matters not, because we are done with the expansion plan. All that's left to do is connect the walls. And with the wall completed, we've gotten access yet again to another single ore patch of every resource. And this time the coal patch is the biggest one, so thanks to our coal liquefaction plant, we won't have to worry about running out of oil anymore. We didn't really set out to capture a new stone or uranium patch, but those were captured as a side effect from preserving the massive northwest forest, which will come handy in the very late game. For now, it means we can soon double our current production of everything really, as obtaining the new land has also cleared enough space to double our current furnace setup to fully utilize the red belts. After this severe slaughterfest, we recheck the evolution factor, and the previously pressuring factors of time and pollution are now the smallest building blocks of the whole. In total, we used up almost 8,000 rockets. That wouldn't be so bad if we had made progress towards the end goal of world peace, but by taking out these biters and expanding our walls, we've only generated exponentially more biters around the newly claimed area. How can this ever come to an end? Anyway, it is time for those old portable solar panels to make their unexpected return. In the current ceasefire time, we won't need the shields nor much power generation, so we can stash away the bulky fusion reactor and upgrade the Spider with 5 pairs of legs. Now the Spider has a total of a lot of legs. Now that's a pretty good running speed to travel around the base with, especially with the Spider's total disregard for stuff being in the way. Anyway, with the biter bases gone, the pollution immediately starts spreading out over the now vacant land, except over the preserved forest. This is a hint to why we've been so careful to preserve as much forest as possible. With our plan of spreading diplomacy to every last biter base on the map and beyond, well, something has got to stay behind to absorb the pollution when the biter bases cease to do so. We spent some time reconfiguring the oil pipes around the new walls before we proceed and start taking down the old walls. But whoops, due to our poorly laid out Roboport network, some of our slow bots almost had a close encounter of the third kind. We removed the other obsolete walls and the flamethrowers. But perhaps it would have been smarter to first get Roboport coverage on the new walls, so the first random breakthrough won't lead to behemoth biters flooding all over my base. Well, you know what they say, you're never too old to make mistakes. So, with the urgent problem of our new walls being undefended, of course we prioritize laying out the mines. What priorities are those again? Oh well, we task SpiderBen to carry all the supplies to build the mines. and fortunately we remembered to take some roboports with us as well. And yes, thanks to our strange priorities, barely any hit points remain on this last wall piece. We are not a single minute too late to start expand roboport coverage to the walls. Ah, I see. We are combining two tasks in a single trip. With 200 personal bots, tasks like constructing an entire moduled mining operation takes mere seconds to complete. And then we're back on our way again to cover the walls with roboport coverage. Soon the repair bots are flying all across the map, but the distances are so great now they run out of juice on the way. Well, at least they continue on their way instead of turning around. After completing the outer rim, we made it back to build the copper mine. Soon the walls start breaking. Fortunately, we got bot coverage up just in time. We start drawing some extra roboport lines across the newly acquired lands, so the bots have access to some timely recharge points on their journey out to the walls. And that will do for wall protection for now, at least until the behemoths prove me otherwise. With both mines built, we can start preparing the furnace area for the new flood of ore about to stream in. After a bit of productivity module mathematics, it turns out we need only 2 extra furnaces on top of the regular 48 in order to output full belts. That's surprisingly strong. In the olden days, productivity modules came with a hefty 20% speed penalty each, but their current 5% speed penalty is almost entirely neutralized by their 4% production bonus. The main downside is the doubled pollution output and near doubled power usage, which adds up quickly with so many furnaces. Walls are breaking again, and to be honest it is quite worrisome. The North Biters broke 2 walls. Not even by a real attack, but what quite likely was a simple expansion party. The northern nests aren't consuming enough pollution to form sizable attacks, at least not yet. That will change soon though as we start up the new miners. Anyway, we'll see how that turns out soon enough. Back to work. I can get over 2 red belts of iron from the new mine alone, so we prepare 3 belts to the furnace area. And I have my personal slaves roll out the red carpet through the forests for me. But with the behemoth biters and higher numbers now, almost every single attack immediately breaks undamaged walls now. And we haven't even turned on the new mines yet. To supply our new furnace stacks, we're also gonna need 2 copper lines. Then the moment arrives for which we did it all. Switching on the new iron mine. I already hooked up the copper ore belts, and now with the new iron mine connected, we can finally fully saturate 3 red belts with iron plates. and 2 red belts with copper plates. Nice! Finally, we start to produce a more acceptable number of circuits again. A full red belt of green chips still is nothing endgame worthy, but we more than tripled our green chip production and quadrupled the very important red chip production. Red chips are one of the most important products of any base. Contrary to blue chips, the red chips are widely used for both base building materials and for science, which is why they are the most common bottleneck in any base. And with those achievements, it is time to start researching again. I think we can safely say that all of the non-infinite techs lie firmly within our reach now. However, under the current threat of the wall-busting behemoth biters, what we need the most now is faster labs, faster bots and all the upgrades to the flamethrowers we can get. With the new mines, the bigger furnace area and accordingly increased assembler usage, we are creeping up dangerously close to our reactor's 480 MW maximum capacity. Also, the reactor is almost out of fuel again, but thanks to the 100% fuel efficiency, which now has officially become obsolete by the way, we only had to take 1 refueling trip in the whole 23 hours the reactor has been running. That has been the main reason for the fuel efficiency mechanism, not the pure resource costs. In fact, we care so little about the resource cost, why don't we just take all of the 160 uranium-235 and just turn them all into fuel cells. We even use the green modules in the assembler to provide an extra green boost to our green power. Anyway, after a long idle period, we start up the uranium mine again, but no more barrel hauling. Instead, we automated the process by using this sneaky backdoor sulfuric acid extraction. Now, I'm sure there's a joke no, actually I'm pretty sure there's no joke in that. So then, what is our next project? Well, we want to square out the base so we can finally make a normal Roboport network without worrying that the bots will fly over the cuckoo's nest. In the process, we get access to yet another very important resource we haven't talked about yet. Do you see it? To prepare for the base growing larger and larger while the bots fly further and further and the behemoths grow stronger and stronger, we need an upgraded defense. So we designed this quad wall setup with extra heavily defended corners, more flamethrowers per cubic mile and better laser support, with built-in power and Roboport coverage from the get-go. It also features a continuous rail line for some reason, and oh yeah, to make it super easy to place, we chunk aligned the design for good measure. And to further prepare for our expansion, we keep the research priorities on getting all the weapon damage and shooting speed upgrades that we can. And to prepare to utilize the important resource I mentioned earlier, we go ahead and install another stone mine. We moved over the uranium processing to make space for okay alert sounds. What is going on this time? Of course, an ultra long range behemoth worm is taking pot shots at our flamethrower turrets. But there's no need anymore to tire ourselves by running all across the map. We can simply call over SpiderBen and hop in. Our 18-legged, solar-powered spider sprints across the map with ease. We don't have shields installed, but there's no need. The spider barely takes a scratch in the process. There. Problem solved. Or not yet. Those behemoth worms are some sturdy dudes, I tell ya. Anyway, back to the base. So yeah, we moved the uranium processing to make space for a second steel line in the furnace array. Now we're back to full speed researching the endgame techs. The heavily steel dependent purple science simply demands more than a single furnace line of steel. With the extra steel line, we now have the possibility to convert up to 2/3 of our total iron production into steel. Meanwhile, we have already started researching the last of the non-infinite weapon upgrades. And we finally get around to mine and connect the new coal patch to aid the struggling coal liquefaction plant. Finally, it'll start working at its intended full capacity of converting 2 full belts of coal into oil. With these extra upgrades to the base, now we regularly exceed 480 megawatts, but for a while the steam buffer can still handle the extra power bursts. But if we keep adding to the base, it is likely to become a problem in the near future though. So naturally we ignore the problem and happily proceed to make some high-level speed modules for the science and lab area beacons. Together with the final 2 research speed upgrades, this will lead to the labs becoming 6 times faster than they currently are, with a final research speed of 16.45. Which is enough for these 8 labs to consume 130 science per minute, even on the slowest technologies. Next we go for fully upgraded inserters to better keep up with the beacon builds around our base. With these fast 30-second technologies, our labs can reach speeds of 260 science per minute. Not that we can produce that though. Even after upgrading the science production with speed 2 modules, the best we can hope for is 80 to 90 science per minute sustained. But even that number is still questionable given our current resource situation. Another behemoth worm party starts ruining all the fun. Artillery is the only defense against these. And now that we're here anyway, we can finally check out another biter attack. Science is crawling again, and this time it's because of the simple blue science running out of red chips. As any available red chips are distributed equally over all requester chests, we simply add a ridiculous amount of them. This should solve the problem, and we can indeed see the delivered red chips are no longer immediately being consumed. Great! In the meantime, we have completed nearly all of the non-infinite technologies now. Let's finally queue up all of the remaining powerhouse techs like artillery, uranium enrichment, and not long after, uranium ammo. Then the rocket silo itself, which will open up the way to all the infinite technologies through space science. And finally, the most expensive tech in the game, the atomic bomb. As predicted, the behemoth worm expansion problem becomes ever more frequent. While we've got several ways to deal with it, all of these methods require manual interruptions of whatever I'm doing. While we still need to build the required infrastructure and make a huge resource investment, I can't wait until we can start to play around with artillery. Then suddenly the alert sound starts making a lot of scary noises. We frantically scroll around the map to locate the breakthrough. But it turns out it were just several small normal breaches caused by multiple attacks happening at the same time. Question: what's even better than Spidertron? Three Spidertrons! Oh yes, SpiderBen's cult following is growing. And follow they will. It is time for SpiderBen to change out his peaceful solar-powered speed setup for his nuclear-powered war gear once again. We then outfit the White Recluse and the Black Widow with similar gear, so all three spiders have the same walking speed. Then we take a small handful of 16,000 rockets with us, as well as a titanic amount of building materials. We need to start constructing our new chunk-aligned quad-wall defense. With 4 inventories of space to carry stuff, we can be out there for quite a while before we'll need to return to resupply. Finally, let's prepare our inner armor with 16 laser defense units again. Who needs power generation anyway? The 10 Mark II batteries will carry us for a long while. Let's hop into SpiderBen and let's go! Look at that mean worm bullying our bots. Let's go and spread justice to... a little enthusiast, are we? I need to double check, but I don't think blowing a 20-meter wide hole in my wall was part of the plan. So let's not wander off too far so we can personally intercept any biter attacks until the bots rebuild it. Yeah, that's quite a gap, isn't it? Fortunately, soon the bots start arriving with the replacement walls and the entire wall is rebuilt again. Thank you, bots. Yeah, with all damage upgrades completed and 2 extra support spiders, we are back to being OP as F again. And this time there are no more evolutionary super jumps to make for the biters to catch up to our new power. Their days are numbered. After absolutely no div blowing a giant hole right in the center of their base, we clear up along the forest edges using only our 16 personal laser defenses. Now that we also fully maxed out laser damage and speed, they can hold their own against these leftovers without needing to rely on rocket support. No trees were harmed in the making of this video. Pretty soon we have cleared out a large area. Let's take out the final big blob together, shall we? Oh, whoops, sorry trees. That is why I like to leave the support spiders behind near the forested areas. Who even needs atomic bombs when you can have this? I mean, just look at them. They know no limit, they're absolute beasts. let's take a repair break. We can stay on this uninhabited small island to confuse the biters. And then let's go and clean up whatever pieces of biters are still moving. This time by ourselves, without harming any more trees in the process. Extremely effective. This is going to be our main combat strategy for a while. We took out all of that without even draining my armor's batteries. But now we need to recharge them, because it's time for our 200 personal bots to start the construction of the final wall. We need to nibble a few more biter nests off this edge here, and you can clearly see without the support spiders and lasers it's a lot harder as our DPS is way down and we are the single target of every single enemy in range. And we have reached the lake. Let's place a corner instead of a straight wall to not create a very weak outer edge. I predict massive attacks on this corner later, as all the biters parting around the lake will end up right here. Let's again install a SETI project to see if we can finally find some intelligent life on this planet. Well, any intelligent life surely excludes me. In a most unfortunate turn of events, a freak tragedy occurred and our beloved friend little Johnny is no longer with us. How could this happen? While the player known as Mike Handy was extremely careful to stay away from Johnny with his laser defense armor, a tragic confluence of coincidences caused the support spiders to part right through Johnny's location. His lifeless body was trampled for good measure. Why, Johnny? Why? It never happens to the thieving, vandalizing, bullying behemoth worm scum. It always happens to the good-spirited, bright minds full of life joy, always willing to help a fellow out. But as brutal as it sounds, life must go on. and the inconvenient shroud is appropriately followed by an inconvenient wall. Overwhelmed with grief, we rush into battle alone without the support spiders. A suicide mission it seems, as this nest cluster is way too big to take down by ourselves. It is only by the highest dose of sheer luck we manage to escape from the claws of biter death. It is time to face it. The time where we could venture out to take on large biter bases by ourselves lies firmly in the past now. So, coming to our senses, we call in the support troops. And head out alone yet again? Stupid is as stupid does, I guess. But after making the first dent earlier, we managed to pull through, right as the last non-infinite tag of the game completes. That means we managed to complete the first of our playthrough's 4 goals. Research all technologies, check. Additionally, you could safely say we are a little past the point where we would need to eat fish to heal. So I'm gonna give myself that one as well. Not long after, we managed to wall off the southeast corner and our base has a complete outer shell once again. And in the process, we finally claimed a new oil source. Behold the mighty 93% richness which will solve all our problems, Lamau. To further clarify, its peak richness is less than half of our initial oil field's minimum richness. This single oil source wouldn't even provide enough oil for half of a single unmoduled oil refinery, even at the peak of its richness. And over time it will fall all the way down to just 20% richness, which is the absolute minimum, equivalent to 1/10 of a single unmoduled oil refinery's consumption. Now that I've explained to you just how poor this oil source is, let's try to illustrate just how resource efficient the flamethrowers really are. I'm going to supply my whole base's defense with only this single crappy oil source. If you think the uranium fuel cells for nuclear power are terribly OP for the resource cost, well, that's true of course, but it pales in comparison to the micro drops of oil used to fuel the flamethrowers. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base, yet another behemoth worm is causing trouble. And after my terrible way of dealing with it, come on, saved it! Employee of the month right there, guys. The biters are so impressed, they just don't know what to do with themselves and just freeze in place. Well, we still have plenty of building materials, so we continue the south wall in this dense forest. And dig ourselves a little fire ditch. A small field test taken by some volunteers confirms the fire doesn't spread out below. It does look uncomfortably close though, so let's slightly enlarge the fire ditch to be 100% sure. Soon we reach the next patch of water, but this time we didn't close off nothing. There are still giant biter blobs in the lands that are undeniably rightfully ours. A quick glance at the nuclear reactor confirms we're good. Thanks to converting all of our 160 uranium-235 into fuel cells, it will take a very long time before this reactor runs out of fuel again. Now we need to take out this giant inner cluster. Not that we gain any resources by doing so, even the iron will remain just outside our border. We're doing it just so the dumb robots won't fly over the enemy nests all the time. Forest saving strats be damned, we've come too close to that several times already now. We're going in with all we've got: SpiderBen, the Black Widow and the White Recluse. And as you can see, 3 spiders are still an absolute stompfest. The extra DPS and additional targeting from the follower spiders helps to prevent SpiderBen from entering the asset slowdown effect spiral of death. Together it took the 3 musketeers less than 2 minutes to clear that entire section. And another 2 minutes later we personally cleaned up the stragglers with the laser defense in my armor. I will bore you with one more triple spider attack. It is just too much fun after a long struggle to get to this point. There, I'll trust you to trust me to finish the job now. So, while you are looking at the new ideology behind the term Biter Island DeathWorld, I've gone ahead and fully squared off the base. Now we can finally connect all roboports into one giant network. and after installing several Roboport lines to function as recharge points for the bots on their long-distance repair flights, let me introduce you to the only fair way to continue this playthrough. Little Johnny's Redemption. Seeking revenge for his unjust death, Johnny's cousins shall be allowed to spit acid at our bots for the remainder of the game. Strong and smart bots will make it. The weak and dumb ones will die, together with whatever item they were carrying. It is time to execute our promise. We shall separate our oil sources and only use the new, single crappy oil source to provide for our entire base's flamethrower defense. First we disconnect our original oil source and its buffer from the flamethrower defense, before we proceed to pump the former flamethrower fuel buffer back to be refined. And despite pumping for nearly 2 hours now, the single oil source still hasn't filled up these buffer tanks. It has produced only 90k oil since we switched it on. We then moved the oil refining buffer tank out of the way, and we did some pipe works to separate the oil refining oil source from the new flamethrower supplying oil source. And finally we can connect the new crappy oil source to the flamethrower network. At the moment of connecting, there's 310k oil in the system. This is a total of these 5 tanks, the 4 near full buffer tanks in the wall corners, and all of the oil in the many hundreds of connecting pipes and flamethrowers themselves. But this 310k figure is our benchmark. The entire flamethrower network around the entire base is now connected to this single crappy pump jack. Let's see if the oil buffer goes up or down from this point on. As we didn't expand out beyond the old northwest wall, we spent the next half hour cleaning that up and replacing it with our chunk-aligned quad wall. We also made a slight northern expansion to include this copper patch in our base. The post-expansion evolution is now 60% spawner kills with a behemoth spawn rate of 26%, and we haven't even fired a single artillery shell. Yet. And while we did achieve our goal of squaring out the base to finally be able to have a normal Roboport network, we don't have all that many new resources to show for. Only a single 3.5 million iron patch in the far southeast and a single 3.5 million copper patch, which wasn't even originally inside our walls. And I'm not even gonna count that meme oil source, which is now providing the entire flamethrower defense. The cold hard truth is, so far we've been really struggling hard just to add a single ore patch per resource type to the base with each expansion. So much work and so little to show for. This has to stop. If we take a look at the new radar revealed map, we see there is an extremely dense resource cluster just south of our base. There's literally like 12 ore patches just a little south of our current border. While the north does contain a couple very rich ore patches, rather than increasing our ore reserves, we are more interested in increasing our total rate of production. In other words, the total number of miners we can have operational at any one time. So, I think we are not done expanding just yet. We need just one more expansion to claim our full, final, endgame base size, and those southern resources are looking juicy. First check on our new flamethrower oil pump. It looks like the oil reserve is dropping by about 5k per hour, though it's unclear how much oil was lost while replacing the flamethrowers in the northwest wall. Don't worry, as long as there's adequate space in an adjacent oil tank, all of the oil in the deconstructed oil tank is transferred instantly and no oil is lost. While that means there's still 60 hours of oil left in the tank, the oil level is dropping, so let's apply a small upgrade to the oil production speed. Now these beacons will increase production speed by about 50%. These bots have been reading Sun Tzu and learned that sometimes it is better to avoid battle altogether. Now, as our nuclear reactor was running at max capacity already before our expansion, before we can build anything new, we first need more power. So it's finally time to switch on these nuclear plant assemblers. So we are finally getting back to the earlier riddle of the other important resource we captured. It was water. This specific stretch of water, to be more clear. Since nuclear power requires a lot of water, it's usually the easiest to just build a whole damn thing on the water. Especially if you made a tileable design like the one we are going to use. And while the bots are placing all the landfill, we are going to set up uranium enrichment through the Covarex enrichment process. But we previously used up all of our shiny green rocks to make nuclear fuel. It takes 40 shiny green rocks to start up uranium enrichment. Will we have enough? Just barely. Only 320 too many. That was a close call. And while you are looking at the stalled landfill progress, because we first need some roboports on the water, I've built a quick quad cover-hexagon uranium enricher, yeah. I'll see myself out. Later. We'll automate it, but for now we just need a couple handfuls for a specific goal. Since we have plenty anyway, let's just insert 80 shiny rocks in each assembler to not have any downtime between cycles. And while we're trying to enjoy looking at the first few cycles, the umpteen behemoth worm tries to ruin all the fun. But he won't succeed this time. This time the fun is on us, as we can simply use our remote controlled spiders to go and solve the problem. Thanks, Behemoth Worm, that was fun! Next, we finally set up the rocket control units. Because they take forever to assemble and they require just one speed module and one blue circuit apiece, we just task the logistic bots with the delivery instead of using the main boss. But why are we setting up RCUs now, you ask? Well, of course, to further progress in science we need the wide space science specs through rocket launches, which means we need RCUs. Except we are not thinking about launching rockets just yet. These RCUs are for a different purpose. Well, after setting up the landfill, the cover hex enrichment and the RCUs, all we can do is wait for these processes to produce some of their stuff. So let's watch some watch a nice time lapse of the bots placing the landfill on the water. is slightly dangerous to tie up all construction bots on a long construction project, as it will leave no bots available to fix the walls, but I reckon the quad wall will survive the repair downtime. Well, the bots finished, but now they all moved into the temporary roboports on the new island. If we simply deconstruct those roboports, it removes all those bots from our network, as they won't simply relocate themselves, but instead they'll wait inside to be picked up by other bots and dumped into a chest. Yeah, it's dump. So we need a way to get them out of there and keep them in the network. Introducing the Bot Recaller 9000! We simply stamp this blueprint with 9000 pipes somewhere far from their current location, so that all construction bots in the entire network are called to duty to construct the pipes, emptying out all roboports including those temporary ones. As soon as all the bots are airborne and far enough out, we cancel the pipe construction and we can now safely deconstruct these empty roboports, while all construction bots remain in the system. Then, after all landfill is placed, it is time for the second step of our new nuclear reactor, building the skeleton. It contains all the power lines, roboports and radars to prepare for the task of actually building the nuclear reactor. This is the 20 reactor core of the new nuclear power plant, but for now we'll just let the bots build the skeleton. Now, this build is simply too large to be covered by an existing roboport network, so the skeleton includes its own self-extending roboport grid. Every time a new roboport is placed, a new planned roboport comes into range, until eventually both sides connect and the skeleton is fully built. And this now forms the grid in which the tileable nuclear reactor exactly fits in between. Of course, a 20-core nuclear reactor requires a lot of fuel, so we prepare a nuclear fuel setup which will start up by hand. This was not what we prepared uranium enrichment for, by the way. So let's just grab 100 uranium-235 from the general mining chests to start it up. There, that will produce the first 1000 fuel cells. The 20-core reactor will, however, once built, eat through 6 fuel cells per minute. So these 1000 fuel cells will not even be enough for 3 hours of runtime. But while the bots build the second batch of landfill, my itch starts to become undeniable. All those resources just outside my walls are just taunting me. Take me. Claim me. I can't resist the voices any longer. The base needs to grow once more to reach its final form. Once more we reach for a crude wall planning tool and start laying out the final expansion plan. So we load out the spiders a final time. Spiders, follow me. In the meantime, Johnny's Redemption is doing great work in avenging their fallen comrade. Let's compare the evolution factor before and after our final expansion. Let's begin. We have found even more juicy resources to the south, and we may have overstretched a bit in the process. Or maybe not. Just look at the resource concentration down there. I can't even point them all out with my mouse. But it includes 3 real oil sources. Can you imagine? We've been running on our single crappy starter oil source for 63 hours now. Meanwhile, our spiders have completely run out of rockets. We'll send them back to the base to restock via logistics requests. While we start on the final wall. One and a half hour later and we have the southern section walled off. And for the first time we claimed a ton of resources inside of our borders. Now we're just gonna draw the wall up north to grab a few extra nearby resources just outside of the current existing wall. And yet another 1.5 hours later we are ready for the final boss fight. In the right corner, the Doom Engineer riding SpiderBen himself, supported by the Black Widow and the White Recluse, with a total number of 42 running legs. In the left corner, the behemoth hive mind Overlord, also known as Biterius Giganticus Flodus Endlessus, with a total number of a light year in plank length number of legs. Alright guys, here's the rules. No retreats and no repairs. Fight to the death until no enemy is left standing within the designated area. Understand? Okay. Keep it fair and square and what am I saying? Use every dirty trick in and out of the MFN book. Fight! Ouch, Team Doom Engineer and SpiderBen are off to a bad start. Drowning in overconfidence, they rushed in too hard and are down to half health already, while the Endless Biters barely took a significant hit. Can they hold it together? They changed tactics, trying to outflank the biters. But how can one outflank an ocean? Well, you simply can't. There are just too many biters to outflank, and every asset bite they get in leads to unrecoverable damage on SpiderBen, while the endless biters, well, they're endless. That's the whole battle plan. As darkness slowly falls, the end is near for Team SpiderBen, while the biters still control a sizable corner of the arena. This is the final finale to rule them all. Who will come out on top? What's going on? I can't believe my eyes. Incredible, what a comeback! With barely any hit points remaining, Doomguy and SpiderBen are taking out every last biter in the arena while dodging shots faster than the speed of shots. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a winner. And look at that carnage. We victoriously complete the wall before coming to a grueling realization. This wall now defines our final endgame prison, from which we may never even attempt to escape. Yuck. But hey, a prison full of resources it is, giving us many possibilities to control the lands beyond the prison from the inside, like a true mob boss. Who dares to interrupt my victory speech? Those who are about to die salute me. Anyway, all in all we have defeated over 250,000 enemies since the start of the game, including 12,000 worms, 14,000 spawners and a whopping 16,000 roaming behemoths. Both the highest kills and losses per minute were achieved in the very early game, believe it or not, when we had to build our initial base right in the middle of the biter nests, while the small biters flooded us non-stop. And they destroyed our flimsy pipe walls en masse, while in return we killed them by the hundreds with every juicy grenade thrown. 14,000 destroyed spawners now take account of 3/4 of the evolution factor, with the once so important time and pollution factor in the early and mid game respectively now being a non-factor. Due to the way evolution increase slows down dramatically as you get closer and closer to maxing out, we would have reached behemoths easily even without those factors. It wasn't cheap to claim these lands though. In the process we fired 75,000 explosive rockets. Construction bots topped the list of losses, a number of course inflated by the great works of Johnny's redemption. Still, at this point in the game we couldn't care less about how many bots we lose. We won't even notice it. Well, for as long as they are not carrying the Mark III modules, that is. But at this stage of the game, bots are very cheap, produced quickly, and lost bots are automatically replaced up to our desired number by our manufacturing block. When I mentioned we won't even notice it, I meant it literally. So, to finally complete our intermediates main boss, we quickly add rocket fuel, which was the last missing ingredient we need to make rockets to progress to the infinite technologies. During the dosh of destruction, we acquired over 3000 shiny green rocks. Now we are ready to utilize the secret plan. What will it be? Nukes? Huh? We just finished a complete and utter rampage and now we build nukes? So we are gonna build a nuclear plant and feed it with nukes? Hold on, I don't think this guy knows how nuclear plants work, dude. I have no idea what he's planning to do, but let's sit back a good distance away and watch the show, I guess. This should be entertaining one way or the other. Oh, I guess I was wrong. He's going into debug explain mode again. Yeah, you see, we're all fans of the green power, but the landfill is not cooperating. Contrary to any natural landscape, it absorbs absolutely zero pollution. And because pollution only spreads away from a tile if there's more than 15 pollution in a tile, the pollution on the fully landfill chunks will never dissipate until the end of time. This, of course, annoys me to no end. After experiencing this lingering pollution in my solar-powered megabase without being able to do anything about it, we're gonna solve the problem here with nukes. Let's demonstrate, Watson. Great shot, Watson. Great shot. Anyway, the keen eye will spot the nuked landfill now absorbs a minute quantity of pollution. Not much, only about 1/5 of a water tile, but still, infinitely as many times as unspoiled landfill. It will take a long time, but once our pollution cloud shrinks and the nuclear plant lies outside of our pollution cloud, the last lingering 15 pollution points, which will never spread and would normally remain on this chunk forever, now will dissipate in a mere 8 hours of game time. That's a lot, yes, but given that we are currently 68 hours in, I'd say we have a good chance of taking advantage of this mechanism. So, to summarize, devs, please change landfill and concrete to absorb a tiny amount of pollution by default, please. But for now, we just gotta prepare the lands by nuking all these chunks. After nuking every chunk once, the eternal pollution problem is solved and we can put back the deconstructed reactor skeletons. And now the land has been properly prepared, we can finally build a new, tileable nuclear reactor. Nice. Here's roughly how it works. Each set of 4 reactors is supported by 4 columns of heat exchangers, which in turn are each supplied by 2 offshore pumps. None of those water lines connect to each other, which simplifies fluid calculations. Well, hopefully. Each column of heat exchangers outputs steam, which is pumped into a column of steam turbines. Again, none of the steam pipes are interconnected. The whole nuclear plant is only 10 tiles wide, or the width of 2 reactors, and as such is tileable per block of 4 reactors, with each block working independent. We start off with 20 reactors, which can produce approximately 2.5 gigawatts of power. On this reactor we have no circuit conditions, nor other complicated stuff. We just don't care anymore if it burns through fuel at an abysmal efficiency, for the same reason we did care about it with our first reactor. We just want to plop the thing down and then spend as little time as possible worrying about it. So we just insert a full stack of nuclear fuel in each one, and each reactor's requester chest will demand another 500 fuel cells to be brought in as a buffer. So once we connect the plant back to the main Roboport network, we can watch the logistics bots scramble as they try to deliver 10,000 fuel cells to our 20-core reactor. Soon the reactor is swarmed in logistics bots, and we see the first use of active provider chests, which force their contents to some other location in the logistics network. This means the depleted fuel cells will automatically be picked up and returned to the main base's general storage area for now. And once the reactor finally gets up to temperature, our old overburdened starter nuclear plant is finally relieved. Just enjoy the beautiful glow in the night. And just like we can recall all construction bots with a giant blob of pipes, we can recall all logistics bots by forcing a transfer of tens of thousands of wood. After claiming our endgame sized base containing a respectable endgame amount of resources and our new 2.5 gigawatts easily expandable nuclear power plant, and with all the bots back at the home base, we are finally ready for the endgame. If you thought we killed a lot of biters already, well, think again. For every biter base we killed and every chunk of land we have conquered, new biters have appeared outside of our borders. Not only in the visible section of the map, but likely already present in the invisible game chunks far beyond our radar's scan range. We've still got a lot of work to do and a lot of problems to solve. The only difference is, now we control the resources to do it. We are ready to start engineering our way to the promised world peace.
dream of returning home. I can't leave the factory behind. It's become my life work. Some may call it an addiction. Ha! Let them. I've become solely focused on the task of preparing for the ultimate destruction. This is my home planet now, and I will make sure every bug on this godforsaken planet will know about it, at least in their final moments, before I blast them into oblivion.
By the end of the last movie, we overcame impossible odds to settle down, and then, after a fierce race with our rapidly dwindling starter iron mine, we finally managed to break free and claim a second iron patch, taking the first steps outside of our protected starter area. That bought us some well needed time to upgrade our weaponry to also claim one of every other resource, except for oil, which we got around by using coal liquefaction. From there, we managed to tag up to unlock the powerful Spidertron. The biters evolving to behemoths made the situation tense for a short while, but expanding to a team of 3 spiders and upgrading to a quad wall defense around our new, fully robot-supported square base solved that problem as well. Well, after 20 hours of focusing mostly on spider-powered expansion, the base has been left fairly neglected and it is gasping for resources. So the first thing we need to do is to hook up some of those newly acquired ore patches to our furnace area. Our furnaces can process 3 full belts of iron ore and 2 full belts of copper ore, and they're only getting about half of that. The plan is to hook up that extra northern copper we included by making that strange outcrop, and that nearby iron which was formerly just outside of our west wall. We will also dedicate the other northwest resources of stone and coal to support the main base. Main base? Yes, main base. Eventually we are planning to set up a dedicated outpost to make both steel and green chips here in the southwest corner. These 5 ore patches together happen to have roughly the right resource distribution to supply the main base with steel and green chips, which means they'll dry up roughly evenly over time. And since we finally claimed some real oil sources for our base, let's already upgrade the regular oil refining with speed beacons in preparation. Up until now we needed only 1 oil refinery to keep up with our entire oil production, but that's going to change. So we check the ratio of building materials needed to build mining outposts and request a multiple of that to this chest. Then we grab a whole lot of belts to bring the resources back to the base, hop in SpiderBen and off we go! Since iron is struggling the most right now, that's where we'll head first. Now, building mining outposts in the early game can be quite tedious, but now, with a couple hundred fully upgraded personal bots and 2 simple blueprints, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. The main inconvenience is building the belts back to the base, but at this stage of the game, belts beat trains in every single way. They are more maneuverable and flexible to lay down, difficult to screw up with throughput, and you don't need perfectly balanced loading and unloading stations. And most importantly, unlike trains, belts don't try to kill you all the time. And just like that, we are outputting 3 full red belts of iron again. Next up is that awkwardly positioned copper patch. Yeah, I'm gonna spare you filling in the details. There, everything seems to work and... oh. Okay, now everything is working and we can belt back 2 full belts of copper to our base. And that's 2 full belts of copper plates. Now, we don't need the extra coal just yet, but we quickly hook up the 2 stone mines. So we can continue making landfill without starving the heavily stone dependent purple signs later. And with all those new resources hooked up, the base is no longer struggling and back to producing stuff at full speed. Now we can finally start our top secret project. Yes, it's artillery indeed. Who would have guessed? It looks like we are producing about 34 artillery shells per minute. It's hard to predict how many we'll need, but my very rough estimation is around 100,000. That's about 50 hours worth of full speed artillery shell production, and that's only if all the required ingredients can keep up. Less than 50 artillery shells fit in each chest, so as the OG copper mine is running out, we can start adding more chests. A lot more chests. Meanwhile, the base is looking pretty in the night. Now, artillery shells just by themselves are not very useful, so we temporarily changed the locomotive assembler to assemble artillery wagons. But we won't only need artillery in train form, so we automate some land-based artillery turrets as well. After trying to pronounce artillery for dozens of times, that undeniable itch has returned again. Let's load the spider with shells and take these bad boys out on a field test. I know just the right location for that. No, you bastards, not Johnny's Redemption. I'm talking about the new Biter Island. One advantage of artillery over Spidertron's explosive rockets is its 100% accurate surgical precision strikes, which causes only minimal collateral damage to the surrounding trees. That surgical precision is exactly what we're looking for. The main disadvantage of artillery are the intense biter revenge attacks after the artillery strike. But hey, this was Biter Island, so good luck with that. Field test complete and successful. Now let's check the effective range on these things. We can place an artillery turret in the corner of the base to visualize its current range on the map. Well, it looks like we're gonna need a couple range upgrades. While we're at it, let's place one turret in all four corners. Even more of the OG copper mine has run out, so let's make room for even more chests. Additionally, we now hooked all green chests together with green wires, so we can easily identify how many shells we have stockpiled in total. About 1,500 already. Since we are done with all expansions, there will hopefully be no more destruction within our walls, so it is time for an important step. Deconstruct all items lying on the ground in the base. As you can see, a whopping 2400 pieces of stone are scattered around my base. Those are not rocks, but the remnants of rocks which got destroyed in the carnage. Not only my rockets destroy the rocks, but also the biters themselves can break them whenever they feel they are in the way, leaving clumps of stone on the ground with every destroyed rock. Those stones can later accidentally end up on belts, in chests and generally in undesired locations which can cause major downtime. So now we have full radar coverage in our base, we task the bots with picking up all that stone before we start building and before it can cause any trouble. That order to the bots was great news for Johnny's Redemption, who now had a great opportunity to fire some pot shots at our bots, and they managed to destroy 28 of them on this task alone. I gotta be careful once I start tasking the bots to build stuff with expensive modules. Now, we don't have full Roboport coverage around our entire base, so we task a spider to walk around and do the cleanup floss between our Roboport teeth. Let's check in on our single flamethrower defense supplying pump jack. It has now reached its absolute minimum production of 20%. Despite that, the total oil in the system has gone up from 310k to 386k. So let's start the real challenge. We deleted the speed modules and the speed beacons to see if a single pump jack producing at the absolute minimum possible can still supply an ultimate DeathWorld amount of flamethrower fuel. Our new benchmark is 387k oil in the system. And just like that, we decide it is time. We've had all the ingredients for the rocket available for a long time already, but there was just no need to launch yet. Only now, after our final expansion is done and we've hooked up the base to plentiful new resources, it is finally feasible again to continue with the infinite research projects. So that means it is finally time to start launching rockets. Not to win the game, as the single launch by itself has nothing to do with the victory conditions we set for ourselves, but purely as a means to start producing the final science pack of space science. Now, before starting on the fun projects, we are first again gonna grab the useful stuff. A couple of cheap upgrades to the worker bot speed and the cheapest mining productivity upgrade, so production will keep up at full speed for longer. Our fully operational base is looking mightily fine in the night. But it does become very apparent why we need our plant outpost for steel and green chips sooner rather than later. Currently, half of the main base's copper is converted into green chips, and most of the iron will be converted into steel once the current backlog dries up. Because now that we are researching again, our resource consumption and science production is running at full speed. It's not exactly the right ratio, but the slowest assemblers are running at 84 science per minute. But even with everything running, we still aren't using much of our tileable nuclear plant's maximum capacity yet. Maybe it was a mistake to do the artillery field test on Biter Island. These two biter nests here are eating up 300 pollution per minute for free, without sending in attacks. They basically are functioning as a sort of super forest, absorbing our pollution with no negative side effects. Anyway, in the end it doesn't even matter, as we can't rely on that forever. Eventually, all biters will have to depart to the eternal biter hunting grounds. Well, our next project will take a while to set up, so before that we quickly adjust the uranium enrichment setup to be fully automatic. We wire the Coverex enrichment centrifuges so that they will only stop running after the amount of shiny green rocks equals the amount of non-shiny green rocks. A quick glance shows that is going to take quite a while still. So, now for the big project. With all the furnaces active, all iron and copper are being consumed, and more than half of the available iron and copper are going towards steel and green chips. So yep, it is finally time to set up the autonomous outpost for steel and green chips to relieve the main base. Well, the cheapest robot speed and mining speed upgrades have already finished. The truth is, it will still be a while before we need the artillery range upgrades. We are just not ready yet. So for now we are just going to keep investing in faster bots and richer mining production. Under the atmospheric light of launching rockets into orbit, we spent some time setting the right logistics requests for all 3 spiders in order to build the GreenSteel Corporation outpost. Alright, all requests are set up. SpiderBen is the mining spider. The Black Widow is the smelting spider. And the White Recluse is the factory spider. And yes, that does look like rails and train fuel in there. So let's step into the light and have the bots supply us with all the things. Before we head out to the far lands. Now, building balancers is my weak point, but I think I built a 1-to-6 splitter. Let's give it a quick test. Looks good to me, so let's plop one down for each train wagon. What? Train wagon? Are the rumors true? Has Michael Hendricks finally seen the light? Well, hold your horses, nerds. That soothing light at the end of the tunnel is just the freight train coming your way. It's just a single train, okay? Just a single hit. It's nothing serious. I'm not addicted now, go away. Let's instead focus on designing the steel smelter. This process illustrates well why I don't have a full Robopod grid in my base. It can work well if you use pre-made blueprints, but I like to be able to work on designs without construction bots flying in and out, partially constructing and deconstructing stuff and just generally getting in the way. There, that's 1/2 of the whopping 480 furnaces we need to turn 4 belts of iron ore into almost 1 full belt of steel, fully designed from scratch in less than 90 seconds. Now we just gotta actually build it in a more convenient location. Of course, knowing me, the ratios are off again, given that we use productivity modules, and while I could try to care and use slightly less iron furnaces before fiddling around with redistributing the extra iron plates, while trying not to screw up due to factors like insert or near side of the belt priority and whatnot, but meh, This design is quick and simple, does what it needs to do, and I'd rather spend that extra time on the next 3 projects instead. Nice! We have upgraded from 200 to 300 personal robots, by the way. And we've rebuilt the train station so the steel output belts conveniently connect to the train. And nope, we were not really producing 84 signs per minute sustained. Our sign spec buffer ran out and text load will crawl again exactly because we're lacking steel and green chips. So let's cancel the expensive text for now so we can buffer up and later quickly research whatever we need most at that time. Suppose we would like to keep the option of adding one more line of smelters to the south. Well, there's just one tile too little space. So I drain my entire armor's battery to move the whole damn thing 2 tiles up. Well, better do it now while everything is still shiny new and empty than later with belts full of ore and furnaces full of plates. My green chip setup is a little weird again, but thanks to the stacking productivity bonus, even with just the Mark 1 modules, 40 green chip assemblers can produce just over 3 red belts of green chips from just 3.5 red belts of copper input. Again, technically we would not need 60 but only 52 copper wire assemblers to feed the 40 green chip assemblers. But also again, good luck properly and reliably redistributing that. Instead we go by the KISS motto, or keep it simple, stupid. Our goal is to supply the main base with 3 red belts of green chips, which is equal to 2 blue belts. So what seems the most simple solution to load 2 cargo wagons with 3 red belts worth of green chips supplied by 4 non-compressed red belts? I say let's just sideload 2 blue belts and be done with it. Let's build the first mine dedicated for steel production. At mining productivity 5 we need 160 miners to supply 4 red belts of ore, so this mine by itself is not quite enough yet, but it's a good start. Let's connect it to the steel furnaces and switch it on. Wait, what is this weird squiggle doing here? Well, anyway, it seems like it's working as intended. Though not at full speed yet until we connect the other mine. So let's do just that. Together, these 2 mines will provide 4 full belts of ore for a long time, even as some of the poorest miners run out. Ah, that's why we had the weird squiggle. We are sideloading the belts with the backup mine, which ensures the belt will be 100% full 100% of the time. We can even visualize that with the show gaps in transport belts debug help. There are tons of gaps before the sideload compression technique and absolutely none after the sideloading. Fully compressed belts are surprisingly UPS friendly too, by the way, even if they are very long. With the steel setup finished, we can finally take the first train ride of the game. Let's deliver the first load of steel to the main base in our trusty Now, the steel belt from the outpost is hooked up so that the outpost steel is prioritized. Once the main base's steel furnaces fill up, their production will stop and all of the 3 red belts of iron in the main base will be freed up for non-steel purposes. Great stuff! Now we just need to do the same for green chips to relieve copper. So we build the 3 mines for the green chip setup. So we build the 3 mines for the green chip setup. And to save a little space, we use lightly speed beacon smelters to supply the green chip build the 3.4 belts of copper and 2.6 belts of iron it needs to function at full speed. Yeah, ratios get weird once productivity modules enter the scene, so my usual technique is to slightly overbuild every step to ensure the final production goal is reliably met. In this case, our setup is capable of producing slightly more than 3 red belts of green chips, and then we intentionally bottleneck the throughput at 2 blue belts, which means the green chip production should slowly back up. And indeed, we are producing 2 compressed blue belts of green chips. Or are we? Something seems off. The blue inserters are not keeping up. Let's try stack inserters then. Okay, that works it seems. Anyway, the train arrives. Let's ride it back to the base with the first externally produced green chips. So we can just flip the steel unloading blueprint and upgrade it to blue belts. Or can we? Something seems off. Anyway, with the new green chip build also operational, we connect the blue belts from the train to the main bus. And we decide to fully decommission the main base's green chip setup. Now, we didn't plan ahead space for the pair of green chip belts, however, so for now they're running a bit awkwardly through the manufacturing hub. Oh well, let's switch it on. Oh, that's what was wrong. Well, easy fix. And finally, we have not one but 3 compressed red belts worth of green chips at our disposal, as well as 1 red belt of steel, and the total iron and copper production in the main base freed up for other purposes. Our total iron and copper ore intake tripled. It went from 5 belts at the main base to about 15 belts with the new outpost included. That means our little outpost is processing about twice the iron and copper of the so-called main base. But anyway, this will be a great boost for both red and blue chips, as well as the base being able to sustain full speed science production now. Great things are to come. With these additions we are up to a gigawatt of power usage, and with the base being properly supplied with an endgame amount of resources, we can afford to start up the infinite science projects again. Now that we've injected the base with a massive amount of resources from our outpost, the main base has been thrown a little off balance. And while some parts of our base are already configured for this new endgame amount of resources, some parts are not, so to be able to take full advantage of the new tripled resource intake, we need to first solve a couple of bottlenecks. First, let's try to maximize red chip production. We now should have enough resources to set all red chip assemblers to work, but the input belts are not even saturated. So, as a quick fix, we plop down a couple requester chests and upgrade the first part of the belt to blue belts. The stack inserters will now fill in most gaps on the blue transport belts, and a little while later we indeed see all red chip assemblers are now working with plastics and green chips backing up at the end of the belt. With the heavy steel burden relieved from the main base's iron supply, now copper is the main bottleneck, as copper is still needed in large quantities for red chips and low density structures, among other things. Truth be told, our GreenSteel outpost processes about twice as much iron as copper, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that the iron demand in the main base has strongly diminished. So I think we can safely repurpose one of the 3 iron smelter stacks to add a third belt of copper instead. Now, instead of awkwardly trying to route in the third copper belt, we again take advantage of the fact that in terms of throughput, 2 blue belts equal 3 red belts. This means we can just upgrade the entire copper line to blue belts all the way down the main bus with no loss of throughput. And indeed, copper is now even backing up at both belts down the low density structures. That's great! Or is it? In reality, it actually reveals our next bottleneck. An oil shortage. But before we dive into that, we first see the light. The blue light. And since our outpost produces 2 blue belts of green chips, we also upgrade the entire green chip belt at the main bus to blue belts. This now allows the full green chip production to travel down the main bus by belts, so we can get rid of these awkward requester chests. So yeah, the current problem is oil. We don't have enough petroleum gas to keep plastic production going. And while we certainly wouldn't have gotten to this point without our trusty coal liquefaction plant, at this stage of the game it just isn't enough anymore, even with the plant processing at its maximum capacity. We are going to need some real, actual oil to solve this problem, And unlike before, we actually have control over a few new oil fields now. So let's load up the spiders with building materials and let's go get the black gold flowing. So what is the best way to place those annoying pump jacks? Well, I don't know, but this is one way to do it. Once we connect the new oil field, we finally start to use more than just a single refinery in our oil processing setup. We are now producing 8 times as much oil per minute as we have been doing for the last 50 hours. But still, not all of the refineries are operational. So let's connect this oil source to the main base as well, that should do the trick. We went from 3 to 24k oil per minute with the first new oil source, and the second one now bumps our production up all the way to 40k. And next to that we still have the coal liquefaction. Together this should surely solve our oil problem. But we still want to prioritize the free infinite oil production from our original oil source and keep the richness of these new oil sources as high as possible for as long as possible. This is the main reason I use pipes here instead of trains. It makes it very simple to set up oil field priorities. With just a single green wire connected to a pump, we arrange that the second new oil field only chips in if the first new oil field fails to keep up with demand. And a similar green wire connection ensures our original infinite oil source is still being consumed with the highest priority. With the 2 new oil fields connected, our oil refinery is producing at maximum capacity, and with petroleum gas production now being much greater than consumption again, the plastic is flowing down both belts at full speed again. And with the new outposts and small optimizations to the main base, we are finally able to produce more than enough ingredients to keep all science assemblers operational at all times, producing that weird 84 science per minute figure. But anyway, this time we can actually sustain that production, so that means we can finally focus on what we've all been waiting for. We are ready to work on our weather manipulation machine. We are going to make it rain on this planet for the first time. And I'm not talking about water, but first we gotta make sure it can rain a little further from our walls. Each level of artillery range research gives 30% of cumulative range bonus, so by researching 2 levels we increase the range by 60%. Now, this may not sound like that much, but since the range bonus applies to the radius, the actual circular area of ground we can cover multiplies by 1.6 squared, or about 2.5 times. Finally, the OG copper mine has fully dried up, so we can complete our 20 by 20 square of artillery shell chests. Meanwhile, we have already stocked up over 9,000 shells! In that case, let's set up the artillery train. Let's start off with 20 wagons supported by 4 locomotives. Did you know locomotives don't need to be in front of the train to work? Let's put them in the middle, so we end up with a nice symmetric train with 10 artillery wagons on each straight, and the 4 locomotives can be refueled right here in the U-turn. Now, manually placing wagons around corners is a bit meh for correct spacing, so let's properly align the train by having it travel to the train stop automatically. Nice. Before we load the artillery shells on the train, Let's add yet another square of 400 chests to the buffer. Artillery shell production must continue at all costs. While we wait, we take a look at the map and more mysterious markers morphed into existence. Our max? X plus 11? I wonder what that is all about. Anyway, it's time to fill up that artillery train. 25 shells are requested to each of the 4 requester chests per wagon. That's 100 shells waiting to be loaded, which happens to be the exact carrying capacity of the artillery wagon. Great! Now we just light it up and copy paste it to the other 19 wagons and watch the bot scramble. While a single bot has no problem whatsoever carrying 4 nuclear reactors in a single flight, artillery shells are so heavy they need to be transported individually. I can't wait to see what kind of impact craters they are going to make. Anyway, that's one train loaded with 2000 artillery shells. But with 2000 shells per train load, we have only produced 6 or 7 trains worth of shells since we started production 8.5 hours ago. We need more production. And with the GreenSteel outpost operational, I think we can afford to double production. Finally, mining productivity finishes, and we begin on researching increased artillery range. But right, before we can send the train, we first need to finish the rails. Our wall is interrupted by many lakes. For now, just a single thin strip of landfill which exactly fits the rails will do. And that's the north side connected. The east rail actually almost connects our base to the biter lands beyond our walls, but unlike Spidertron, the biter's stumpy legs are too short to step over the water. As landfill cannot be deconstructed, let's avoid laying rails through the nuclear reactor site and go around instead. We have to connect the rails back to the base somewhere anyway. Soon the first range upgrade is completed. Let's see the effect on the map. Nice! Now the second upgrade will add that range increase yet another time. Meanwhile, I have completed laying rails over all the lakes, which theoretically means the train should be able to calculate a path around the walls and back to the home station. Let's go for a quick test drive. Awesome, the train can draw the full path back to the reload station. Then we are ready. Let's start raining fire from the sky. Well, not quite yet. You see, artillery strikes causes giant biter revenge attacks, far beyond anything we've experienced up to this point. Now, flamethrowers have a minimum range, so imagine if the biters breach the walls, then it still could all be over. We need a backup defense system just in case. So let's sprinkle some laser turrets all around the map. If a breach occurs, as a last defense, the laser turrets will still be able to fry the biters from up close. Soon we have sprinkled 1300 laser turrets around the map, drawing 31 megawatts even when idle. Still, in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing, and we have a 2 gigawatt buffer before we'd run into trouble. There's no need for accumulators this time. While we wait for artillery range 2 to complete, let's check in on our artillery shell production. Since we've doubled the artillery shell production, our explosive setups just can't keep up. We're producing only 800 per minute while we need 1100. So, unfortunately, we will have to cut out some forests to extend the explosive setups. It does take some extra work to make your designs nice and tileable, but it all pays off when you can just copy-paste to increase production. Now we've upped production to 1400 explosives per minute, which is more than the 1100 required for full-speed artillery shell production. Finally, artillery range 2 completes. It's hard to see the turret's range red border amidst all the red biter nests, but it's approximately right here. With all the visible and invisible biters present beyond the radar scan range, it may surprise you that this is actually all the range we will need on the artillery. All the secrets will be revealed soon, but first it is time to enjoy what we've all been waiting for. A nice montage of some good old artillery carnage. that's the first corner done. We lost 80 walls and 280 bots during this attack alone. The wall surely took a beating, but it still stands. But this is the easiest corner, as it is closest to our base, which means the bots were here fast enough to repair and replace the walls destroyed by the biters. Even so, the biters managed to occasionally breach the second layer of walls. It remains to be seen how well we will fare in the more remote corners of our base. Alright, it is finally time to start revealing the mystery of how to truly eliminate every single generated biter nest and worm on this planet, both in the Raider revealed map and in the remote unexplored black areas beyond. For that, we need to travel back to the previously cleared corner of the map. Let's start with the oldest and most important marker. Mike was here. Now, why does that even matter? Well, it has to do with the Factorio procedural world generation process. The revealed map doesn't tell the whole story. It only shows where the player has actively explored in person, as well as eventually revealing terrain in a square up to 14 chunks out from every placed raider. And that is the state of the current visible map. But like I said, the revealed map doesn't tell the whole story. There's other mechanisms working in the background which can generate terrain complete with biter bases and everything in the black area without it showing up on the map. So even if I'd eliminate every biter base on the visible map and it would look like the entire world had been cleansed, there would still be biters present in the uncharted but already generated terrain beyond the visible lands. Because of enemy expansion, that means they will quickly expand back into the revealed area, and in a matter of hours they will be swarming all over the map right up onto our walls again. But how can we even know which land exactly has been generated and which land has not? Well, we can't really, but we can determine the maximum area in which new terrain theoretically could have been generated, and then just presume all of that terrain has been generated, to be certain we didn't miss a single chunk. One of those mechanisms is that the game, as a background process, procedurally generates new terrain around the player. This happens at a speed of about 1 chunk every second or so, but importantly, it doesn't continue to do that infinitely. The maximum range at which new terrain can be generated this way is 20 chunks out from the player, not counting the chunk where the player is standing. That means no terrain can have been generated more than 20 chunks out from the furthest chunk we have ever visited during this playthrough. Now, I didn't exactly keep track of how far I was out everywhere, but it's safe to say I haven't been further out than where I've placed the 4 Mike was here markers, as those areas are pretty much still swarming in biter bases. So here's a blueprint which shows the full possible generated terrain around the player, all 1680 chunks in the 41 by 41 squares centered on the player. If we now hover the center of that blueprint over the chunk with the Mike was here marker, it now shows us the maximum theoretical range at which terrain could have been generated. As you can see, that's another whopping 9 chunks further out from our current Raider revealed area, all around the visible map. That means that next to the giant amount of already visible biters, there's still thousands of unrevealed chunks around the map, and with each chunk containing dozens of biter bases and worms, that means there are many tens of thousands of targets for our train, just in the still invisible area. This method is also how I estimated the total number of artillery shells we would need to be around 100,000. Anyway, another method to both generate new terrain and reveal it on the map simultaneously is by manually selecting artillery targets in the void. The manual range on the artillery is much greater than the automatic range, which allows us to reveal the map up to the full 20 chunks out from the Mike was here markers. So, let's light it all up then. And that's the full first corner revealed. 3 more to go. Well, even with the manual range, we still can't quite reach the furthest possible corners of the map. But we have reached X plus 20 on the straights, which is the absolute maximum distance at which terrain possibly could have been generated at any point during our playthrough. Oh right, it took them a while to get over here from 20 chunks away, but even the few bases I accidentally hit while exploring the map with the artillery cannons caused a couple massive revenge attacks. And here we have some clear evidence that the fire ditch concept is working. The nearby strip of trees burned down, while the giant forest on the other side of the fire ditch was completely preserved. And some more clear evidence on just how fast enemy expansion would cause biters to take over the entire cleared area again. They already have expanded right up to the walls again. Enemy expansion rate scales with evolution, so at near max evolution now, that means the biters are trying to expand back in the cleared territory like crazy. That expansion has been a problem all game long, especially with the behemoth worms outranging our turrets all the time. But no longer. We finally have the means to automate even that aspect of the game. We can now simply place a pair of land-based artillery turrets in the just cleared corner, have the bots supplied in with a chest full of shells, and now these 2 turrets will automatically eliminate any enemy expansion attempt in the whole corner we just cleared with the artillery train. Nice. Well, little Johnny's days were numbered anyways. His grave now lies firmly within the reach of the artillery train station. And as it stands, it seems like eventually Johnny's redemption's days are numbered as well. It is time for the second corner. The first one provided a lot of literal fireworks, so let's keep an eye on the oil usage of the flamethrowers during this attack. There's currently 930 oil in each of these 20 tanks, so that's about 19k oil before we start the show in the northeast corner. Let's try to film a bit further out this time, wearing the best armor in the game, while we wait for the train to arrive in the morning dawn. Well, that failed quickly. Even the strongest armor in the game isn't up to the task of filming behemoth biter revenge attacks. Anyway, the lake in the northeast corner here could cause some serious problems, as it will converge all biter attack groups from the east side around the lake to all hit exactly this corner. That's the real reason I'm standing around here in my Spidertron. Let's see how it goes. Well, the biter attacks have raged on for a full day and a full night, and while the biters reliably breached the first 2 walls, the bots were quick enough to replace the walls, and I still felt pretty safe behind my wall here. The far south will be a different story though, as it will take the bots many times longer to react. So let's reveal the hidden land here as well. Now, while we can reveal all possibly generated terrain, we still need to find a way to actually kill all the enemies on the edge of the map without generating any new terrain. We cannot simply use artillery to finish the job, as the area of effect of the explosions just causes the next chunk out to be generated. While we are revealing the full northeast corner, we casually complete bot speed 8. This should help with the wall repair speed during our soon-to-be southern attacks. Anyway, after the first 2 corners are done, our base now has some punched out Mickey Mouse ears attached to it, in the areas where the biters have been cleared. Even though we took out this entire corner, evolution increased less than 0.2% between the end of the first corner and this one. At 98% evolution, progress has almost completely stalled, as it now progresses a whopping 2,500 times slower compared to at game start. We have lost a similar amount of bots like in the first corner, but we don't care about that anymore. Our hub automatically adds 1 bot back in the system for every bot that we lose, and keeps the total number of construction bots in our network nicely at 2000. And we have another 2000 bots on standby in this buffer chest. So, how much oil did our flamethrower spend during this giant attack wave? Well, with about 7k oil remaining in these 20 tanks, that means we spent 12,000 oil. That's less than half of a single full storage tank worth of oil to fend off a full corner worth of artillery destruction, an amount which even our single crappy minimum production pump jack can replace in about 1 hour. It is time to attack the southern biters. Long bot flight times will make this corner a lot more challenging, although the biter concentration here is a bit lower due to the enormous lake in this corner. First, let's point out again just how amazingly accurate the artillery snipes the biter bases between the forests. With this before and after shot, we can clearly see the damage done to the forest was absolutely minimal, while the biters are 100% sniped with surgical precision. And indeed, in this corner, the enemy easily breaches the 3rd layer of walls repeatedly. And while the losses here are much greater than in the north, the wall still stands. Then it is time for the final corner. The furthest from the base and with the heaviest concentration of biters. Regardless, we'll ignore all of that and just do a full map view time-lapse. And ignore all the scary noises and just hope the wall stays up, lemau. After the train stops bombarding, we can finally take a peek, and indeed we see the biters have been busy breaking the fourth wall now. Though at this point the wall has almost transformed naturally into one of those dragon teeth designs, as the biters try to squeeze themselves through the tiny openings of the walls they broke down, but they get stuck too much and die in the fire before they reach their target. Anyway, this corner was so dense with biters, most of the artillery wagons are empty and we need to send the train out to reload before we can do the artillery explore thing. After our obliterating attack in the fourth and last corner, the entire flamethrower oil buffer tank has completely dried up. Oh no! Are we about to die in the next attack? Well, not yet, as there's still hundreds of thousands of oil in the system. And while attacks should drastically slow down from now on, let's continue keeping half an eye on the oil level. In total we have lost 1000 walls and over 2000 bots during our assault. Well, it's a small sacrifice for a man, a giant sacrifice for bot kind. We also used up only 8k artillery shells so far. I may have overestimated the 100k shell requirement, and indeed we saw many cases of multiple nests and worms succumbing simultaneously to a single shell. Nevertheless, we will stick to our plan and keep up artillery shell production at full speed. After the train has reloaded, it arrives back in the fourth corner and we can explore the final section of Still Invisible map. After all that corner carnage, we will start cleaning up the straight sections by assigning some temporary train stops to the artillery train. Before we sprinkle some pairs of land-based artillery turrets along the wall to keep the cleaned up sections sparkly clean. Actually, maybe we should have waited with the land-based artillery turrets until the train was fully done with its magic. Instead of heavy bulk attacks, we are now tickling the biters with a slow trickle of artillery fire across the whole map simultaneously, causing revenge attacks everywhere at the same time. Let's hope our wall stands up and our bots won't be overloaded with repair tasks. How to not die to trains in Factorio. Just ride the spider. Well, despite our tactical error, the walls did hold, and the train is now working on its final assault on the biters. At least for now, for this stage of the game. With all those biter bases gone, let me introduce you to another game mechanism which can generate new terrain with the accompanying biter bases. Yep, it's pollution. As you can see, the pollution is quickly spreading across the cleared map, despite all the forest we tried to keep around. Especially around the heavily polluted GreenSteel outpost, the pollution has gone full circle, and it has even started to seep through the small biter hole on the lake. This is unfortunate news, as we can't allow the pollution to spread off the explored map. Once that happens, the pollution will start generating new chunks again, and we'll be back to square one, as we won't exactly know which chunks have been generated and which not. Anyway, with the natural balances drastically shifted, we will just have to wait and see how the new enemy and pollution situation will settle. First, it's time for some much needed base optimizations. After all those artillery revenge attacks, we outlined the wall with 2 raiders per chunk to drastically up the scan rate of nearby chunks, so all these old biter traces will disappear soonish. Raiders work together intelligently, so none of them will be scanning the same chunk at the same time. Now 420 raiders are patrolling and updating our full border area. Nice! Just in case we will need lots of landfill later, we are quickly setting up 2 dedicated landfill producers at both of the very small southern stone mines. Still, eventually it should net us about 100,000 landfill from these 2 small mines alone. Next, we're gonna optimize our science situation. We've been running an arbitrary 84 science per minute because that randomly happens to be the speed of the slowest assemblers. And we don't even know if we are truly producing everything in sufficient quantities to supply everything. So it's time to make the base run smoothly. We're going to set ourselves a goal of 100 science per minute and make it reliably produce all the ingredients to do so indefinitely, while additionally being able to sustain artillery shell production and small quantities of base building materials. Let's begin. The biggest deficit by far is the rocket launchers not keeping up, so as a quick fix we doubled the rocket fuel production and added a dedicated speed module assembly area for the rocket control units. We will check back if it's sufficient later after optimizing the other science pack production first. Let's start with the basics. We are just using speed beacon pairs of science assemblers for every color, because we can't afford a full set of expensive modules yet. But because the different science specs produce at different speeds, that means our production ratio for the 6 different flavors of science is off, as the correct ratio of assemblers is this. And we are using this. That means currently yellow and purple science are the slowest at 84 science per minute, while red and grey are too fast and are already exceeding 100 science per minute. Well, we still don't have that full set of expensive modules, so instead we just play around with different combinations and levels of speed and productivity modules for each pair of assemblers, until we've boosted or reduced each of the 6 colors to be able to produce slightly more than 100 science per minute. Meanwhile, our uranium reserves are up to 60k dark green rocks with 40,000 nuclear fuel cells in stock, and our Covarex enrichment has increased our shiny green rock total to 12,000. Indeed, worrying about power and power plant fuel are a thing of the past. Next, we carefully checked for if we are producing every single science pack component at adequate speeds. I won't bore you too much with the details, but it turns out that we are, even for rocket launches and space science, except for the rocket control unit. To achieve 100 science per minute, we need to launch 1 rocket every 10 minutes, and a single rocket launch requires 720 rocket control units. That means we need to produce 72 of them per minute, but our current setup only produces 54 per minute. So let's work out why. The belt of RCU ingredients is backed up and all assemblers are working, which means we simply don't have enough assemblers. So we overcompensate a little to make up for the recent deficit and place 50% more RCU assemblers. This should push our RCU production from 54 to 81 per minute. Then we recheck the RCU components, and while we also request speed modules from the manufacturing hub, once we will start making the expensive tier 3 modules, we can't rely on a steady supply of speed modules to the RCUs anymore. So we add 1 more speed module assembler to make the RCU area independent from the manufacturing hub's supply. And when we check the graph, we can indeed see the RCU production is above 80 per minute now. Half an hour later we can see we're launching one rocket every 9 minutes now. And we have a nice 100 signs per minute graph. So theoretically we should now finally have a true 100 signs per minute base. In the meantime we did find another teeny tiny lakeside stone patch, which will also turn into landfill. And we will definitely lose the game if we don't mine this random 5k copper and bring it over to the base with logistic bots. Now that some time has passed, we can check the effects of our artillery barrage on the pollution absorption. Well, the amount of pollution absorbed by enemy nests has gone down drastically, while the amount of pollution absorbed by terrain has gone up quite a bit, as there is now a lot of additional clear terrain. A lot of pollution is being absorbed by forests, which is good, but unfortunately most pollution is absorbed by the act of damaging trees. Not only does this slowly reduce the natural, sustainable form of pollution absorption by the forests, but also the trees can handle taking damage only a handful of times before they cease to do so, which ultimately makes the process of damaging trees a strong but unsustainable way to get rid of pollution. To summarize, it helps for a while, but then all goes to hell. This is actually a serious problem which threatens the conclusion of this playthrough. If we count up all produced pollution, that currently equates to 8500 per minute. When we look at all pollution absorbed, we can only really count the sustainable sources of pollution absorption. The biter and spitter nests are ultimately planned for eviction, and the process of damaging trees, which currently accounts for over half of our pollution clearing, cannot be depended on forever. And eventually all that unsustainable pollution absorption will fully migrate to tiles. This is a problem, because the amount of pollution absorbed by tiles simply equates directly to the physical size of the pollution cloud on the map, which in our case would mean the pollution cloud would grow to at least 7 times its current size after all is said and done and the biters are fully gone. This of course would mean the pollution cloud would spread off the map massively on all sides, generating new terrain and new biters in the process, which again would mean back to square one. So there is only one way to solve this problem. I was afraid it would have to come to this. We will have to design a base like no man has seen before. A base not optimized for maximum speed and productivity bonus, but a base designed purely around purity of air. In fact, I did a quick test in the map editor where I removed all the biters but kept all the forest, and within 2 or 3 hours the pollution already threatens to spread off the edge of the visible map. That means we cannot even attempt to eliminate all biters from this planet yet, as we are currently dependent on them to absorb any pollution that reaches them, before it has a chance to spread off the map and generate new terrain. So, after previously plodding down the path of productivity and pollution, we need to make a drastic change to save the climate on this planet. We will have to go full Greta Greenpeace before we can actually declare true peace. Not only with our glowy green power, but we will have to forego the usual strategies of optimized speed and productivity builds in order to drastically reduce our pollution output. Every single machine in our factory will have to be examined and optimized to minimize pollution output, while somehow still sustaining a respectable rate of production. Only after we reach the true green wisdom and all our pollution is absorbed in an eternally sustainable way by the planet, only then we can show our true colors to the rest of the natives. And trust me, our true colors are anything but green. Alright, so before we can get rid of all the red blobs on the outer edges of the map, we first gotta do something about that giant red blob inside of our walls, and preferably a little fast before we completely destroy all the forests with our thick clouds of pollution. So naturally we're going to start production of productivity module 3 and speed module 3. What? That's literally the most polluting combo you can make, dude. Oh well, whatever I guess. You do you. Module 3s are hella expensive though, so in order to not interfere with our 100 signs per minute research projects, we'll keep the Module 3 production speed slow for now. Let's finally get rid of the last remnants of yesterday's technology and upgrade the last blue assemblers to the shiny new and less polluting green ones. Well, so much for keeping Module 3 production slow. The slow module production just ain't cutting it, so after the 66th rocket launch and with mining productivity 8 just about to complete, we decide to switch off research altogether for now, so we can divert most resources towards making modules. This may sound odd, but we're gonna need a lot of speed 3 and productivity 3 modules in order to make our base produce as little pollution as we can. But how? Well, behold our new design concept for the furnace area. On the right side we have the standard endgame design of maximum productivity bonus furnaces accompanied by 2 rows of maximum speed beacons. With this super powerful combination you can fill a blue belt with only 13 furnaces and a red belt with only 9. Amazing! That amazing power comes with an even more amazing pollution output. Almost 10 pollution per minute per furnace, meaning the production of 1 red belt of plates comes with an emission of a whopping 84 pollution per minute from the furnaces alone. So then, if our goal is to minimize pollution, then why do we still need those stinking productivity and speed modules? Well, because we can offset them with efficiency modules in the beacons. By sacrificing one of the productivity modules in the furnace, we can compensate the productivity module speed penalty with a speed module inside of the furnace, instead of putting the speed modules in the beacons. And that frees up the beacons for the simple and cheap efficiency module Mark 1. Mark 1? Why Mark 1? Well, just like you can break a twig but not a bundle, these 16 Mark 1 efficiency modules together are still powerful enough to not only fully nullify the bad environmental effects of the Mark 3 speed and productivity module inside of the furnace, but even bring it down further to reach the hard-coded minimum power consumption and accompanying minimum pollution emission of minus 80%. That means each of these furnaces outputs only 0.22 pollution per minute. Each furnace on the left is a lot slower than its counterpart on the right though, so we need not 9 but 33 furnaces to fully fill up a red belt. However, those 33 furnaces together produce not 84 pollution per minute, but only 7. Yeah, that's right, 7. That is 1/12 the pollution output to produce the same red belt of iron. That means, once we replace our entire main base's furnace setup, which is outputting 9 red belts of plates, it will still pollute less than a single red belt of a usual endgame setup, all by using a few stacks of the super cheap Mark 1 efficiency modules. But yeah, we are still gonna need plenty of expensive modules too. And the keen eye may have also spotted we are making some Mark 2 efficiency modules. Why do we need those then? Well, unlike furnaces which fit only 2 modules each, our assemblers have 4 module slots, meaning that there's a lot more negative effects to compensate for, especially with the powerful Mark 3 modules. just look at these blue chip assemblers. They went from less than 10 to over 17 pollution per minute. But that comes with a sweet price of a whopping 40% productivity bonus. And just look at how fast that purple bonus bar is filling up now. But man, making Mark III modules is a real strain on your chips in all of the 3 colors. So instead of letting those expensive modules sit idle in a chest, why not store them in these red chip assemblers until we are finished working on our new base design concepts? But what about the extra pollution then? As long as our friends the biters are still inhaling our pollution and thus preventing the pollution from spreading off the current edge of the world, we're good. While we don't have enough Mark III modules yet for all these furnaces, I've split off some resources to our new furnace area, meaning we can give it a quick test run. For our new green base we will have 4 iron belts, 4 copper belts and 1 belt for stone bricks fed by a pair of raw stone belts, which will all lead into our brand new buffer area. On the left side, 4 belts of coal and an additional pair of raw stone belts are ready to join in on the party, while we reserve the place on the right side for the train delivered steel and green chips. And behold our new lab area, nicely located in a prominent area near the plates buffer and the start of the future main bus. The extra long blue undergrounds come in handy to tunnel the belts of plates under our new research area. But wait a minute, new main bus? Yeah, new main bus. We are planning to run the new main bus just above the tree line, blowing right through the location of our current main base. Step by step we are going to start replacing our old heavily polluted base by a shiny new Greenpeace approved base. In fact, we have already started that process by hooking up the new furnace area. Now we just gotta make sure the base keeps running while we slowly replace and upgrade individual parts of it. But before we can even start that process, we first need to polish some processes and generally move stuff out of the way. First of all, we've started barreling sulfuric acid as well as lubricant, so we can get rid of any backdoor piping. We immediately take advantage of that at the uranium mine, which is now nicely supplied by bots bringing barrels instead of an awkward backdoor pipe. We have also flipped the direction of the uranium mine and put all the centrifuging business out of the way on the north side now. Now we just need some help to move all those chests of green rocks out of the way as well. And by help I mean I will be personally standing around here doing, supervising, while the bots do all the heavy lifting. Nice! And the end result is now we have the space available for our future builds. Now that logistic bot flight hell has finished, we can... Oh wait, we still need to move 40,000 fuel cells. Oh bots! But then, a quick glance at the map brings unexpected fear into my heart, as even with all the biter nests absorbing pollution like sponges, pollution is still seeping through the hole in the ozone layer over Biter Lake. We must keep an eye onto that and prevent pollution spreading off the map at all costs, even if that means fully unplugging our base at some point. Anyway, for now there's nothing we can do except to get the new green base up and running as soon as possible. So we continue by moving all the science packs over to the new shiny lab area. This is gonna look so cool once it's all up and running. I can't wait to start up research again. Next, we move and expand the entire manufacturing hub, reorganizing and adding assemblers as we see fit to reflect our new endgame situation and tech. It's a slow, tedious and somewhat boring process, which we need to take one step at a time, but ultimately 1 hour later most of it is done, and only the module production remains in the old area for now. Because the whole base is mostly focused on producing tons of modules now, we'll keep module production in the old area for now to reduce the bot flight times. We finally have produced enough Mark III modules for our new furnace area. Unfortunately, there is no quick way to insert 2 different modules in Factorio, at least not if you want them nice and ordered. Anyway, this combination of modules works together beautifully, and we are really using the power of all 16 efficiency modules around the furnace to reach the minimum of 20% power usage, despite the use of speed and productivity modules in the furnaces. So yeah, that means it also would have been possible to use 2 productivity modules in the furnaces and still retain the minimum 20% power usage. Without offsetting their speed penalty, however, one would need about twice the amount of furnaces per red belt, which ultimately means producing twice the pollution per red belt of plates. The total quantity of machines required to do the job still matters, despite each individual machine producing the absolute minimum pollution. In this case, I decided the 10% extra productivity bonus was not worth doubling the entire setup. Anyway, before we connect the furnace outputs to the buffer chests, we will first make the bots move the old buffer. The time of our trusty old storage area, on which I spent entirely too much time designing, has sadly come to an end. Bots driver, move that buffers! Hey, come back! You're going the wrong way! We actually have exactly the same running speed as the bot flight speed now. Which leads to some pretty cool visual effects. But how to reach that? Well, we have bot flight speed 10 combined with 4 legs inner armor. Our life-saving very first iron mine outpost has fully dried up. While it does carry huge sentimental value, it is in the way, and it will have to go. We have fully mined up this 3.5 million iron patch, which saved our starter base in the nick of time, all the way back in the beginning. I can't even imagine anymore what life was like back then. We have come so far. Anyway, on to another VIP. It's hazard concrete indeed, the most crucial thing in any base. To make sure we don't F up this run later, we will need lots of hazard concrete. The next thing in our way is the old science pack production area, so we disable any further science pack production by deleting their respective requester chests, and we request all produced science packs to the new lab area to fully empty out the old buffer chests. Then we spend a lot of time to figure out efficiency beacon concepts for the production area of the base. which we will check out in more detail later. More importantly, that concludes all possible preparations which could be done without interrupting resource flow to the old polluting base. Which means it is time to start switching over to the new furnace area. Now, we made sure to disconnect the ore belts and let the furnaces run dry before issuing the deconstruction order. Because if you don't do that, there's thousands of additional plates and raw ore to get rid of, like here with the old stone and steel furnaces. Yeah, it's gonna take them a while to empty out all of that. Meanwhile, I properly connected 4 ore belts per resource type to the furnaces. And now we can really switch to the new furnace area by connecting the output belts to the start of our new main bus. And finally, with all the science packs moved over to the new lab area, it is time for the old science production area to go. Now, we want to switch over to our new, more Greenpeace approved setup in a gradual, step-by-step way, so we will try to make sure the old base will keep having access to all the things it needs. We don't want to interrupt artillery shell and module production. Oh, and please don't burn your eyes on this noobish cursed splitter switcheroo, it's only temporary. Next, we reroute the GreenSteel train output belts to pass by the new furnace area and the new buffer chests. A whopping 8 buffer chests for each, but a keen eye will spot there's one normal steel chest in there. The point is to make one chest of every resource inaccessible to the bots, so I always have access to manual supplies or manual redistribution to high priority assemblers should the need arise in the future. Anyway, it looks like we successfully managed to clean up the base and switch to the new furnaces without much loss in production. We suffered only about 15 minutes of reduced module production, it seems. And with robot speed 10, the bots have finally become too fast to outspeed the Johnnies. Well, mostly. And while you are looking at the Johnnies, I built a new coal mine. The 4 coal belts at the furnace area were fake news really. We are only producing 2 belts from the old coal mine. So it's time to supplement that, in case we will need to rely heavily on coal liquefaction again in the future. So here's an example of my typical belting sequence to prioritize one mine over the other. We split the old coal mine over 4 belts and then sideload each individual belt with a coal belt from the new coal mine. That means the new coal mine will only jump in at moments where the old coal mine can't keep up. However, since I expect continuous small consumption altered with short bursts of heavy coal consumption, it perhaps would have been smarter to prioritize the new coal mine instead. Hey, let's take a look at the flamethrower oil situation. The furthest corner tank is filled to the brim again, and indeed the buffer tank system, which was completely dry after clearing the fourth corner with artillery, is slowly filling up now as well and has already 40k oil stocked up again. I think we can safely change out that question mark for some exclamation marks now. Incredible! Of course, after paying the heavy toll of artillery revenge attacks, now we have more terrain and forests available to absorb pollution, meaning the biter bases absorb less pollution than before, thus sending in fewer and smaller attacks. But still, an entire ultimate DeathWorld supply of flamethrower fuel supplied by one single, absolute minimum production pump jack is just incredible. Meanwhile, with 50,000 artillery shells in the buffer, we have reached the halfway mark on our 100k production goal. Now, after artillery round 1, I'm not sure we will truly need that full 100k shells, but man, this is the most biters I ever saw in Factorio, so let's not take any chances. Also, with 50,000 fuel cells in stock and 50% of the top 4 products in our logistics network being uranium related, we are set for life on power. And our easily expandable 20-core reactor is currently running at only half capacity still. But meanwhile, more of our earlier ore patches are seriously starting to run dry. To keep our ore belts full, I have connected 2 new ore patches in the southeast, but we should not forget to keep in mind that the resources within our walls are not infinite, and meanwhile we have started to tap into most of them. Earlier we spent some time to lay out some more efficiency beacon concepts. Each of these production facilities has been fine-tuned to produce the minimum pollution output possible at -80% power consumption. However, unlike with the furnaces, which can take only 2 modules each, the oil facilities and the assemblers can respectively take 3 and 4 modules each. That means to offset the stacked penalties of the additional tier 3 productivity and speed modules now, we're going to have to go with the space-consuming square of beacons, fully surrounding each individual assembler. Just like for the furnaces, we chose a single, universal design for the oil facilities, which we'll get to later. But for the assemblers, I laid out 3 possible variants, with the price drastically increasing for every extra productivity bonus we desire. So our bread and butter setup is going to be like the red chip assembler. It has 20% productivity bonus and 170% crafting speed. With space for 2 speed modules inside of the assembler, we can reach minimum pollution output very cheap, almost entirely using the tier 1 efficiency modules and the surrounding beacons. Only in 2 of the corner beacons we needed to upgrade to tier 2 efficiency modules in order to exactly reach the minimum energy usage and pollution output possible. Now, each tier 2 module is roughly 10 times as expensive as a tier 1 module, while being not much stronger than a tier 1, so the fact that we only need to use 4 tier 2s to offset all the penalties is very good. The next setup, which is represented by the blue chip assembler, is significantly more expensive. It comes with an extra 10% productivity bonus for 30% in total, but at the cost of now needing 8 tier 2 modules in all 4 corners. Now, you may think that's not that much more expensive, and you'd be right if it were not for the difference in crafting speed. With only 1 speed module to offset the speed penalty of the productivity modules, this assembler's final crafting speed is only 105%. That means we need not 5, but about 8 of these bad boys to do the same job as the cheaper variant on the right side. And ultimately we have the setup with the maximum productivity bonus possible, represented by the yellow science pack assembler. A cool 40% productivity bonus, only to be used for the most expensive recipes, because this is one expensive boy. With no speed modules inside the assembler, the crafting speed is reduced to an absolute crawl by a minus 60% speed penalty from the 4 productivity modules. That means we need to bump the crafting speed back up by sacrificing one of the efficiency beacons and filling it with tier 3 speed modules in order to at least offset most of that speed penalty. That unfortunately means we cannot reach minimum pollution output unless we upgrade all tier 1 efficiency modules to tier 2 and even tier 3 in the 4 corners. And with a final crafting speed of only 90%, it is still slower than the previous setup. Okay, so let's just simplify all these calculations and just put an easy number on the cost of each of these guys. Assuming a tier 2 module is 10 times as expensive as a tier 1 and a tier 3 module is 6 times as expensive as a tier 2, and by including the modules in the beacons as well as in the assemblers, and compensating for the different speed penalties and bonuses of each setup, and compensating for some of the beacons' effect by spreading to multiple assemblers when they are placed in a grid, here are the approximate final costs of each setup. Within these walls, we won't ever become rich enough to just slap tier 3 modules in every machine possible. So, now that we have a good understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of each of these setups, we can utilize that knowledge to decide how much resources we want to spend on each production step in the new base. Now, compared to the cheap tier 1 efficiency module, the tier 2 and tier 3 efficiency modules are extremely underwhelming considering their cost, so we try to limit their use to the minimum. But as it stands, it looks like we will need a handful of tier 3s later for the most expensive assembler setup, so I reluctantly enable their production. So now that we have finally cleared all the space while ensuring the old base's production continues, it is time to start on our new green base. The honor of placing the first cornerstone of our environmentally friendly base is given to SpiderBen, who decides to dedicate the first assemblers to any base's first step, the iron gear production. Now, because these bread and butter assemblers require tier 2 efficiency modules in only 2 of its corners, we need to remember to place these in pairs to ensure the beacons receive the right modules. Very nice. In the second column we decide to produce pipes and underground pipes, and let's stash those annoying 2 intermediate products of copper wire and iron sticks here as well. They won't go on the main bus, but they will be available for the bots to pick up here and distribute them to the new manufacturing hub as needed. Before connecting the input belts and allowing any new production, we first need to move over the existing buffer from the old base. With the requests already set for the new buffer chests, all we need to do is change the old buffer chests to provider chests. And watch the bots fly. Alright, let's connect the input belts. And while I'm very focused on showing you my incredibly clever belt shenanigans for the copper wire, iron sticks and different pipes, I totally miss the fact that the iron supply for the gears is not working due to a missing underground belt, or the fact that expensive tier 3 productivity modules are scattered around the floor, despite I'm standing right next to them. Pick them up already, OMG! No? Not? Well, suit yourself then. So the logistics bots remain busy for a while still, but we can also give the construction bots a project. With green chips being outsourced and iron gears theoretically being made at the green base if I hadn't missed that underground belt, we can deconstruct these production facilities at a smoggy red base now. I am a little sad about having to deconstruct my beautiful old base in order to make space for a more industrially bland looking, fully beaconed base. But alas, there's just no other way if we want to continue our plans for world peace. This rusty, polluting old base has served us well and has given us plenty of scenic shots over the course of this playthrough, but ultimately it is time for this base to be picked apart piece by piece now. Actually, I lied about all these products purely going into buffer chests. This sneaky underground belt is going to pull off pipes to supply for the next assembly column of engines. So let's get those engines rolling off the belt. Engines are slow to assemble, so we need a fair few assemblers. 2, 4, 6, 8. Man, these fully beaconed setups take a lot of space. This is only an 8 high stack of assemblers. We may run into problems with the northern supply lines being in the way soon. Anyway, let's grab steel and iron gears off the main bus and connect the pipes via our sneaky underground belt next door. And that's engines up and running. So now sir, thank you for your deposit. We just ordered a deconstruct issue here on your old engines and it's gone! Meanwhile, the mystery of the spilled modules has been solved. Copy-pasting a recipe which cannot benefit from projectivity modules will physically eject the modules from the machine. Meanwhile, I made a questionable and frankly unnecessary decision of doubling my nuclear fuel setup, resulting in 84,000 fuel cells in stock, but that has completely depleted my dark green uranium-238 reserves. Well, I guess that just means there is no better time to finally set up nuclear fuel reprocessing than right now. From every 5 spent fuel cells we can recover 3 dark green rocks, and we've collected over 10,000 spent fuel cells over the course of the game. Note that we've also upgraded every uranium centrifuge to be the greenest of green, with efficiency modules complemented by efficiency beacons. Every last centrifuge here is operating at minus 80% power consumption and outputting the minimum pollution possible, keeping in line with our promise to eventually upgrade every single last machine in our entire base to the absolute minimum pollution output possible. Anyway, there's also still a million ore in the uranium mine, so our dark green rocks should grow in number soon again. So while you were distracted by the shiny green uranium, I cleared a lot of space for our next project. I rerouted the ore belts and cleared everything else from the area, because it is time for the red chip build, and oh boy, do we need a big setup for that. We will start by locally producing copper wire before starting our 4 assembler wide red chip setup. Nice! With 20% productivity bonus on the copper wire, each pair of wire assemblers can easily support 14 red chip assemblers instead of the usual 12, so we end up with 56 red chip assemblers. A giant setup indeed, but will it be enough? Our old base had 64 red chip assemblers, all outfitted with 40% productivity bonus, albeit working marginally slower than in our new setup. Anyway, for now it will have to do. Let's switch it on. OMG, it actually works. And this is definitely the first take of filming this. No kinks in the copper cable here. But wait, where is the plastic coming from? Well, while you were distracted, I also built a completely new and green chemical plant block. Next to plastics, we have prepared chemical plants for all other bulk necessities: sulfur, sulfuric acid, batteries and explosives. Anyway, yes, I am cheating a little here. None of this chemical plant block is yet connected to actual oil, so I'm using requester chests to bring plastic over from the old base, to be redistributed to my new green-red chip setup, if you catch my drift. It reaches minimum pollution in much the same way as our cheapest assembler setup we're using right now, except that because chemical plants accept only 3 modules instead of 4, we can get away with encircling them with beacons in pairs instead of single units, saving us a lot of space. However, the trade-offs are that every chemical plant is affected by only 10 beacons instead of 12, meaning that we still require 2 corners with Mark II efficiency modules, instead of being able to go full El Cheapo like with our furnace stacks. The oil refineries are a special case. Because they are extra large buildings at 5x5 tiles, we can fit a whopping 16 beacons around it. That means we can even fit some extra speed modules in the beacons, which can still be offset by a few tier 2 efficiency modules in the 4 outside corners. For the raw oil processing, we went for raw speed over extra productivity in order to keep the final size of the oil refining setup from getting out of hand. The old Module 3 production is still going strong, but at 10 pollution per minute per assembler, it's not exactly clean and green. That's why we built this shiny brand new module area. With the assemblers surrounded by efficiency beacons, also the future model production area will be certified lean and green. And that leaves the space in the south to set up the whole greenly beaconed new oil processing and coal liquefaction area. And with the old version of those already being complicated enough to set up as it was, I am not looking forward to doing it all again while being constrained by tightly fitting beacon squares and pipe throughput limits. OMG indeed. In overconfident anticipation on how long it will take me to set up the new green oil area, we overconfidently stop all oil refining and coal liquefaction in the old base. Even with all the filled up buffer tanks for the oil products, it may turn out to be a bit premature. Yeah, actually we may have enough tier 3 modules for this moment. We have around 1000 of them each in stock now. These things are hella expensive and like mentioned before, we don't have infinite resources available to fuel production forever. So for now let's switch off Model 3 production so our green, red and blue chip buffer chests can slowly start to fill up again. Also yeah, I am botting in coal now to keep lasting production going to make said red chips. Also yeah, a wall breaks. I haven't heard that sound in quite a while now. Hey you, get in there. No? Well then, take this. Well, that was a sad waste of resources. Anyway, after a giant head scratch we start the scene at night so we can look at the pretty flames turning on in sequence. Don't worry, dawn is coming. So I was planning to say, while you weren't looking, I quickly built a new green oil area, but there was nothing quickly about it. I don't even want to talk about how it all works, but I decided on a shared oil cracking area with an elegant single buffer tank system shared by both the oil refining and the coal liquefaction. This was a monumentally bad idea, and it made it so much harder to try and keep priority on the free, infinite oil production while not causing heavy oil shortages and deadlocks due to overproduction and So here's the normal oil refining, for as far as you can call this thing here normal. And yeah, 5 pipes of fluid don't fit in 4 tiles. And neither does a 3-wide T-junction fit in the 2-wide space between the refinery and the beacons. So then, this is the abomination you end up with, if you insist on keeping all your pipe intestines inside of your beacon body at least. And here's the oil cracking, which actually looks the most normal out of all setups in this whole area. Then here's the new green coal liquefaction plant. Coal liquefaction actually only deals with 4 fluids instead of oil refining's 5, so we can fit all the pipeworks in a slightly more normal way. However, the long-handed inserters are just too slow at this point, so we had to make a new abomination, this time with belts, in order to feed them enough coal. Bonus points though for the steel buffer chests, which can cache up to 4k coal per refinery, to enable full speed bursts of high production requiring more than the 2 input coal belts. Then here is our so-called elegant solution for the 3 different oil products of heavy oil, light oil and petroleum gas. Sure, the single share tanks are elegant enough, but the tangled forest of wires and circuit conditions to keep it all prioritized correctly without deadlocking rivals the electric cable mess in major Asian cities. But to add a positive touch, next to having all the functionality of our old oil setup, we have additionally programmed in a function to automatically prioritize coal liquefaction over oil refining in times where we need lots of heavy oil. For instance, if we decide we want to switch the entire base over to blue belts at some point, we will require literal tons of lubricant, which can be made only out of the otherwise somewhat rare byproduct of heavy oil. And here we have 2 offshore pumps supplying water for the whole oil industry. Well, when you zoom out far enough, it all looks pretty neat actually. That is, until you reach this weird tecton extension. So the whole system was supposed to be modular, and it still kinda is, but the oil cracking ratios are off, so we need this extension to fully reprocess all unwanted byproducts from both the oil refining and the coal liquefaction. You can see I wasn't prepared for that because the darn stone mine is in the way of the beacons. Alright, and here's rocket fuel already. Remember this moment, because ideally, after I'm done with this tour, I never want to come back to this oil nightmare here again. So let's finish up this tour then. Here's a billion pipes and pumps which pump oil in seemingly random directions, but trust me, there's method to the madness. Or so I presume. I can't see it now either, but the recording file name said so. So let's just hope the ghost of playing Mike past knew what he was doing. Then here's the green lubricant, and another version of my so-called passive petroleum gas splitter. Well, not so passive anymore now with all those wires connected to it, though I promise most of them have to do with the oil versus coal balancing thing. Anyway, switching on the whole oil shenanigans should theoretically have started production in all of these chemical plants. And indeed, we are now producing plastics locally instead of botting it in from the old base. Sulfur is working, sulfuric acid is being barreled, we have a belt full of batteries, and... oh no, we missed another underground belt for the explosives. Oh well. Those are working now too then. And now we never have to set foot down there again. So next on the list are the yellow science ingredients of blue chips, low density structures and robot frames. Low density structures are also required for the rocket, and since we just built rocket fuel down there in the oil lands where we shall not speak of, that makes 2 out of the 3 ingredients needed for the rocket. So let's add the last one in the form of rocket control units here as well. So, with both science production and module production suspended, we don't have much reason anymore to keep much of the old base around, so we disconnected the main bus belts again and start to shovel up everything inside, except our legacy rocket launch facility. Although it is very much in the way, I'd like to keep at least some legacy of the old days around somehow. So let's task the bots with emptying out all the remaining buffer chests. And then it really is time for the last part of my trusty old base to disappear into nothing. There goes the foundations of our old manufacturing hub. And here goes our old oil area. Don't blink twice or you'll miss it. And with the last remnants of the old polluting base fully deconstructed, let's get on with it and finish this effing efficient green base. No more distractions. Actually, our legacy rocket silo has produced 68 rockets. We can do better. Let's do a quickie and launch one more burning phallus towards the mysterious clouds of Venus. before we let the rocket silo recuperate from its adventures with a respectable total of 69 rocket launches. Nice! Right, distractions. No more of them. So, meanwhile I prepared all yellow science ingredients, so let's do one more sweeping bot building sequence of pure satisfaction for the RCUs. Ah, satisfaction denied. So, except for the awkward beaconed belt routing, the yellow science ingredients were pretty straightforward to set up. We based the RCU build on the red chip build, as they both have an extra ingredient to produce within their setup: copper cable for red chips and speed modules for RCUs. Well, that concludes our main bus intermediates build, so let's switch everything on simultaneously and pray everything works without hiccups. A prayer answered by pretending the last 6 attempts to film the sequence didn't happen. Well, it sure is a little difficult to see with the build so spread out because of all the beacons, but everything seems to be working well and all products are coming down the belts.
Nice.
However, what is not so
Nice.
is the rapidly diminishing resources in my base. The GreenSteel outpost is struggling to keep up, and if we look at the ore patches, we quickly find out why. About 3/4 of the copper ore patches has meanwhile been consumed, as well as over half the iron. It won't be long before we'll have to tab into the last 3 ore patches within our base. Man oh man, when we discovered and conquered the supercluster of southern resources, I thought we were golden. And it's gone! So, what is the natural next step after that startling discovery? Resource conservation programs? Well, no, to take into use the new Module 3 production facility, of course. Well, we do still need many more modules to rebuild the polluting GreenSteel outpost into a true GreenSteel outpost. Whoa, okay dude, isn't artillery shell production getting a bit out of hand? Yeah, that's enough indeed. Let's give them some rest. Oh no, he's gonna rebuild them, isn't he? Yep, yes he is. But why then? Why? Well, because a plan is forming in my head. A great plan. A ginormous plan, which will cover every corner on this world and beyond. So we have been building our new green base for a while now, but we can't really know if everything works as intended if the base is mostly idle. So while we can't really start to measure the environmental effects of our green base until the whole old base has been converted, we will do a quick test run and switch everything on for a couple of hours to see if anything breaks, bottlenecks or deadlocks. That means that next to the Tier 3 module production, we've also got a startup science production again. So, as a quick and temporary solution, we're putting back the 100 science per minute setup from our old polluting base again. With a production goal of 40,000 science packs per type, that will keep running for a while. That means we've also got to resume production of the Space Science Pack, so our old legacy rocket silo with its 69 launches will have to come out of retirement. It will have to go the full distance and make it all the way to the goal of 100 satellite launches we had set for ourselves in the early game. So with 31 rocket launches to go and 7 satellites still in the chest, we will need 24 more. So, in order to limit production, we simply remove the simplest ingredient from the requester chests and limit those by hand ourselves. So, here are 24 sets of 5 radars required for the remaining 24 satellites. You know what, let's take the last 5 and set those aside for ourselves, so we can manually launch the celebratory 100 rocket. Now that satellite production has been manually limited, we can remove the inserter's wire conditions and let them swing freely. So then we can re-request the proper requests to these requester chests, which means automatic rocket launches have been resumed. So here's launch number 70. So while all science production has been resumed, we are just stashing all the produced science packs and won't resume research just yet. With nuclear power, labs are practically pollution free anyway, so it won't interfere with our green base experiment. The important thing is that science pack production continues. But our labs are hungry and ready and waiting patiently to be fed. And here's launch number 75. And I just wanted to mention I found a new tree. Nothing special, just a tree, you know. I happened to be standing around here and then the tree happened to be standing around here as well. One thing led to another and suddenly the tree was covered in creamy white light. Anyway, where's my green chips, dude? Dude, where's your green chips? Oh, there they are. Let's cancel this movie idea then. But why is the buffer empty? We should have exactly 2 belts of green chips all the time. Well, it looks like we are just not producing 2 blue belts of green chips anymore. Perhaps not even 1 full blue belt. Our copper source has diminished into near nothing now. Anyway, did I mention my bots were now too fast for poor old Johnny's redemption? Well, not if the bots are running out of steam exactly when passing the Johnnies, they are not. So let's distract the Johnnies by having them play with SpiderBen and try to solve the bot situation with a big old Roboport charging station nearby. Hopefully the incoming bots will change course and go recharge over there first. But man, look at the remains of all the dead bots shot down by the Johnnies. Anything which they have been carrying is lost forever. But what are they carrying? Oh no, they're carrying the hyper expensive tier 3 modules. Oh my god, please no, Johnnies, no! Luckily, it seems our charging station happens to be in exactly the right place, and most to all of the high-speed bots seem to be able to evade Johnny's projectiles now. So let's just not look anymore. If we aren't looking when it happens, we won't feel the pain of the lost tier 3 modules. But where the heck are all those bots flying to anyway? Yes indeed, we are finally taking care of the GreenSteel situation. And we're building a new green chip build right south of our very first oil field. And if we look at the map, we can already see the effects of our new green main base. The pollution cloud over the main base is noticeably less dark than the pollution cloud over the old polluting GreenSteel outpost, which is still fiercely polluting the now not so nearby biters. And its pollution is still seeping ever so slightly further through the hole in the biter ozone layer lake, or something. But finally we are also in the process of solving the ozone layer problem. Let's hop on the and see what we have been building. Behold our new green chip outpost, which now also consists of exclusively minimum pollution output assemblers. It is quite a large build again, but the corner should remain just outside of the reach of Johnny's redemption. Of course, the new green assemblers are being provided with plates from our fully new green furnace area, similar to the main base's new furnace area. And what is this? The modules are not in the same order! Ah! This is unacceptable! Anyway, now that those furnaces have been moduled properly, we can start thinking about hooking up our very last 3 resource patches in order to start off our new GreenSteel outpost. Wait, GreenSteel outpost? Where's the new GreenSteel setup then? Well, it's gonna be right here, all the way down on the far south border. We will assign this full 6 million iron ore patch to our new steel smeltery. Of course, we will have to hand insert another 600 modules ourselves again. Don't judge me, don't you know it's very important they are all in the right order, or else the base will run 0% less efficient. Anyway, with the last untouched iron patch assigned to steel, where are we going to gather iron for the green chips from then? Well, we are going to repurpose all the remaining iron of the old polluting outpost to the new green chips build. And since the steel chests at the train stop are still chock full, I think we can safely cut off the iron ore supply from the old steel smeltery. We will need a lot more copper though, so we build 2 copper mines on our last 2 ore patches. Connect them to the new furnace area before reversing the belt on the 2 old copper mines and lead them to the new outpost as well. Altogether, we then have 4 belts of copper incoming. 2 full belts are being supplied by the largest new patch of 3.4 million, and the other 2 belts are supplied by the smaller 2 million copper patch, supported by the 1.2 remaining in the 2 old copper mines. That should balance out our last 4 copper patches fairly well, and hopefully keep the base running for long enough to achieve world peace. That means in total we have about 6.6 million copper available for the green chips now, and all the remaining iron here equates to 6.4 million, which means we will have a little extra iron available for other purposes later on if needed. Anyway, let's connect all this iron to the new green furnace area. And as the bots complete the belts and the last bot places the last belt piece just in time, we can enjoy a nice montage of the new green chip build coming into action. Nice! Well, the station is being loaded, so let's call over that train then. And that means we can delete the old GreenSteel stop from the schedule and have the train start to shuttle between the home station and the new efficiency GreenSteel pickup. Now we just need to let the bots switch on the new steel smeltery, and then it's time to get rid of the last polluting eyesore in our environmentally friendly base. It is out with the old and in with the new. After a couple SpiderBen trips to transfer the remaining steel and green chips, we get rid of the old, obsolete rail line. Our bots haven't even finished deconstructing the old outpost, yet the former thick red pollution cloud has already started to look a lot less dense. Now, with all those efficient efficiency module setups, you'd think our power consumption had gone down quite a bit, but the opposite is true. Our tileable nuclear plant is running at 90% of max capacity now. A cool 2.3 gigawatts is required to run the base. And it's almost entirely due to all the beacons. A beacon consumes a flat 480 kilowatts, no matter what modules you put inside. A very distant second and third place are for the map management section of roboports and raiders, which means the top 3 power consumers are completely pollution free. It takes yet another distant leap down the pecking order to get to our first production element. Our assemblers are tied for 4th place in power consumption with the mostly idle laser turrets. Anyway, while we are near the power plant's max capacity, we don't need to worry about brownouts, because our power draw is extremely stable. Of our top 3 power consumers, the beacons and the radars both have a 100% constant, invariable power draw, and only the roboport network consumes a noticeable variation in power from time to time. Anyway, remember the 2 mighty rich oil sources we connected earlier? Yeah, both of them now have also reached their infinite minimum production state, just like our starter oil source. And indeed the main base is mostly relying on bursts of coal liquefaction again. Anyway, the next step in our pollution program is to reduce the pump jack's pollution output to the -80% minimum. Our first initial oil source was still running on speed modules, which means we take a small hit in oil production by changing those out for efficiency modules. The other two oil fields were already running on tier 1 efficiency modules, so each pump jack was running at -60% energy consumption and pollution output already. So while upgrading them to the tier 2 efficiency modules doesn't come with a change in oil production, the pair of tier 2 modules now provide -80% to power and pollution, exactly reaching the minimum threshold. All in all, replacing the speed modules in the first oil field decreased pump jack pollution from 248 to 104 per minute, and upgrading the other two oil fields from -60 to -80% dropped us further to only 62 pollution per minute. Not bad. The bots are fully done deconstructing the whole old GreenSteel outpost, and it feels like there was never anything here. Well, except for all the scorched ground left by the former biter bases, of course. And indeed, with that last big polluter now fully gone, already holes start to appear in the once so thick smog cloud around this area. We are on the right path here. So yeah, with all three of our oil fields now having reached their minimum infinite production state, we will be producing 11k of free oil per minute for the rest of the game. But we can do better while still being able to retain the absolute minimum pollution output. What would happen if we put 8 efficiency beacons around the pump jack, but replace the modules inside the pump jack with tier 3 speed modules? Well, we'd be producing twice the free oil per minute, while pollution still remains at a minimum of -80%. And because all of my active oil fields have now reached their final minimum infinite production state, we are basically generating twice as much oil out of those depleted oil fields for no extra power consumption or pollution output. In fact, you can say we are now producing only half the pollution per barrel of oil produced, and this increased oil production will also decrease the amount of coal liquefaction we will have to do to keep the base supplied. So, due to the random layout of the immovable pump jacks, it took quite some puzzling out where to put beacons and pipes and whatnot, but in the end we did it. We doubled production in the 2 new oil fields, while pollution before and after the change remains exactly equal, a minimum of -80% for every single pump jack. We increased free oil production to 19k per minute for the rest of the game, opting to leave our first original oil field intact out of pure, weak sentiment. Meanwhile, pollution absorption by biter bases has completely stopped. Only when making expansions inside my pollution cloud, they quickly absorb any already present pollution before being blasted into oblivion by my artillery turrets. Well, I lied about all pump jacks have been converted to minimum pollution. There is one more pump jack which needs upgrading to tier 2 efficiency modules. Our trusty flamethrower supplying pump jack indeed. And as the bot delivers the modules to the pump jack and we watch the pollution drop from 62 to 60, we have completely converted every last machine in our entire base to be as green as possible. Every single machine is now outputting the absolute minimum pollution possible. But will it be enough? Let's check. The biters are now a complete non-factor in absorbing pollution. And compared to 20 hours ago, when we were absolutely destroying our forest by damaging 440 trees per minute, our efforts have not gone unnoticed, and the blue line has drastically dropped down over time. And if we look at just the last hour, we can celebrate the fact that it has been half an hour since a tree took damage from pollution for the last time, which means that we have achieved our goal of eternally sustainable pollution absorption. With no more damage being done to the trees, their pollution absorbing capacity has stopped degrading, and they will now sustainably absorb pollution at a constant rate for eternity. That means, while the biters may have never needed us, now we no longer need the biters here either, and this planet is only big enough for one of us. After we finally finished overhauling the whole effing endgame sized base to be as green as possible, we can finally start to make new additions and improvements again. Of course, all builds from now on will have to comply with the new, super strict minimum pollution law, enforcing that every single machine should reach the hard-coded limit of -80% power consumption and pollution generation. The first thing we do is expand the green circuit build to produce a little more than 2 blue belts. We need an almost endless supplies of green chips to make all the red chips, blue chips and tier 1 modules. We can just reroute any overflow on the 2 main belts through 2 extra splitters and lead it to each wagon through the previously unused side of the 1-to-6 splitter. But why do the belts end with unconnected underground belts? Well, an interesting thing is happening again, where the stack inserters cannot seem to keep up when using normal blue belts. The green chips on the right side are backing up now, as you can see, while the stack inserters on the left side are keeping up just fine. My best guess is this probably has to do with the inserters visually needing to be a bit less precise about where exactly they need to pick up each chip, as the underground belt makes the position of each chip a little more fuzzy. Anyway, once we put back undergrounds on the right side too, the green chip traffic jam quickly disappears again, so let's roll on with the underground's design. And what a beautiful sight! Of course, to be able to benefit from the extra green chip production, we also upgrade the unloading station to be able to handle up to 3 blue belts. Still only 2 belts travel down the main bus, but the 3rd belt can supply the buffer chests, so the 2 blue belts of green chips going to the main bus can be as full as possible. As we look at our pollution cloud, we see it clearing up everywhere, and especially around our clean green nuclear power machine, the pollution has almost fully cleared up, except for on the last few water tiles, which is the slowest pollution absorber of the natural landscapes. And this is why we detonated atomic bombs on the landfill under the nuclear reactor. Landfill absorbs absolutely 0 pollution, and the last 15 pollution points will never spread from a chunk, so it would keep the nuclear plant under a stationary smog cloud for forever. But thanks to the tiny bit of pollution absorption from the nuclear scorch marks, even that last lingering 15 pollution points are slowly dissipating. Slowly but surely. It will take several more hours, but eventually the skies above our nuclear reactor will be clear and blue again. Then, almost 111 hours in, we are ready to launch the 100th satellite into orbit. And with that complete the penultimate goal of this playthrough. Our trusty old legacy rocket silo's final launch. Close now, rocket silo. Close soft and gently, never needing to open your gate again. You have done a great job and may rest now. Thank you for each and every one of the 100,000 space science packs you have given us. We shall not deconstruct you, but you will be given a place of honor within our base. A celebratory rail line in a strangely familiar shape. Where did I see that shape before? Where did I see 4 of those shapes before? Right. I see where this is going. I see it and I like it. Of course, that means a whopping 80,000 artillery shells have to be moved over by less than a quarter decimile. So get ready for some pretty bot shots.
Mission complete.
In the meantime, we have also greened up the artillery shell production. And also these assemblers are now running at the minimum pollution output possible. When it was clear we would have more than enough modules to overhaul the old base, we stopped module production, and when it was clear the minimum pollution concept was likely going to work, we also stopped science production a couple of hours ago. That means during the last few hours the base has become ever more idle, and all the buffers have meanwhile completely filled up, so our base is now in sleep mode and the pollution of the old base is slowly dissipating. But soon it will be time for this base to wake up and shine in all its green glory. There is only one aspect still missing on the new base: a green-powered science production area. But before we can build the required beacons for the new science area, we need a slight increase in power. And since we have been reinstating a couple ancient parts of the base already, let's continue that pattern and fire up our good old legacy nuclear reactor once more. This time there will be no warm-up time required for the reactor. When we switched off the reactor dozens of hours ago, its power production died as soon as the system dropped below 500 degrees. And it has been at 500 degrees ever since, because there is no such thing as heat loss in Factorio. And that means the very instant nuclear fuel is inserted, steam is being produced and the steam tanks are filling up. And not before long, all steam turbines are smoking with a 100% clean water vapor once more. The base is mostly idle now, but since the lion's share of our power draw comes from beacons, even when the base will be running at full speed later, I'm pretty confident that with this additional 480 megawatts we will provide plenty of power to the base. So far we have used the cheapest 2 projectivity module design for the entire main bus, but for the special occasion of the science production area, let's grab the most expensive design for the maximum productivity bonus possible on all science packs. And yes, it is absurd to use the expensive design on red and green science while using the cheap design for blue chips. But hey, at least this allows us to produce all science packs at exactly the right ratio, which is probably the first time all game I'm doing a big build with a mathematically perfect ratio. Anyway, we are not in the base, but we designed it from the map view in one of the corners of the base without roboport coverage, the ideal location to tinker with designs in peace. But now that the design is finished, let's place it in the real world. Now, you may see some mysterious additional builds left and right in the darkness. We'll get to those soon. As the morning dawn slowly lights up what the bots have been building during their night shift, we can inspect those extra builds from up close. On the right side, we have the non-intermediates required for purple signs, and on the left side we have the non-intermediates required for green and military signs. Now, all of those items cannot take productivity modules and they are not used for anything else around here, so there was no point really cluttering up the main boss by adding them earlier. But we do want the science production to be independent of whatever happens to be available at the moment at the manufacturing hub, so we built the required end products as dedicated science pack ingredients over here, so we can prioritize science over all else, including the very demanding model production area. So let's task the bots with extending the bus to the far side of the 4 artillery trains and watch the spider struggle to stay in place until eventually he will be swept away by the belts as rootless as a sandcastle by the sea. That will cause a nice, short, full production burst to fill up the now extended belts. So let's see which resources we need to draw off the boss up here in this mess of belts. Let's see: iron plates, iron gears, green chips, stone bricks for walls, iron and coal for grenades, copper and steel for red ammo. Geez, that's quite a lot. We need to draw 7 different resources onto these 5 belts. Well, that means there is no better time than now to show the method to draw resources of a compact boss. So the first belt needs iron and iron gears, which is simple enough. With this simple structure you can draw from 2 adjacent belts on the boss and combine it into one. It even looks cool. Unfortunately, this structure is in the way for taking green chips off the boss, so we come up with a different solution, which is a standard designed to take 2 non-adjacent resources of the boss. Nice, that's 2 belts done. Now we only need stone bricks on the middle belt, and that's easy enough now. On to the last 2 belts. The first needs iron and coal, so we use the standard design for non-adjacent resources again. Unfortunately, that underground coal belt cannot be there, so let's get rid of it and build a standard design for the 2 adjacent resources of copper and steel again. Great! Now we just need to find the least awkward way to route coal back up to join the iron, and we're done. It ends up a little messy, but hey, that's the charm of a compact main boss. And that's all 7 resources we need for green and military signs drawn off the compact boss. Now we just need to fill in the rest of the main boss so all resources can travel further down the boss and we're good to go. By the way, if you are wondering where the second green chip belt is, it got replaced by blue chips. Once the pair of green chip belts supplied both red chips and blue chips, there is no way we will need 2 belts of green chips further down the boss anymore. So the second green chip belt terminates at blue chips, and the blue chips belt takes its place on the main boss, so we can keep it nice and compact. The same is true for the second copper belt, which terminates at the low density structures, which then takes its place. Anyway, enough compact boss theory. Let's switch on some science. First, let's see if this tangled belt mess actually works. Nice! Although in hindsight I should have given a full belt to iron plates instead of green chips, since we need some iron basically everywhere, and green chips only for the inserters. Oh well. But does it work? Well, all 5 ingredients are rolling down the output belts, so let's call it a success. The top 2 belts are for military signs and the bottom belt for green signs. The next 3 science packs require only intermediate products, which we already carry on the main boss. Starting with a simple red signs, a copper plate and an iron gear. Drawing that off the main boss is literally super easy, barely an inconvenience. And this experience of drawing off a compact boss is a lot more representative to the usual situation, unlike the extreme example with the 7 resources we just displayed. Next is blue signs, which requires 3 ingredients on 2 belts. Still simple enough. We draw out the 3 correct belts to visualize what we need, draw sulfur and engines to the first belt, and since we use 2 columns of blue signs, just copy the design to the second column. Then we just need to draw red chips down the 2 middle belts and Bob's Mods your auntie. Then yellow science, the most complicated of them all. Were it not for the fact that we already simply carry the 3 ingredients down the main bus. It is now as simple to hook up as blue science, except we need to do it only once. And finally we get to the real most complicated one. We need to puzzle out another spaghetti sandwich for the 3 purple science ingredients. None of them are intermediate products from the main bus, so we need to produce them locally. Purple science requires a lot of low tier resources in high quantities, so a lot of throughput. But still, I think we can get away with half a red belt for each type. Despite needing to produce iron sticks, rails and electric furnaces all in the same left column, this puzzle was a lot easier as the different belts we need to draw from happen to interfere less with each other. The right column produces only productivity modules from red and green chips, so that should be easy enough. So, not before long, we can switch it all on. The right column produces only productivity modules from red and green chips. The belt spaghetti is happening in the left column. Will all the purple science ingredients start rolling out? Everything seems to be running smoothly, and indeed we've got a belt full of rails and a belt with productivity modules and electric furnaces trickling. And that means all the science ingredients have been prepared, and we can prepare to turn on the lean green science machine. So we can finally deconstruct the old science assemblers which have been switched off long ago. But since we had no other place to store the chests full of science packs, we just kept it all in place until now. Another giant transport task for the bots. Now, I want science to have absolute priority, and while the dedicated main bus science build should be sufficient to not fail that goal, one must never underestimate the 200-pound gorilla who's operating all the equipment. So we put down some backup requester chests which can fill in any gaps in the science pack supply belts. Unfortunately, our setup is not suited to create a full 100 science per minute. With the standard ratio of science assemblers, the base production at crafting speed 1 is 1 science per second, or 60 science per minute. Our assemblers run at crafting speed 1.125, which means 67.5 science per minute. then we add in the whopping 40% productivity bonus and we get the final production rate of 94.5 signs per minute for the remainder of the game. Oh well, nice round numbers aren't everything, are they? Are they? Are they? Anyway, the old base's intense pollution has meanwhile mostly dissipated, so now we're producing at full speed again. The pollution cloud should slowly start growing towards its hopefully a lot smaller final form again. In preparation of events soon to come, we decide to send off the 4 brand new artillery trains. Not before long, 1 artillery train is positioned in each of the 4 corners of our base. But why? Nothing is within range, and we already got the land-based artillery turrets to keep enemy expansions in check. What's the big idea here? Oh, I see. Alright, that was a fun intermission. Our base's Mickey Mouse ears are now slightly larger, but the real reason for researching Artillery Range 3 has not yet been revealed. Every mission needs a hero though, so let's proclaim these over 600 bots as national heroes of Novice and pretend they didn't die needlessly because their overlord is too stubborn to make a more sufficient supply system so surplus slaves accumulate slightly sparser. Anyway, during that onslaught we quickly built 2 new rocket silos nearby the labs area. Making sure we can also produce the space science pack for the infinite science projects, while keeping to our promise of letting our old legacy rocket silo rest after completing the first 100 launches. Now we need to recall our artillery trains back home though. Now, you may have noticed we don't have any rail signals on our track, which means all 4 trains are in the same block essentially. Take that, Dosh. That means they won't stop for anything, including each other. So let's hope the back trains who left early don't try to overtake the front trains. Alright, luckily all 4 trains rolled into the station sequentially without crashing into each other, so stupendous self-shame shall stay saved. I dare you to say that line 10 times in a row. Anyway, we still have 88k shells remaining. So, what now? It is still quite far to the edge of our flat world. Do we need more artillery range? No, we don't. From here on out, it's mining productivity all the way, so we will be giving our green base a good production test. Now, rest assured, I won't be taking out tens of thousands of biter bases with the artillery remote, but our automatic artillery range falls just a little short to make a biter-free square all the way around this mysterious R-max marker. So we do use the artillery remote control to manually punch a 90-degree angle in the exterior circle of biters. Of course, we have a radar marker in each of our 4 corners, so we repeat the punching out a square corner in the biters and circling us in the other 3 corners of our base. And that leaves us with a giant biter-free square of land around the 4 R-max markers. So then, why exactly did we make this square? Well, it seems to have something to do with these blueprints I've been designing while you are watching the artillery go boom. So a giant bunch of laser turrets, okay, that looks like our wall design. Right, let's go look on the left side again. Wait, that also looks like our wall design. So you want to expand? But why? Didn't you over-dramatically say you could never venture outside of your current walls? Something about them being your final endgame prison? Well, yeah, I did say that, didn't I? But that still holds true, my friend. I can never leave the boundary of our current wall. But I got some friends who can. And my friends have changed out their military gear for a more, well, other kind of military gear, I guess. And just like any other imprisoned megalomaniac dictator, I can still control my friends from within the walls of my personal prison. So let's go west so I can instruct my friends. The Black Widow and the White Recluse. Both of them are now outfitted with shiny new personal roboports, and each of them carry supplies for their respective specific tasks. So go forth, White Recluse. I must stay here, right on the edge of my personal outer wall, for if I don't, I will cause the expanding of the planet of Norvis, with the map generator starting to generate new land containing new biters beyond the current edge of the world. But you, my friend, you may step beyond without repercussion, as the background map generation problem is my own personal curse. But not for you, White Recluse and Black Widow. You shall go forth and expand our base a final time. Not for the resource gain, mind you. We are done building our base. Let the era of the World Extinction World Peace event begin. Alright, the White Recluse has laid out a laser protected wall out to the mysterious R-Max marker line. It is time for the Black Widow to take over. But what task does the Black Widow have? Well, to build our base's new outer wall. Looks like the Black Widow forgot to take cliff explosives. That's embarrassing. Oh well, if you want to do a job right, you should do it yourself. But we can't. So let's call on the White Recluse and see if she has some. Nice. Now the power is connected to the laser turrets and we can manually connect the oil pipeline. And after connecting the walls to this suspiciously conveniently located lake, we can start to draw the wall up north to our first corner. But being locked in this prison doesn't mean that SpiderBen and I cannot keep ourselves busy in the meantime. Remember that we made literal boatloads of hazard concrete? Well, it is time to start utilizing that in the most useful way, or so I hope. And while SpiderBen walks me back to my personal prison wall, Black and White are still busy expanding the new outer wall. And not before long we reach the first corner. Gee, you would think that with 100,000 artillery shells in stock, Mr. Mike could have been a little more generous when clearing nearby nests from these corners. But no, it is up to poor old Black and White Spider to go and deal with it. Let's see how it goes. Well, thanks to our super fast robots with bot speed 10 and plenty of roboports in the spiders, the walls, lasers and flamethrowers were already standing before most biters even realized what was going on. Oh, now he starts clearing the nests with artillery. Well, thank you, Mr. Mike. And while the biters focus their revenge attacks on the corner, our spider team can happily progress with the north wall. Of course, our wall design includes radars, and of course that's what the RMAX markers are all about. Radars scan 14 chunks beyond the chunk they're placed in, which means they will scan exactly up until the world border, but not beyond. Had we gone one chunk further out with our wall, the radars would be generating additional land with their scans, but now they are placed so that their scan range exactly matches the current edge of the world. The spider team managed to place a fair chunk of new wall, but the quad wall is an expensive design. So we need to call the spiders back home to restock before they can continue and squaring the base. Meanwhile though, Mike is standing outside of the prison walls. Yes, I lied. Our real prison border is the square between the 4 Mike was here markers. And we already trespassed on this very terrain when taking out the biter bases with SpiderBen. As the game as a background process slowly generates new land around the player up to 20 chunks away from the current player location, these markers logically are placed in the 21st chunk from the world border. And as we plan to get rid of our old inner wall once the new outer wall is complete, we will start drawing a new personal prison wall, this time without an actual hard wall, but with a suggestive hazard concrete instead. See it as sort of a Homer-esque scenario, with one of those ankle bends to keep you honest. These lines of hazard concrete are the borders we will truly have to respect for the rest of the game, as even a mere moment of stepping outside this border will immediately spawn new land and thus new biters. This must be prevented at all costs for our world peace program to be able to come to completion. I cannot overstate the importance of this fact enough. This hazard concrete border is so important to me that I'm even going to do the Canada-USA border thing and just completely cut out the forest on the border, no matter in how remote of a wilderness we are. The border must be visible at all times. Let's quickly check in on how our single flamethrower supplying pump jack is doing. Well, there's now 529k oil in the system, which is about 150k more than when we started measuring it. Incredible as it is, I guess we can call this experiment a success. Meanwhile, the spiders are continuing on the wall. The personal roboports take a lot of power to operate, so I keep alternating between personally building the hazard concrete strip with SpiderBen and instructing the spider team to build the wall. Whichever party happens to be on break can meanwhile recharge their personal batteries. As it turns out, the black and white spider team are not really facing any resistance from the biters, outside of constructing the corners. Well, it shouldn't come as a surprise really, as even with our climate-friendly base fully operational, we are not polluting the biters at all. This means there's little risk in letting the base bots get involved in building most of the wall, instead of micromanaging the spiders all the time. So let's just already connect the Roboport network so the base bots have access to the new outer wall. By the way, the game won't let you directly build or place ghosts in the Fog of War, but you can copy-paste or use a blueprint to do it. So instead of micromanaging the spiders, now the base bots will do all the work, slowly expanding outwards through the self-expanding Roboport network integrated in the wall design. Meanwhile, it's been 4 hours already since we started researching. The science assemblers haven't missed a beat, and the labs have quickly eaten through the entire former science buffer at full speed, before toning it down and match the speed of our assemblers. Meanwhile, we are working with the spiders to figure out a way to cross those large bodies of water. The easiest solution to connect the oil to the far side of the lake seems to be just continuing the flamethrower pattern over the lake, even though they obviously don't need to defend anything there. Well, until the devs add flying biters to the game, that is. Meanwhile, the northern bots are creeping up on the next corner. And that corner is something I definitely don't want the base bots to slowly construct. So we delete the roboports from the blueprint stamp, stopping the bots from further expanding the walls. The bots can start constructing this west wall here instead. While we send the spiders over to go and deal with the northeast corner. And all the while SpiderBen and I can continue working on the hazard concrete. And so everyone is fanatically working on their own task in our happy base. Meanwhile, SpiderBen and I reach the next hazard concrete corner, and the most OCD of you will already spot what I failed to see. Anyway, let's not forget to clean that concrete. And while our spider team approaches the northeast corner, it is pitch black nighttime, so let's quickly place the walls in the dark. They might not even notice. Oh well, I guess a lot of bugs have night vision. But we tactically make use of the cliffs by having our cliff explosives carrying white spider randomly standing exactly out of range. Once the cliffs do get blown up though, the omnidirectional lasers shine by protecting the forward-facing flamethrowers from fiercely flung flumes. Well, 2 more chunks to go before we reach the corner. And it's an absolute stompfest. We are walling in the biters between our walls as they approach full steam ahead for the attack. RTS quick walling pales in comparison to our mighty spider wallers. And after seeing that onslaught, the east biters just give up and just completely ignore our walling spiders. Well, I'm going to treat them to a quick round of artillery fire anyways, to create some social distance between them and our walls. This will prevent the nest-bound, peacefully roaming biters to be triggered into a never-ending attack stream by barbecue parties happening too near to any of their nests. And by now our new wall is nearly halfway complete. A quick retrace of our steps lets the spiders repair the wall after the biter revenge attacks. Due to the nuclear plant being in the way, we didn't have automatic artillery range on these biters on this strait, and I tell ya, this won't be the last time this playthrough the nuclear plant will turn out to be in the way of something. Meanwhile, we carry exactly not enough hazard concrete to make it up to that lake. So, while we go back to resupply, our spiders are working on the south wall, which is interrupted by many lakes. And meanwhile we connect 8 Roboport lines to our outer wall, instead of relying on the single laser protected power line connection we started out with. And again, you cannot directly place in the fog of war, but you can copy-paste. Only the southeast corner is left to be done now. And while the bots work on the new Roboport connections, I think we can safely deconstruct the laser protected line we started out with. But we need to make sure to keep the oil supply pipeline intact. Soon the 8 power and Roboport connections are completed, and the new wall is about to close its jaws in the south. And it's done! Our base is now encircled by a new square wall and a new personal hazard concrete border, except for at the land beyond the nuclear plant. We might be needing that water there still to expand the power plant in the future, so I didn't want to landfill it to place hazard concrete. Anyway, why would I personally want to walk on that land all the way beyond my nuclear plant? The base is on the left side, so I'm sure not laying down hazard concrete behind the nuclear plant won't lead to any kind of problem whatsoever. Anyway, after the onslaught in the 4 corners, our oil reserves dropped by about 60k again. But we are only expecting a single large attack still for the rest of this game. I think we will have plenty of oil remaining. Anyway, now that the new outer wall is complete, we can start placing some pumps on the old inner wall, which will slowly start to pump out all remaining oil out of the pipes and corner tanks in the inner wall ring. And that means we can clean up the last temporary connection we made when venturing out, the initial oil connection. And with the base running at full capacity for 6.5 hours now, we take a look at the pollution graph to examine the results of our green-green base conversion. With virtually no pollution being absorbed by damaging trees and by the occasional expanding biter bases, we can say that effectively 100% of our pollution is being absorbed sustainably by trees and terrain. And the flattening of the curve towards horizontal in the last hours means that we have reached our pollution equilibrium, where we are outputting pollution at the same rate as the terrain is sustainably absorbing it. I say we are good to go ahead on our final dash of destruction, to finally start actively pursuing our goals and dreams of world peace.